Welcome to part 4 of my world record-breaking bookshelf tour with Pastor Jason Johnston. In this part of the bookshelf tour, we will wrap up the shelves containing Bibles and biblical studies books, and then turn to Jason's collection of pastoral ministry books, which concludes session 11. In session 12, our final session, we turn to Jason's systematic theology books to round out our tour of Jason's office library. Next, we go back to Jason's home library to learn about his collection of dozens of Oxford handbooks, as well as his collection of medieval books. In the final section, we review all the new books Jason acquired over the 6 months between when we filmed session 1 and session 12. Before we jump in, just a reminder that there are a bunch of free resources that go along with this video, including my classics resources spreadsheet and a collection of tips collected from all my previous bookshelf tours. You can download all of the photos of Jason's library, and there's also a visual guide to help you navigate his library, find individual photos, and find timestamps for all 12 sessions we did in this 4-part series. You can also sign up to attend a live AMA with Jason to ask him any questions you may have, and you'll also get the recording afterwards. Jason is giving away several books from his collection, so make sure to click the first link in the description to enter that giveaway and to get all the free resources I just mentioned. Also, as a reminder, we're currently starting week 4 of the 30-day challenge. So remember to comment down below with the hashtag 30-day challenge when you start and when you finish this and the other 3 videos in this series. Lastly, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email me at timothy@timothykenny.com. Thanks, and now let's get into the bookshelf tour. Okay, so we're back here, session 11, and we wrapped up last time right here, and so we're going to go down here to the shelf below, and so where do you want to get started here?
All right, we'll just start on the bottom shelf here on the left, and that printing and translation of the Septuagint it's one that a lot of people have because it was a cheap printing. The translation is, the copyright's out of date. Brenton is the name of the man who translated that from the Greek. But yeah, it's called Septuagint with Apocrypha. You don't really have to say with Apocrypha because the Apocrypha is always part of the Septuagint. That's how it was kind of introduced into the conversation, was these books were written between the Old and New Testament in Greek, and so just coupled with the Greek translation of the Old Testament, but always in a separate section. So it's a valuable printing because it has the English and the Greek right next to each other in parallel. And so that was the first one I had, and I thought it was very helpful as I was learning Greek. It was easy to follow along in the Greek, and then when you got confused, you could just look over at the English translation. But yeah, it's a good one. I've had it for a long time. And but we've looked at some other Septuagints already and talked about that. There's several various editions of the Greek New Testament as well, and you can see here, like the one put out by the Net Bible Press. That is the Net Bible is the New English translation, and it's done largely by faculty at Dallas Theological Seminary, but it's known for having these excellent notes that accompany it, which I think we mentioned on the previous shelf. There was a copy perhaps of the Net Bible, or maybe I just mentioned it. There it is. Yes. Okay. So the full notes edition. Yeah. I go forget what I have here. But that New Testament one has the original Greek in it along with the New English translation. So one page will have Greek, the other page has the New English translation of that Greek with all of the textual notes and everything. It's pretty handy. A lot of notes, you'll just not come across that stuff in a normal study Bible. And I think it uses the Nestle-Aland 27th edition. So anyway, but you can see next to that, there's an old copy of a Nestle-Aland Greek New Testament, but that might be like the 25th edition. I don't know. So they put out all these editions. But then you get into another family of manuscripts. There was a movement in the late 20th century by Zane, Hodges, and Art Farstad to really popularize what's called the majority text. And that's where, like, if you want to know the best readings of the New Testament text, because you have thousands of manuscripts, you have variant readings throughout them. So sometimes you have to make a decision which reading is most likely original. Their philosophy was the reading that's represented in the majority of manuscripts is most likely to be original. And so the only question you ask about a text largely is this represented by most of the thousands of manuscripts out there, the Greek manuscripts? If it is, then we keep that reading. If it's not, we toss it. And so that really has never picked up. People don't really respect that view because most of the manuscripts are much later, and text critics like physically earlier manuscripts. And so it's kind of a dying approach to figuring out the original text of the New Testament. And the one next to it is similar, the Byzantine text form. And I don't want to get too deep into all this, but there was an old method of determining which was the original reading, where there was a question about a reading by going to different families of manuscripts based on maybe geography. Is it the Alexandrian text type from Egypt, or is it the Byzantine text type, which is kind of what's been maintained in where the old Byzantine Empire was, the Eastern Orthodox Church, what they've maintained. There were other text families, the Western text family, the Caesarean text family, but they were not as well respected. But anyway, these just represent different approaches to making decisions about variant readings in the New Testament. But people hear that and think, oh, the biblical text must be totally uncertain. We don't know what it really said. Every ancient book that depends on manuscripts for us even reading it has variant readings if you have more than one copy. And so sometimes people say you can't know what the New Testament says because of variant readings. That's insane, because you'd have to say that about Plato's Republic or Homer. Like, oh, we can't know what they say, so let's just never pay any attention to them. Herodotus, there's variant readings in the manuscripts of Herodotus or Thucydides. And so that's just part of dealing with any ancient text. But what's unique about the New Testament, as I've said before, you have more ancient manuscripts for the Greek New Testament than you have for any other ancient book, which is really in your favor because it's easy to identify rogue readings, or like if you find a manuscript with one weird thing on it, you're like, well, if this is the only time out of thousands of manuscripts I'm encountering this weird reading, most likely something went wrong with the copyist who was copying this particular copy. And so he might have skipped a line, felt like embellishing it himself. But so it's really to our advantage to have thousands of manuscripts.
Mm-hmm.
But those are ones that you might see on a lot of people's shelves. I would be shocked to see the next ones on anyone's shelf. I'm sure somebody somewhere has them, but those are some really unique copies. These are some Erasmus books, not in my Erasmus collection back at home, because I feel like I associate them more with the history of the New Testament text than just with curiosity about Erasmus. So this is from Brill. Notice they have different logos. Two of the copies only say Brill. One of them has their crest on it. And you could see Erasmi Opera Omnia, which means the complete works of Erasmus. This is part of a much larger set, but they are so beautiful. The cloth on the binding it feels like soft cloth. It's very durable. They're large volumes. The paper is thick. You can just, you get to the certain sections and see the beautiful threads going through, getting the signatures bound to so it's a beautiful book. But what's in it? This is Erasmus's Textus Receptus. So his Greek New Testament that he compiled from his 6 or 7 manuscripts that he could acquire, which we've talked about before, but it has his Latin translation with it. And so it's a really cool book to have because you have his printed Greek New Testament with all of the variants among his 5 versions of the Textus Receptus noted. And then you have his Latin translation, but then you have very learned commentary. Each of these volumes has a different editor and commentator who is just commenting on why Erasmus would have translated his Latin in the way that he did and how that compares with Jerome's Vulgate from 404. And it's just it's very deep, detailed. And whenever I look at them, I have questions sometimes, and I open it and look at it and wonder what Erasmus did with a particular text or what he thought about a variant reading. And I'm just always astonished at the care that these commentators put into this project, because I'm like, who else is buying these? They're very expensive. And but the ones I have cover through the end of the New Testament, but the first volume, which has not been published yet, it should have, I believe, as Matthew through Luke in it. And so that one's not put out. I actually talked to Brill earlier this year. I asked him, any idea when volume 6, number 1 is going to be published? And they said it should be out by the end of 2026, which caused my heart to leap within me. I was so excited. So it's a really cool and unique book set. And if anyone has it, I'd love just to know that somebody else owns this and is interested enough in the history of the New Testament text.
So when you open this up, are there separate columns for each of the languages?
Yeah, there's a Greek column and a Latin column, and then the commentaries surrounding it. So it's very pretty, very nice.
I thought you said there were 5 different Greek versions that he had. So how does that get collapsed into the one?
He did. They just note, so they're not widely different from each other. It was only on occasion that Erasmus would make a change. And they just mark it with the letters A through E. So it's A, B, C, D, or E in chronological order of, and there's a long introduction, that always tells you how this all works in each of the volumes.
So Textus Receptus refers to really a single text that then has sort of footnotes for where, I guess I'm just wondering, is there like a particular version that's considered canonical that the other ones then differ from in various ways, or is the canonical one sort of a merged version from all 5?
I think it would just be like for Erasmus, his Textus Receptus would just be the 5th one that he produced before he died, which I think was 1534. But then Scrivener, I think, was the guy's name in 1550 or 1551, or Stephanus. I don't remember. Stephanus, actually, he published one in around 1550. And that was always kind of seen as the most carefully done one that people just tended to use after that. Later, Scrivener, I think he was a later scholar. He published another one. But when you look at the changes and the differences between them, they're very minor. It's like an article. Should an article be here or not? And that's very rare itself. It's not like you have entire passages missing, generally speaking. So yeah, they're all very similar. Man, but a lot of these other books are great. They're just on general biblical reception history.
What about this one, Cast the First Stones?
So that's an entire book on one of the 2 majorly disputed passages in the New Testament text. So the 2 passages, I can't remember if we mentioned them, that have been...
I don't think so.
Okay, they've been largely questioned about if they're authentic or not.
Well, you mentioned the Pastoral, Timothy and Titus were...
So that's in the academic community. This is like across the board. You'll have evangelical, Bible-believing people, very conservative, who will question these 2, okay? So that's on one of them. That's on the passage, which is very famous in the Gospel of John, which begins at the end of chapter 7 and goes into chapter 8, where the woman is caught in adultery, supposedly, and she's brought before Jesus by some of the religious leaders, and they ask Jesus what they should do. She was caught in adultery. The law says we should stone her. What do you say we should do? trying to catch Jesus, which is a very common thing in the life of Jesus. Let's put him in a difficult situation to see what he says, because no matter what he says, we'll prove that he's wrong. And he famously says, he who is without sin, let him cast the first stone. And the men all drop their stones slowly, one by one, and walk away. That's a very condensed version of the story. It's a beautiful story. People who don't know much about the Bible at all might know that story. And we have that phrase in the English language, let him who hasn't sinned cast the first stone. He's going to cast the first stone. I mean, it's been kind of carried through in English literature. People know what that reference is.
And those who live in glass houses shouldn't.
Yeah, the idea of throwing stones in the glass house analogy. Yeah. So that a lot of people don't think that was original to the Gospel of John. And one of the reasons is, like, if you take it out, the story flows very well without it. It looks very natural. Also, but when it comes to the manuscripts, a large chunk of early manuscripts of the Gospel of John just don't have it. It's missing. It's not there. There's one time, if I'm not mistaken, where that in a manuscript that appears in the Gospel of Luke. And what it seems like to a lot of text critics is, this is a beautiful story. If it wasn't there in the life of Jesus, well, it should be, and so it's always still included in English translations, though sometimes it's in brackets, and you'll have a footnote that says this is not in the earliest, best manuscripts. But that's a book specifically on that problem, that and the textual history of that passage, which is called the Pericope Adulterae. So the pericope of adultery, or about the adulterer. So,
and you can see like the actual handwriting of the Greek, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. And the thing is, you could look at that and know, oh, that's a later manuscript, because that's minuscule text, lowercase writing. But yeah, so it's a pretty interesting book. Now, just to mention the other passage that's been disputed in the New Testament, though there are books on it, I don't have a book on it, is the very end of the Gospel of Mark, the last 12 verses, which is a really important text, because if that's missing from the original, then the gospel actually just ends with the women arriving at the tomb and then fleeing, for they were afraid. And that's a very odd place to end. And so there's all kinds of theories about what would have happened with the original ending, because the reason they think that the last 12 verses may not be original, it's a long story, but because some of the most ancient manuscripts don't have it, the physical manuscripts don't have it, it's missing. They sometimes leave a space for it, like an empty space, which is odd. Like, were they expecting to put it in later or what? But then there were various versions of those last 12 verses that appear in ancient manuscripts, the longer ending and the shorter ending. And then there's another one with a really odd name, but generally English translations still include the last 12 verses as they've been carried through in the traditional readings. Most of the manuscripts do have an ending there, but there's all these arguments that get made. These last 12 verses are not written in the same style as the rest of the gospel, and all this stuff. I have no problem believing that the 12 verses that we have are original. Commonly, as I think I mentioned before, the most sensitive places on a manuscript were the beginnings and the ends. Those were the parts most likely to fall off or be torn off, be damaged in some way. So anyway, just a quick note that I'd mentioned there.
This Canon list book also looks interesting.
Yeah, so the Canon, of course, is the list of books that are in the Bible. And so there's often been disputes which books are supposed to be in the Canon, which books are not supposed to be in the Canon. And so the question often is, well, what did the earliest Christians believe? And that goes actually all the way back to a few Jewish sources like Josephus, to look at the lists of biblical books. And I read through the entire book. Toward the end, it gets very repetitive because the lists are always the same, but there's some commentary on each one. It's just going to various ancient resources.
How many are there?
How many canon lists are there?
Yeah.
Just roughly. It's just every time somebody mentioned a canon.
So like hundreds.
Huh?
Hundreds. Like dozens or hundreds.
I mean, I have it right here. But it's a book of lists. So yeah, like it divides them into Greek lists, Latin lists, Syriac lists, But yeah, they're just taken from other works that were published, or councils that would have bothered to list the lists, and local councils often would address this. And so sometimes you have some apocryphal books in there. It just depended on where they were geographically, what their perspective was. And that's the big question. Like, are the apocryphal books supposed to be included? What did the early church think? And it was a dispute throughout the early church. And some people, like Jerome, thought the Apocrypha was not inspired scripture. Others, like Augustine, thought that it is inspired scripture. And so you always have this conversation about those books. But the apocryphal books don't really ever get officially put into anyone's canon until the Council of Trent in like the mid 1500s by the Roman Catholic Church. So it's quite a while before there's anything officially said about them. But it's an interesting book. It's a good resource to have. And
The Dark Bible.
yeah, that book is interesting. So it didn't come out long ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It's a study of kind of this, what we call the doctrine of perspicuity, which is a big word for the doctrine of clarity. So Protestants have always kind of said the Bible is clear, and all we need is the Bible. That's the doctrine of sola scriptura. All we need is the Bible, and the Bible is really clear. Anyone can understand it. And I believe that you can understand the basic message of the Bible if you read it. Absolutely. But I agree with this book's thesis that there are parts that you just don't know what they mean. And it's not clear. And that's actually a tracing of the early history of Protestantism as they dealt with the biblical text, and showing how they didn't know, like no one knew what certain passages meant, and they still don't. It spends a lot of time, like in the book of Job. Like there are just several times where like the greatest of linguists have no idea what the Hebrew is doing in Job at some points, or how they would be befuddled at Paul's train of thought through the book of Romans. How sometimes it seems like he's saying like, just as this is true, and then he argues, and he never gets to the point where he says, so also is this true. Like so there's like some times where it seems like the Bible's a little unclear, and that's tracing that out in the early history of Protestant approaches to the Bible, to the biblical text. So pretty interesting. I really enjoyed reading it, and it helped me a lot. The one on the right, just interestingly, the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. So that's the Jehovah's Witness translation of the Bible. And so, Jehovah's Witness gave that to me. I had encountered one just when I was out inviting people to church one day. And we had a really long conversation. It was very good. It was very friendly. And a lot of the Bible came up in our conversation because of our differences. Interestingly, we're both in Utah, which is mostly Mormon. So I, as an evangelical Christian, have deep disagreements with the Jehovah's Witness theology and their theology. But we had something in common, that we both thought Mormon theology was very, very odd. And we knew that, we live in a strange place for both of us, where we disagree with the people that we live around theologically. But I gave her a study Bible, a New King James Version of the Bible. She felt compelled to give me a New World Translation of the Bible. And the New World Translation is very unique. Most Bible translations are totally fine. Yeah, they may have different translation philosophies. But I often tell people, like, hey, most translations are fine. Just find one that's helpful for you. Use a couple of them, and that's good. But I always say, don't use the New World Translation, because it does intentionally mistranslate passages that work against Jehovah's Witness theology. And that's not something that just some people believe. I'm firmly saying this, I have firm confidence in this, that even a secular scholar of ancient Greek would easily say, this is just totally mistranslating certain passages. And it only does it when a passage disagrees with Jehovah's Witness theology. So kind of a strange book, but I keep it on my shelf. just because she gave it to me, and maybe someday I'll need to reference it. But that's that shelf. Yeah, a lot of good stuff there. And then, yeah, these I get to some of these shelves, and they're just like, I don't know where to put some of these books, so I put them here. But this top shelf, a lot of these are just like dictionaries. Uh, and I have other Bible dictionaries, but this is just one, Erdman's Bible Dictionary, which is good, but it's very scholarly.
Could I just say a little bit about like the definition of dispensationalism and
Sure.
you know,
Well, like that book, what's it say? 3 central issues in contemporary dispensationalism. So dispensationalism, we did talk about it a long time ago when I had that biography of Darby up, but I doubt anyone remembers that. So it's a very popular approach to interpreting the Bible. That book itself defines dispensationalism very broadly. It says, if you believe that the church and Israel are not the same entity, then that, broadly speaking, is a dispensational approach, meaning biblical Israel. So there's this dispute among Bible interpreters. Is there one people of God or two peoples of God? And if somebody says one, what they're saying is the Israel of the Old Testament and the church are the same group as far as God's concerned. But if you're a dispensationalist, you'll say, well, God had one plan for Israel, but he has another plan through the church. And there are people in both of those groups who are saved, meaning that they belong to God, the family of God, in a way that other people do not. So that's really what the word means. It takes a lot of room in American discussions about the Bible and biblical interpretation. So anyway, that's a basic overview of what it is.
this one looks interesting, exegetical fallacies.
Yeah, it's a well-known book. It's actually coming out, and I think in a 3rd edition soon. I saw that recently. So D.A. Carson is a pretty good, sound evangelical scholar of the New Testament, and he just goes through to show a lot of the fallacies that come about when approaching the New Testament text. One of them that's really memorable is the fallacy, the etymological fallacy, where you're looking at the etymology of every single word, thinking you're getting this really deep understanding of it. And I kind of mentioned this a little while ago, where sometimes a person might just be saying hello, and we don't need to look at the etymology of hello to understand what it means. What do they really mean? But he brings out the example of, in English, if somebody, in a romantic sense, calls their spouse their buttercup, it's not like, well, we've got to look in what is butter and what is a cup. And like, we've got to understand, like, okay, how did they make butter? And this is going to tell us all about what this person believes about their spouse. Really, no, it's a term of endearment, and that's it. So there's some pretty cool things in there, though. It's a really good resource. I would recommend it. And then, yeah, like a lot of random books here. I would definitely recommend that book, Living by the Book by Howard Hendricks. So he was like the most well-known professor at Dallas Seminary, because everyone who went had to take his class for decades. And he was very old when I went there. He's deceased now. But he has impacted evangelical approaches to the Bible in major ways.
What was his class?
It was called, I think, BE 101, Bible Exposition 101. So everyone did take it in their first year. And it was just like really how to interpret the scripture, like how do you approach the Bible. So they have this threefold approach, which I use and a lot of other people use now, where you look at everything through 3 lenses. You approach it first exegetically. What does the text say itself to the original audience? Then you ask, what are the timeless truths? What does that mean theologically? And then what do we do? How do we apply that to our lives? And you go through all these steps, but each of those is a process. And he was really good. He had his PhD, very smart guy, but he knew really well how to talk to ordinary people, very engaging. So I've taught that book a couple of times, probably 3 times throughout my time teaching in churches. And he has a workbook that goes with it too. So I just wanted to mention it because I recommend it. If you're like, how do I interpret the Bible? That's a really good way to approach interpreting the Bible. And yeah, then there's these InterVarsity Press dictionaries. These are kind of well known. A lot of pastors have these on their shelves. So it's just going to focus on one section of the Bible. I don't have every one. There's more to this set than I have. There's one on poetry and wisdom and the prophets, but they're really good. They're set up like an encyclopedia with smaller articles, entries, and
Do you happen to know who this is?
I don't know.
I just think it's interesting that there's such a large book of biblical interpreters. There must be like 1,000 names in there at least.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't have everyone that you could imagine. I've had some important people I've encountered and then looked them up in there. They weren't in there. The articles are a little bit longer, but it's good. It's a very helpful approach because you have to know if I'm going to follow somebody's train of thought, well, how are they fitting into the history of thought? But yeah, as far as who that is on the book binding, I don't know. I have a very small, those are just some
Woodland Trails.
Our boys program. I have a very small Mormon section. That's my Mormon corner. And, because I have some books on Mormonism because I live in Utah. But the interesting thing is that Mormons are not like evangelicals. They have a very different approach to their faith. They don't really care what their prophets of old taught. And so it's easy for evangelicals to say, hey, why Brigham Young taught X, Y, and Z, or he did these bad things. What do you guys think about that? We think that's really weird. And they're just kind of dismiss it like it's unimportant. They largely approach, and this isn't an insult. I've had hundreds of these conversations over time. They approach their faith largely through the lens of their emotions. And they're just like, well, it makes me feel good. And, I don't really care about the doctrine of God really that deeply, because we'll say, hey, we believe God has been God from eternity past, and he never became God. You guys believe he became God. He was just a man at one point who became God. That's a big deal. And they'll kind of shrug their shoulders like, oh, that shouldn't be a big deal. And so the reason I tell you that right now is just because I don't feel like there's a lot of value in learning Mormon doctrine. I'm not like, oh, I've got to learn it so I can talk to them. They don't really care about their doctrine. And so a lot of times when you explain to them something that I think is basic, like their doctrine of exaltation, they'll say, oh, I didn't even know about that. So I don't really read much about Mormonism, though I did just read a book this year called Rough Stone Rolling. And when I took these pictures, that was at my house. And it's a biography of Joseph Smith written by Richard Bushman, who is a Mormon, but it's kind of a well-known book. It's notorious among the Mormons. They think he says a little bit too much about Joseph Smith and makes him look bad. But I was actually given that book by a friend who's Mormon, and he asked if I would read it, and he wanted to talk to me about it, and I eagerly read it. It was very long, but I thought I'd love to read it if you want to talk to me about it. Unfortunately, he never came back to talk to me about it, so I hope he does someday. But yeah, in that other book, it's kind of like one that comes later after No Man Knows My History by Fawn Brodie. She wrote that book, which is a biography of Joseph Smith, a critical biography, academic in approach, and then she was excommunicated from the Mormon Church after writing it because it was so critical of Joseph Smith. And so just a few notes there about books on Mormonism.
What's this wife number 19?
Okay, so the woman, that's a reprint put out by the Utah Lighthouse Press, which no longer is, led by Gerald and Sandra Tanner. They had a whole ministry of just reprinting old books about Mormonism or by Mormons, and so they reprinted that. And that book was written by Brigham Young's 19th wife. I think he had 34. I might be wrong. People can Google that. But she wrote about her experience, and it's very critical of Brigham Young and how he interacted with his wives and how he led his life. But yeah, she was number 19 of many. And so I think the title is kind of like an early version of clickbait. You're like, what does that mean? I've got to dig into this. And so, yeah, very interesting.
What about the biblical eldership?
Yeah, you'll see that book on a lot of pastors' shelves. Strzok is a guy who wrote this book in the late 20th century, and it was really going through the New Testament text and looking at early Christianity and just showing that the single pastor model for a church, which kind of had become normal in evangelical churches where you just need one pastor and that's it, it's not represented in the scripture, and it's not represented in early Christianity. What was represented there is a multiplicity of elders, elder/pastor. It's a same concept in this book. And so that book itself was a cause of many churches today going back to the elder-led model, where you don't just have one pastor, you have a multiplicity of pastors working together, making these leadership decisions, which is really healthy, because you can imagine when you have just one guy, it can become dictatorial in some ways if he has that particular inclination. So
what about this Addicted to Lust?
That's a study, it wasn't long ago that was published, about evangelicals and pornography. And I've only used it as a resource to get statistics from. I want to read through the whole thing someday. But it's interesting just to show, he's showing the connection. I don't know actually what his overall thesis is at the end of the book, where he's bringing it all together. But he does take a lot of academic studies to bring them together to show this is a problem. And it's not like evangelicals kind of pretend like it's not a problem, or they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about sex in any way sometimes. But obviously, according to the stats, it's a problem among evangelicals. And so,
yeah, the black letter font kind of stood out to me. I thought maybe it was more historical, kind of linking lust back to maybe the Middle Ages or something.
Yeah, no, it's about our time right now.
Okay.
So this set by Mueller, it's called Post-Reformation Reformed Dogmatics. It's a very valuable set. I've not read the whole thing. It's very dense, but it goes through kind of the after the Reformation, something develops called Reformed Scholasticism. Just a very pedantic approach to doctrine and theology, but they are very exact, and people don't really realize this, that Protestantism has this incredibly careful, philosophically sound approach to doctrine. And he only covers really their approach to scripture and their approach to God, but he could have gone much longer. And it's just an arena that's ignored. People often do in the modern period kind of view Catholics as more academic than Protestants, but the Protestant tradition was very academic. And so that's what that's about, but it synthesizes it into like a systematic theology of sorts that only draws on this period, like late 1500s into the early 1700s. And it's pretty cool, pretty helpful. And yeah, there's a wide variety of books here. A lot of these are like, I don't know where else to put this. The ESV Bible Atlas, if you had to get one, I would recommend that. The Bible's a very geographical book, and so I would definitely recommend.
Is there anything special about it? Because there's a lot of Bible atlases.
Okay, what I like, it's published by Crossway, so it's assuming the Bible's true. So I like that. Crossway is an evangelical publisher, but very conservative, very serious publisher. But it's very academic in its approach. I remember like reading about the letters of Zenon in there one time, and I'm like, that was my first encounter with the letters of Zenon in that archive, and I was like, oh, that's cool. So it like opens up new ways of thinking, but just very comprehensive, and you can get it digitally too, which is helpful if you teach, because then you can get digital copies of these maps and put them on a lesson that you're printing for your class or something. But the Illustrated Guide to Biblical Geography is more literary. There's a lot more. It's not just maps, though it's a lot of maps, but it's a lot more explanation. But yeah, look at randomly the Encyclopedia of Bible Games for Children's Ministry that's stuck in there too. So
I think this book is part of.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say this book, I believe, is part of a series.
Yeah.
Of
there's a lot more. That one's just out of place. So
there is? Okay.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those at the end of this shelf.
Okay.
for whatever reason, that one ended up next to the Bible game book. So anyway,
We'll get to
yeah,
that.
but those chart books are really valuable. You can see them up there at the top. And
Oh, yeah.
they are just charts. They're for visually oriented people. So, but yeah, like
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, right here.
that's all of them.
Okay.
And yeah, like I love those chart books because I'm visual.
Yeah.
And man, I could read a chapter on something just to get an overview of it, but then go and look at one of those charts and I'm like, oh, that's how it works. And so, yeah, they're pretty helpful. They're just covering all the arenas of academic approach that you would really think about as an evangelical approaching doctrine. So it has biblical charts, doctrine charts, even philosophy and philosophers charts, the Enlightenment and church history charts, so really, really cool. There's a lot more than I have. That set's probably very, very big.
Deities and demons. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, that's published by a joint effort of Erdmans and Brill. So it's ultra academic. It's often just referred to as DDD and as the abbreviation if you're reading academic literature. But yeah, it's going to just go through ancient texts.
Does it have pictures?
I don't recall. If it does, they're pretty minimal. But yeah, like you could look up Baal in there, who's a famous idol that was worshipped, among Israelites when they departed from the Lord. Molech, Azazel, and it's just a dictionary. So the articles are pretty long; they can be pages long on a particular deity.
Yeah. Molech has sort of had a interesting life in the Silicon Valley sort of blogosphere, Slate Star Codex. There's been sort of an interesting, just in connection with AI.
Yeah.
I did think it'd be interesting if you could just say a few words about the it's not Boy Scouts, but it's kind of similar, and maybe you could kind of what's the difference between Boy Scouts?
Yeah. So Trail Life is a ministry that began. It's an evangelical Christian ministry. So what they were trying to do was when Boy Scouts began to move to the left, that disappointed a lot of people. And
when was that?
I would just say it was a slow transition, but it kind of hit the news headlines when they changed their name to Scouts and took out Boy, because a lot of obviously conservative people they want Boy Scouts to be distinctively for boys, and they want to keep that gender distinction.
But that was like the last 10 years, right?
Oh yeah. It wasn't that long ago. And I don't know exactly when Trail Life began. We began using Trail Life. It was still relatively new when we started it, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And so our church has like a week. We have a troop at our church, but this is an outside organization. So it's kind of a strange ministry for us because usually we're over everything autonomous, not connected to anyone else. But we do have to abide by Trail Life rules and policies and things. You can tell with Trail Life that they really want to avoid the scandals of the Boy Scouts. They have a ton of rules. Nobody can ever be alone with a kid. Kids can't be alone with each other, and they all have to be enforced. A lot of rules, which are good. But what it is it's like, it's just like with the Boy Scouts, but it's distinctively Christian. So it's incorporating scripture into things in the gospel. But like I'm going to be teaching a lesson for the Foxes and Hawks, 2 of the younger groups, this coming Sunday afternoon. And I'll be teaching them about sportsmanship and sports in general, but I'll be tying it together with scripture and Jesus. And we're going to be playing, we play soccer together. And so you have a good chance for dads and other men to be involved in a healthy context where there's young boys. And what we really like about it is the interaction. So these young boys can look up to these men and say, that's what a man is supposed to be. So we're trying to put these great examples in front of them. So most of the dads of the boys are involved, and And then a few of the older men have been involved over time. But we'll do like a camp out in the summer and just do a lot of activities with that. But it's very intentional and it's a lot of work. It's hugely demanding. And in our church, it's like once a person's doing trail life, we really can't ask them to do much else in terms of volunteering. Some of them do, but it's like you're kind of using up a lot of their energy. So, but it's a pretty good ministry. We really enjoy using it.
Does it go all the way up to Eagle Scout or the equivalent?
Yeah, yep. The Adventurers is the highest group, but yeah, if you were to complete trail life, there is some similar recognition. We don't focus so much on that. We do have the achievements and things and recognitions. We mostly want the boys to have this experience of just being in this context where they see, like I said, what it is to be a man, what makes men distinct, that we are protectors. We want to be providing, we want to be responsible and self-sufficient, but also work together in teams and at the same time put God at the center of all of it. And so that's what we really do it mostly for, the experience. But yeah, it does have something similar to the Eagle Scout, though I don't even remember what it is. What happens too is a lot of kids as they get older, this happens in the Boy Scouts as well. They drop out because they get jobs or it doesn't seem as cool or whatever. But some have stuck with it. We have several high schoolers in it now, and early on we did not. So, but yeah, I think it's like I can't remember, something like 4% of Boy Scouts, maybe less than that, end up getting becoming an Eagle Scout among those who start, because when you get into a teenage arena of life, it's just very different.
Yeah, I came across a collection in, I think Army surplus store one time of like a huge collection of Boy Scout mini books, and it was like life skills, and they must have had like over 100 different, I think they're all up for free on archive.org now. But it made me think about just kind of how a lot of kids and adults now sort of don't have basic life skills.
Yeah.
And seeing that collection of books all in one place made me realize, like, wow, there's so much knowledge here that if you don't intentionally pass it down, it's kind of obvious how you would just never learn those things.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's great. Like for our boys, like we have a fire starting contest, all right, got two teams so that all know how to start a fire. And a lot of boys don't know that anymore. And how do you use a knife and edge tools? We do all kinds of classes on edge tools and different levels of that. And yeah, it's all gone from so many people, so many young people in our generation. AI can't do that for you yet. So, but yeah, that we're getting into, that was like a hodgepodge area at the bottom there. And this is like, I don't know where else to put these books. So they ended up here, the ones at the top. But some of the very first book set that I bought was that book set. The complete works of Francis Schaeffer. And I think we mentioned him earlier.
Yep.
But yeah, just an awesome guy. And
so when was that? Like,
right? He died, I think, in 1984. But his big thing was he was a Presbyterian and really appreciated the place of philosophy and the importance of understanding philosophy for understanding the modern world. And so he started a ministry in Switzerland called L'Abri, which is, I think, called the Shelter or something.
Can you spell that?
It's L'Apostrophe ABRI. I think that's it.
Okay.
And he and his wife, Edith, kind of ran this missionary center, but it was really unique. Like hippies would travel out there, and they would just like do music together and think about stuff and take classes. So he did this really weird thing during the hippie era where he was just causing people to question, like, why am I here? How could I know if there's a God? Is that a philosophically sound question to even ask, And so he ended up putting out a lot of output. So he gets criticism today because of maybe he didn't understand certain philosophers that well, and it's probably true, but he got the conversation started like nobody else did. Like if he didn't do what he did, evangelical thought would have been very poor after that. Like he kind of just maintained the idea that philosophy was important, history is important, asking really deep questions is important, and he inspired a lot of people. And so he inspired me, that's for sure. I was like, man, I didn't know anyone talked like this. I read him, I think, in maybe 1999, started reading some of his books, The God Who Is There, The God Who Has Spoken, True Spirituality, most famously, How Should We Then Live, which was made into a film series. And just really, really awesome guy. I rarely would go back and read those books now, but I just have them as a monument to my past and my appreciation for him. And then other books on that top part, let's see. Are they books I've even read?
Uses of idolatry.
Yeah, like that was one I got last January, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds so interesting." That's sitting there. I'm like, "What was that book about?" Now I can't remember, but yeah, it's more of a modern approach. Like, what is idolatry philosophically, and where do we see it in the world today? But it's he's a Catholic, so he has some faith, but it's published by Oxford. But I'd have to go back now and look at it.
I wonder if idolatry sort of, in some senses, is kind of like heresy, but it's a different word. But it's kind of
You
the
have to
same
be
thing.
careful when you say heresy, because you don't want to call everything heresy. It's such a strong word. It immediately, what heresy means generally is you don't belong to our group, but you have to say that. If you have a group, there is a definition of who's in your group.
Or blasphemy, even.
What's that?
Blasphemy would be another.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you could call heresy blasphemy if you were Orthodox in that perspective. But people often don't like anyone being excluded from anything in Western culture. But if we even step out of Western culture and think about Islam, am I allowed to call myself a Muslim but believe that there are many gods? No, because the primary belief of Islam is that there's one God. That's Muhammad's message, and his name is Allah. So I can't say, well, I'm a Muslim, but I believe in many gods. Like, no, that's heresy to a Muslim. You've denied their primary creed. Well, Christianity has those too. And so we have our creeds, the early creeds, the Apostles' Creed, or the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed, or whatever, the Chalcedonian definition. We have all these things. It's like, yeah, okay, that's what we say we believe. And if somebody says something different, we're like, okay, that's a heresy. So it's a very strong thing. But idolatry, could you say, yeah, when somebody's a heretic, from the perspective of the Orthodox person looking at the heretic, could they say that person is an idolater? They probably could in a wide sense.
And you mean Orthodox in this, not in Eastern Orthodox, but
No,
just
not in the Eastern Orthodox sense. I mean, in the broad sense of, in this analogy here, the non-heretic must be an Orthodox person. They're the one who is, their worship and belief are straight orthos, So yeah.
So Orthodox, that would go back to the Greek of like straight from the documents.
Yeah, well, it's your worship, your dogza, your statements.
Is that dogma? Doxa is dogma.
Sure,
Is
yeah,
doxa dogma?
your teaching, yeah. Like dogza means glory, but it could also mean statement. Your statements about God and about how you worship, what your theology is. Those are straight, not crooked. So orthos means straight. We know it from like the orthodontist makes your teeth straight. Ortho, But yeah.
Raw Courage by Rigney.
So
and if you could say a little bit about Rigney.
Joe Rigney, he's an evangelical author. I haven't read that one yet. It's just one I got because it was super cheap. And I was like, I want to talk. So I'm always interested in courage, because at the end of the Bible, when it talks about those who are not in the heavenly city, it has a list of the kinds of people who are unbelievers. And in that list, it includes cowards. And so that just that one statement's like, wow, really? So cowardice it kind of epitomizes unbelief in some way. And so anyway, that's what drew me to buy the book, but I haven't even read it, so I can't say much about it. I want to learn more about evangelical Christian courage, though. So someday it's not a very big book. It'll probably be, I've read books from that series in a single day. So someday I'll just sit down on a Saturday and read it.
What's the series?
I don't remember what it's called, but I have another book from it coming up, and I might look between our videos. And
Are they rigging you? Are they just a bunch of different people?
yeah, it's not just by him. Several different authors. We could go through this one pretty quick. This is like my counseling shelf, which I don't think deeply about counseling as like the philosophies of counseling. There's all these people like to argue about different evangelical and Christian approaches to counseling. What I'm thinking is I'd have to do a lot of counseling as a pastor. And so when somebody comes to me with the problem, I'm usually thinking of like, okay, I want some help sorting this out. What have other people thought about this particular issue? Maybe in somebody's marriage, or an addiction that they're experiencing. And so I go to these books. They're the best books in the world, for counseling. I would not want anything else. And what I mean is primarily the quick guides at the bottom that were by Clinton and Trent, or Clinton and anyone. Tim Clinton is a main author of these, and he heads up some big Christian counseling organization, but he's a great guy. But these books, if you're a pastor, you're going into the ministry, I would recommend getting every single one of the books in that series, the quick reference guide to whatever. And each chapter is set up with like some test cases that you can think through that present the problem that it's dealing with, and then like large sections of questions that you can ask to gain more information to whatever party. Maybe it's to a parent, maybe it's to a child, or to the wife or the husband, or just the individual. And then it has ways to sort those questions out. And I just feel like if I didn't have those books, I would have a very low quality ministry as a counselor, but they have helped me tremendously and helped the people I counsel quite a bit. A lot of these others are just really practical books on counseling that have been helpful from time to time. And then I have a few practical preaching books.
This one looks interesting. 1,500 illustrations.
It is. So when I was in Bible college and learning how to preach by taking preaching classes, I was exposed to the idea that there are these sermon illustration manuals. And there was one that was like 7,700 sermon illustrations, this giant book. And I was like, wow, this is really helpful because you have to illustrate your point. Jesus did that all the time. He told parables to illustrate his point, where human beings love stories or some kind of a way to connect with the point that's being made. And so, yeah, that book is part of a larger series. But what I wanted to say is the idea of collecting sermon illustrations goes back to the Middle Ages. So when you read medieval sermons, you'll come across similar illustrations or the same illustrations from preacher to preacher, because they also had manuals that would collect sermons by topic, or sermon illustrations by topic. And they would say, oh, I need to illustrate why anger is harmful. So let me look up some illustrations on anger. And like they'd look through, okay, here's a great one for my sermon. And I haven't pulled that down for a long time because the book here on the video, but what's replaced these books is the internet. So I'm often looking for sermon illustrations still, but I look through news stories. You can go to Google News and just type in anger, man gets angry, whatever, and you'll get like a ton of real life illustrations of some different angry people and what that resulted in.
So these illustrations aren't necessarily biblical stories. They can be
No,
okay.
no, almost none of them are from the Bible. There might be some that would say, hey, just like David's anger almost led to his undoing when he was going to kill Nabal, but Abigail stopped him. So also we shouldn't let anger be our undoing, right? There might be a few things that mention that, but they're usually stories from history, or maybe even some fables, but
Hmm.
they're very effective, if they're well done. And yeah.
Is this Al Mohler we were talking about earlier?
Yeah, that's him. Yep. I've not even read that book, but I haven't. I think somebody gave it to me. But yeah, that's Al Mohler. And yeah, a lot of these are just more practical books. Like I've used that book, The Pledge of a Lifetime, a lot. So a lot of the stuff on my shelves have been academic books, and these aren't academic, but they're still really helpful. That's about how to solve conflict resolution in marriage. So every time I deal with a couple with conflict resolution, I use this guy's method, which is biblical in its approach, but it's very helpful. It's transformed so many people's marriages because they see this way to deal with conflict. Oh, there's a strategy? I didn't ever realize that. I thought I should just keep yelling and then turn up the volume. And so anyway, yeah, so some of these books are just really awesome. And people,
Is there a Visitor's
go ahead.
Book of Texts?
Yeah, so that's by Andrew Bonar, who was a preacher in the 1800s, published by the Banner of Truth, who we've talked about earlier. I use that. So it's a book of scriptural texts, but they're organized by a particular problem that a person might be facing. And so it'll be like a person is sick, but they're not dying. And they're a Christian. Okay, here's a series of scriptural texts that might encourage them. A person is sick and they're not dying, but they're not a Christian, so that's a different category than if they are a Christian. Hey, here's some text that will get them thinking about how this might be opening their eyes to bigger questions about eternity and stuff. So really helpful. I pull it down sometimes from like, I wonder how I can encourage this person at the hospital, or this person who I just know has become kind of disillusioned by life. And really, really, there's a lot of books in that genre from the past.
So the visitor, like,
So I'm visiting a person as a pastor. So it's primarily a manual for pastors doing visitation.
is that considered distinct from counseling?
It's a form of counseling. So I would say counseling is, for me, is I'm going to meet with you between 3 and 5 times about a problem. And the first counseling session is I'm going to gather all the information I can and take a bunch of notes and just ask you a bunch of questions. Second time, I'm going to lay out what I believe the problem is, and you're going to tell me if I'm on the right track, and then we're going to develop some action steps. The third, fourth, and fifth potentially sessions, they're going to be carrying out the action steps, and then we're going to be done. So that's counseling for me. But visiting could simply be somebody's, like I said, in the hospital, something, they just got a bad diagnosis and they're being evaluated, and I need to go visit them right now and be next to them and pray with them and share with them some hope. And it's not necessarily a problem that we need to work through with a process. It's just a problem that needs some immediate counsel. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's there's a journalist I interviewed whose name is Jonathan Alter, and he had a kind of a fun anecdote he told at the end of one of our interviews about he was in the presidential limousine called the Beast with President Clinton. And he was asking him, this was after the Monica Lewinsky affair, and he asked him, like, have you thought about seeing a therapist or couples therapy? And Clinton's response was, why do you assume I would see a therapist instead of a counselor? And he was offended, and he actually kicked Jonathan out of the vehicle after that. So it made me think most people watching this will probably kind of understand that counseling is sort of the Christian alternative to therapy in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But I thought it was interesting that you had that sort of 5-session structure, because people might think about like, well, I just see my therapist every week or every month, and it's sort of a continuous thing, and it's not set a specific number of sessions. So how do you think about that? Like, the 5-session structure.
So the first thing I tell people when they come in for counseling is that I'm not their therapist. And I also warn them about therapists. Not that therapy is inherently bad, but I say if a therapist wants you to come to them weekly, biweekly, monthly, without end, that's not good because it shows that the problem is not being solved. We want to reach a point where the problem is solved and you're moving in a new direction. And so I also say therapists benefit, not that I'm saying I don't know the heart of every therapist, but the therapy industry benefits from people coming back regularly. They can stay in business that way. Imagine, I mean, in any industry, if people only had to go to Walmart 5 times and then they were done, right? If Walmart wouldn't be doing well, you have to go there all the time. That's why Walmart stays in business. And I fear that therapy is the same way. If I can get people coming to therapy regularly on my schedule every 2 weeks, every month, whatever, man, it's going to keep me in business. So, like I said, I don't know the hearts of. I know some wonderful therapists. We have therapists at our church, but one of my favorite people in the world is this therapist woman at our church. And she thinks the same way. She says she doesn't want to see people forever either. And because she wants to see them healed. That's what therapy means. It comes from the Greek word therapeuo, which means I heal. So we want to see some healing happening. Also, I don't have the time for that. Like, once I do start counseling, that's like another Bible study or something has been added in because I have to do preparation. I got to be praying about this. I have to be meeting with the person. And so I can at most take on 2 people or two counseling situations at any one time. A third would be impossible. So I also just can't physically do it.
Yeah, I guess two things maybe you could quickly touch on. One is some people like sociologists or people the sort of intellectual history of counseling and therapy have connected it to the practice of confession as sort of a secularized version of confession. And then the second piece would just be, I get the sense that some people who are doing sort of perpetual therapy, they're talking through kind of each new significant life problem or relationship issue.
Yeah.
It's sort of thinking out loud about those problems. And so I'm curious, those are not necessarily like pathological, that there's something really wrong in the relationship or acute or even in the life circumstance, something at their job or in their business where there's a thorny, maybe more personal or relationship issue or even an ethical issue. So I'm curious if you have thoughts on like those two, both the confessional kind of side of things, which is more of a perpetual practice, but then also the sort of non-acute type of problems that do, or ethical sort of relationship / ethical problems that reoccur for people.
Yeah. So the first thing when you talk about confession, as a kind of a regular need that maybe an individual has, that I want to go in just one other quick direction that's related to that. That's super interesting. I've heard some people, I remember where this came from, talk about the whole therapy industry as kind of an alternative to Christian religion, where
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, so you have like the priests are the therapists, the sacraments are whatever medication you're prescribed, and and it's a regular confession, like you're going to the confessional booth, so kind of like the way Western people are wired is for this, but once you remove Christianity, they're like, well, hey, I still need these elements, people. So as a pastor, you still are in regular contact with your people, and people often do come with just, I have one thing I want to talk about, and it's just a single time where they're bouncing something off of me, and we're talking through something. It could be, hey, I have to see this other person who abused me in my past, and it's a family member. So I just want to know, can you help me think through, like, should I even meet with them? That's an example. And I would just meet one time, and you would talk about something. So that's kind of what you're saying, like. It's not this major thing that they have to work through. They just need to have a quick question. But the whole time that we talk about the question could take like an hour or two. And so it's not like every counseling section is just 3 to 5 sessions. That's when it's marital problems, or an addiction, a destructive pattern of behavior in somebody's life that they want to overcome.
There's also kind of an interesting like psychoanalysis was the thing that really Freud, sort of at the turn of the 18 to the 1900s, had more of the practice was like, you kind of say whatever is on your mind, you free associate. And to me, that's kind of more similar to the confession practice than modern therapy, where it is maybe more directed, and it's actually pretty unusual for people to get psychoanalyzed or do free association now. So there's an element of like the therapist or the psychoanalyst or the pastor in a more sort of confession type scenario to almost like read the tea leaves and figure out what's going on, as opposed to allowing the patient or allowing the person being analyzed or making the confession to sort of frame the problem themselves. And I think that issue of framing problems is a key element, and maybe even the most important, or one of the most important element. And you can get off track if you're framing things incorrectly.
Yeah. And you spark a thought that just came to my mind, though, thinking about psychoanalysis and pastoral ministry. And I'm sure that Freudian psychoanalysis was used by pastors intentionally at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had this weird thing in my office behind me, and I could see if I could lift my camera up. I'm not sure if you can see. Do you see an outlet on the wall toward the ceiling at all, or not?
By the clock. Well, there's something right next to it.
It's kind of up here.
So yeah, very vaguely.
Okay, some previous pastor, I don't know who, and this was maybe back in the 80s, maybe earlier than that, had installed lights in here for the purpose of doing hypnosis.
Wow.
While he did counseling for the church members, which to me is the bizarre thing in the world. And I always look at those and I think, what was he thinking? Did it work at all? I have no idea. But
well, sort of the smells and bells.
Yeah. It's very strange. But with my approach, I always think about Proverbs 19:2 when I do my counseling. And I don't think, like I said, I don't have all these, I can't do everything. I think about Greek and church history and preaching and my people at the church, but I don't think deeply about counseling methods and the history of psychology and all, and the latest therapy and all that. I just want to help people with their problems with the Bible. So there's this proverb, Proverbs 19:2, and it says, "It is not good for a soul to be without knowledge, and he sins who hastens with his feet." So I was thinking, okay, I've got to gather a bunch of knowledge about this person's problem. I don't want to hasten with my feet and just assume I know exactly what's going on by the first couple of sentences, or just look at them. I know what's going on. I want to ask as many questions as possible and gather all the knowledge, because it's not good for a soul made to be without knowledge. And then the thing that I do is, once I think I know, I don't just assume that I'm right. I try to write out their problem in a single sentence, and I read it back to them, and I say, I read the sentence and I say, would you say that I'm rightly understanding your problem if I read it this way? And I'll read the sentence. And a lot of times they'll say, no, that's not it. And okay, what did I get wrong? And we'll go and tweak it. But the goal is to get that one sentence where it's like, this is the person's problem. And it's like, okay, now I have the knowledge and I haven't sinned, meaning missed the mark. I've hit my target. Now we can move forward. So yeah, but I'm not a big psychology person. So I know it's important, but like I said, you can't do everything. And I'm not going to pretend like I can.
All right. Well, maybe we should wrap up there, because it looks like the next shelf kind of gets into
this. Yeah, it shifts to like some systematic theologies, and there's a lot to talk about there. I would recommend, if anyone is a pastor, on the upper right, though, at the end of that top bookshelf, there's actually 3 volumes in the set. I don't have the third. but this is a set by a man named Albert Martin, and he was a Baptist pastor for a very long time. And toward the end of his career, he wrote this series of books on pastoral ministry. There is just nothing better. If you want to train up a young man to be an elder in your church or to be an assistant pastor, these books are as good as it gets. And each one is set up like a lecture. They were from his lectures as he taught young men about the ministry. I'm just highlighting it. It is the best books I could recommend, practically speaking, that go in depth. They have a sound theology and very clear instructions. So
It looks pretty new. I mean, it's a very attractive design.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I don't even know what else Trinity Pulpit Press publishes. You know, do they make it? I'm not even aware of that publisher outside of these books.
But it looks like it was published in like the last 10 years.
Yeah. He might have. He died not too long ago. But
do you remember how you discovered him?
It was a previous pastor at my church, I think, who knew about it. Either that or maybe I saw something online about it. I don't remember, but I've gone through these books with other pastors here at the church, and we've just benefited from them going through a chapter at a time, talking about the content. And I'm thinking, man, like this summarizes so much of my Bible college all in one. I wish we would have gone over these back then. And so,
yeah. Has he written anything else or put out anything else?
I don't know. He was primarily a preacher.
Okay. So did he write these in this format, or is this like a compilation that somebody did after?
He did write those, and I don't know if there was an editor that took all of his notes and put them together that way, but yeah, he wrote those with the intention of publishing them in that format. So, like I said, there's a third one that's on counseling that probably I could use because I'm not super well refined with counseling, but yeah, it's just great. I wanted to recommend that just while we're at this point in the library.
Do you know what this SGCB means?
But yeah, it's Solid Ground Christian Books, which is a small publisher. They focus on just putting out a lot of reprints of books that are from like the basic Reformed approach to Christianity, whether it's Presbyterian or Reformed Baptist. But so people who are careful in their theology and fall in line with that, they really appreciate that publisher. He always has great prices. And so he's not there to make money. But yeah, those are random books, Bible animals. So it's a lot of illustrations for children, here, think about ants and what ants do and how they teach us lessons and what the Bible says about ants, so it does that with several animals, but cool stuff.
Okay, so we're back here for another session, and we're picking up where we left off up here. We went through the counseling stuff last time, and now we're jumping into systematic theology. So
yeah,
let's jump over to the close-up for that.
All right.
And where do you want to get started? Maybe you should just say a few words about systematic theology for people that are unfamiliar.
Yeah, systematic theology is just obviously a systematic approach to theology, but it has some certain subdivisions that will just help anyone who's coming to Christian theology with questions find the subject that they're trying to learn the theology of and find various views and usually find the view preferred by the author. But
can I just give you my interpretation? Because
go ahead. Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Just more of a layman's kind of. So I think of kind of historically, you have we talked earlier about primitive Christianity and like the early days. You have Jesus, and then you have the epistles, which we recently talked about, and how it's sort of converting more of parable-based, story-based stuff with actual kind of practical, like the pastoral epistles we talked about, Timothy and Titus, where it's becoming more practical and like explicit rules, and then going historically forward, you have the scholastic period and like introducing rationality and syllogisms and stuff, and like Greek logic kind of gets fused into, so like in that, I guess I think of it more broad scope like that, where if you just kind of like people will say, I'm going to read the Bible in a year and read like 15, 30 minutes a day.
Yeah,
And when you do that, you're not really getting a systematic theology
no,
of like through each of the major areas of life. These are the rules. These are the concepts, and like clarifying concepts and like really making it sort of like a textbookification of the Bible. So
it is. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's the textbook of theology. But so the way you described it, the one thing that's really important, every systematic theology has to do at the beginning is lay out its method. What are the sources of theology? And so the way you described it would be a normal Protestant approach, where your main your main source is the Bible. And that's my approach too. But so if you went to like an Eastern Orthodox approach to systematizing theology, or a Roman Catholic, you're going to add into that a really high degree of tradition, patristics, the church fathers, as like a really legitimate source of theology. And so yeah, so but like the ones I have, they're all Protestant on this shelf, at least. I mean, you can go to my house and we've already looked at Thomas Aquinas, for example, in the 1200s. Of course, he's Roman Catholic, and his approach is going to be drawing primarily from the Bible as the strongest source, but he'll easily go to like Gregory the Great, and so, as a traditional source. So yeah, but they're really valuable. It's interesting to think about what the topics are that are covered almost universally in systematic theologies. So that usually you have method, then you have the doctrine of for Protestants, they'll go to the doctrine of Scripture because that is their primary source, then the doctrine of God, and the doctrine of Christ, the doctrine of salvation, and so on. And you have all these different subdivisions down to like eschatology, the doctrine of the end times. And sometimes they get really in depth, and they'll do hamartiology, which is the doctrine of sin, and the doctrine of man. And so anyway, you have all these various sections in a systematic theology. And what the approach is usually of a good systematic theology is you're trying to take as much as is possible, all the information you can get about a particular topic in whatever source you're drawing from, and say, here are the subdivisions, and here are the definitions, and here are the distinctions that we make in this particular topic. So, for example, if you're studying God, you're going to say, well, what are the attributes of God, the characteristics of God according to our source? So if you're saying my source is the Bible, what are the characteristics of God according to the Bible? And you say, well, he has all these attributes. He is eternal, he is sovereign, he's wise, and you have this huge list. And in the systematic theology, we'll talk about each of those and what the source is teaching you about each of those things. But then they'll subdivide them into two different kinds of attributes. So you have the communicable attributes, which are attributes that God shares with man, such as love. God is love. Well, human beings can love too. But then you have incommunicable attributes, such as God's eternality, that God has eternally been God, and we don't share that characteristic with him. And so it's really, since the Middle Ages, like when you mentioned scholasticism, one of the things the scholastics were obsessed with, and that's part of the inheritance today that we have, is creating distinctions. How do we divide things? Almost as if you were making a genus species chart. How do we know where to make a particular division between concern A and concern B, and what does divide these two things? And so anyway, but they're really handy. You can read through a systematic theology. I went through a phase, I don't know, like 17 years ago, where I was like, I just want to read through a bunch of good systematic theologies. And I read two of them, and then started to read a third, and I was like, it feels like the same. I know that authors are coming from slightly different perspectives, but there was a lot of overlap. So I had read Wayne Grudem's, I think, his first edition of his systematic theology, and then Millard Erickson's systematic theology. And then I moved on to Burkhoff, who is kind of like Reformed Presbyterian. And I felt like I could kind of predict what was going to be said. But I did enjoy it, and they're definitely worthwhile. Oh, I did read that one by McGrath as well, Alistair McGrath. He is a really great guy when it comes to just, he's a great teacher, great author. I know he's not very appreciated by a lot of evangelicals, but I think they feel he's too broad. But he's just really good at definitions. I've remembered so many things from reading that. And then he also has one on historic theology, historical theology. So anyway, really good stuff.
There's another element I think is pretty important, which is soteriology.
Yes.
And maybe you could say a little bit about that and maybe the differences, because I think that's kind of, especially with the Puritans,
Yeah.
and like Weber's capitalism and the spirit of capitalism, and I'm blanking on the exact title, but I think you know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. The Protestant work ethic one.
Yep.
Yeah, so soteriology, the study of salvation, comes from the Greek word soteria, which just meant deliverance, but Christians appropriated the term and applied it to the work that God does within those who are in Christ, that transforms them into the image of Christ, that assures them they are his children, that they would be with him. The final deliverance, of course, is going to be with God in eternity and experience everlasting life. And so obviously that's a very important doctrine. And so it's hard to know. I mean, I could teach classes and classes on it, but it's Christians all agree with one aspect of soteriology, and that's that salvation occurs through Christ and through his work. And so
And also faith through works, like the five solas, like to me, that always seemed to be the most controversial piece.
yeah.
And also the free will, it's sort of free will versus determinism or God's.
Yes, and these are all mostly like Protestant concerns, in-house Protestant concerns, and like the five solas, they were kind of developed in the 20th century as a way of sorting out the historic Reform perspective on soteriology. So soteriology has been a really big highlight of all Protestantism, and everyone's concerned with salvation, who's a Christian, no matter what branch you're in historically, Roman Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, or Protestant. But Protestants have spent probably the most time dissecting it because the concern becomes really simplistic. It's like, hey, I don't want to go to hell, so how do I go to heaven? and the other, like Eastern Orthodox, isn't thinking so much about that, though obviously that's really important. They're going to be thinking like, how do I participate in God? And of course, that would mean that I get to go be with him forever. But my concern is, who am I, and who am I becoming, and am I participating in God today? So, but anyway, yeah. But
they have a special word. Do you know that special word they have? It's like theo something.
Well, theosis, or deification, yeah. And but anyway, that's a whole other realm. So, yeah, it's interesting because Protestants become really concerned with, how do I go to heaven? I don't want to go to hell. Those are obviously incredibly important questions. They can't be diminished at all.
I just want to add one other thing from the secular perspective.
Yeah.
When you think of stuff like Maslow's hierarchy of needs and self-actualization, or finding your passion, or even sort of finding your calling is sort of connected. I view those as sort of secularizations of soteriology, and I think that's part of what confuses young people, especially when they're in high school, think about what to major in, and like that sort of secularized soteriology is, it doesn't really make sense as a secular thing, but it's been shoehorned in there because it's a legacy of the Christian and Protestant interpretation of a calling. And so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but we can move on from soteriology otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, I felt like I was just beginning, but but yeah, I mean, there is so much to it. I'll just say this, like the broad biblical concern, if you just look at the New Testament specifically, and you're wondering, what is salvation exactly? What is soteria? It certainly does end in this final state of being with God for all of eternity and enjoying his new creation that he will make one day. but it is much broader than that. It's a restoration to being a true human that you were designed to be by God. But it only happens through God himself becoming a human. And then through faith, we are in Christ, in this God who became a man, and we are being restored, forgiven of our sins, yes, but restored to becoming who we were supposed to be at the beginning. So really salvation is about not being what you're not supposed to be. It's kind of an inhuman human, and becoming a true human. But the only one who really did it correctly was God himself, becoming a man. And then once we are in him by faith, that he is our Lord, and we've been transformed by him through regeneration, then we are being restored to what we're supposed to be. And that finally happens in the resurrection. So that is really the climax. So a lot of Protestants talk about the climax of their Christian life is just dying and going to heaven. That is not at all biblically. It's hard to even see the Bible ever talking about dying and go to heaven. There's like a couple times where it's like vaguely referred to in 2 Corinthians and in Philippians and then Revelation. But the big concern of the Bible is that my body will be raised up one day when Christ returns, and it will be this immortal body like Christ, and it will be fit for his new creation that he's going to make, and I will inhabit that forever under his authority, living with him, being completely everything. God will be all in all. And anyway, so I did want to say that is really the climax of salvation for the Christian, is the resurrection of the dead, which is, I tell that to people who have been in church their whole lives, and they look at me funny sometimes. But I'm like, go to the New Testament. That's like really, that's the only concern primarily with the afterlife, is that I will be resurrected and participate in God's new creation one day.
I actually want to ask you one other thing about that.
Yeah.
Because you're a Baptist, and for people that don't know what that means, that's really connecting to, like in the New Testament, you have John the Baptist, and then you have Jesus come, who's also doesn't baptize many people, but he's, that sort of sacrament of baptism that's another kind of distinctive between different denominations of, do you baptize a baby when they're born, or do you only baptize when there's sort of a true kind of feeling to it, and it's sort of it's true believers, and you have people who are born again Christians, which also kind of connects to that baptism as an adult. So maybe you could I'm not sure if I'm describing that perfectly, but maybe you could flesh that out a little bit, because that's kind of, to me, the most, it's literally what Baptists are named after. And it's been a very controversial thing, because if you might, the fear is amongst some is that you'll lose people and they'll drift away from the church if you don't baptize them as infants. So that you'll lose your children, your grandchildren. And then the flip side is, well, if you're it's kind of like allowing a bunch of people into Harvard who are legacy kids and aren't actually that smart. Yeah. You're kind of creating counterfeit Christians, or counterfeit Christians. So there's kind of a trade-off there, is one way to think about it, but it's led to a lot of conflict historically, and it's a lot of the anxieties about the church dwindling or losing the children and grandchildren are linked to that. So it's a very kind of high stakes thing for a lot of people.
Yeah. So in regards to systematic theology, the doctrine of baptism can show up under ecclesiology, with the sacraments carried out by the church. And Baptists are distinct in that they baptize only those who profess faith in Christ, so that they've made their own decision, if you will, that this is something they own. It's not done against their will or outside of their consent. And This is a big question that gets argued about a lot. No, but this no doubt was the original approach in the New Testament. There's no record of any children being baptized in the New Testament. Some will say, well, a family gets baptized one time, but it never breaks it down. Most families I know don't have infants in them. You do for a while, but they don't all. And so this was the norm even into around the year 200. And somebody started baptizing babies early on. Tertullian, an early Christian writer who was writing around 200, is the first one to talk about it. And he says he thought that people should be able to make their own choice about becoming a Christian, let them grow up, make their own choice, and then baptize them, which is baptism is a symbol of your conversion. So it's this visible way to see a conversion. But the practice picks up and becomes very solidified, way over the next 200 years after that. And Everett Ferguson wrote a really large book, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, on the history of baptism in the early church. His final conclusion was that he guessed that baptism of children had begun as kind of almost like a superstition, like because infant mortality is so high, and people are like, I want to make sure my baby goes to heaven. How would I know? The Bible doesn't talk a whole lot about infants and eternity or anything and where they're going when they die. It's just not a topic that's really addressed directly. And so they have this anxiety, and probably some priests came along and said, well, let's just baptize them. And of course, that would pick up and really become a trend. And that was his guess. This wasn't a documented thing in the early church where people are writing about it. And at some point, it just becomes assumed. And it becomes the norm throughout all of medieval Christendom, and except in the areas where it's expanding, where you have missionaries going out on the frontiers. They're, of course, going to baptize adults who are coming to faith. But within European Christendom, it becomes normal. And it's not until you have the Reformation with ad fontes, the whole back to the sources thing, and people are reading the Bible. And Martin Luther and Zwingli and all these guys are like going in kind of tweaking their theological method to get away from some of the late medieval accretions and aberrations. And so they go pretty far away from the Roman Catholic Church. But then there's this other group who's like, you haven't gone far enough. What about getting away from infant baptism? And there's no reason to do this biblically. And so those are the Baptists. And so now to get to your concern about like worrying about losing people, in my personal experiences, I grew up in Michigan and around a lot of Roman Catholics. Like most kids, it felt like in my school were Roman Catholic, though very few had any concern for Christ and didn't seem to attend Mass, except maybe on Christmas and Easter, special occasions. And I don't know that was what's keeping them. And I'm still friends with a lot of them on Facebook, and they don't seem to care about Christ anymore. I mean, just from what you can see. And so it's like, I'm guessing the baptism didn't do much. So that's a Baptist perspective. We're just like, to baptize somebody without their consent, without them even knowing what you're doing, doesn't seem very valuable. I'm reading a book right now by Sophie Rosenfeld on the age of choice. It's the history of choice, the idea that we can choose things. And she even talked about Baptists in the early Reformation having this idea that they valued the idea of choice, and because that touches your soul. Your soul is what's making the choice. So let's choose Christianity, let's choose Jesus, and now let's baptize you. And just kind of showing that modern trend. Now, that's Baptist, but actually that trend picks up in most non-denominational churches, practice a Baptistic perspective on baptism. And it's not a thing where, at least from a Baptist perspective, we don't believe that if somebody was baptized as a baby and they believe that's legitimate, that makes them a non-Christian. We just believe, oh, you're mistaken in this area, but it's a secondary area when it comes to the essentials of what it means to be a Christian. The essential is that you repented and believed that the grace of God has touched your heart, and that you have turned to Christ. And that's it. It's faith in Christ. It's not so much like, did you do the right ritual? I always kind of tell people who worry about this, like, can you imagine God up in heaven wringing his hands, waiting for somebody to get wet? And then when they get wet, he says, yes, I'm going to let them into heaven now. They got wet in the right way. That's a very strange perspective of God. Imagine he's waiting for you to get wet in the right way. Not to diminish the importance of baptism. It is more than getting wet. But if you do minimize it that way, it sounds kind of silly. So we highly value baptism, but we say it is a visible picture of what's already happened on the inside when a person in faith turned to Christ as their Lord and Savior.
So there's two things I'm just sort of curious about. The first is when John the Baptist is baptized and then later Jesus, and this is sort of pre-Christianity really being a separate thing. What is the where would like, are there books about that, or what would that even be called? And then secondarily, there's I forget what it's called, but there's something within Puritanism and sort of, the Massachusetts Cotton Mather, et cetera, where they had another system, I believe, of like you were sort of elected or voted on, or you could be voted out of the church depending on if the elders thought you were kind of, it's sort of similar to baptism, but it's like, you probably know what I'm talking about. I'm just at a loss of words.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there. What was the very first part that you were
It was like when John the Baptist was baptizing people.
Okay, so Jesus didn't baptize. John makes a point of that in his gospel, that Jesus didn't baptize anyone. His disciples did. But
Okay.
but still, yeah, what's this baptism that John introduces? It's just called the baptism of repentance for the forgiveness of sins. But so it is a distinct baptism. John the Baptist is commonly seen as the last Old Testament prophet because the New Testament or the New Covenant begins with the death of Christ. And so his baptism is part of his ministry of kind of preparing the way for the becoming of the Messiah. He's fulfilling this prophecy from Isaiah chapter 40. He's this voice crying out in the wilderness and just preparing the way. One of the ways he's preparing is a people who are understanding that to be right with God is a heart issue, not an external issue of doing the right rituals or whatever. And so ironically, he's doing a ritual, but he requires people to show fruits of repentance before he'll even baptize them. And so he turns some people away. He says, go bear fruits of repentance and then come back. And so Baptists kind of look to that, though, that principle. And although Christian baptism is distinct, it's done in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. It's this picture of conversion. It's as a distinct Christocentric view, centered on Christ and his work within us. But we do share with John the Baptist his perspective that I will only baptize you if you show evidence of a converted heart. And so can you read about it? It's hard to read much about baptism in that era. The Dead Sea Scrolls people, the Qumran community baptized in some form, but for different reasons. I think there was a purification ritual when you join them. Interestingly, Josephus, in his book Against Appian, he's the Pharisee who lived in the late 1st century. He mentions this really curious thing. He said that there was like years he spent with this guy, a fellow Jew, who wore tree bark for his clothing and baptized himself in cold water every day. There's these different ideas floating around in that era about baptism and what it means. But yeah, John the Baptist has this distinct approach of, I want to see that you've repented and you've shown that by putting your former sins aside and you are turning to God in your heart. And this prepares the people for the ministry of Jesus, who he has introduced, especially in the Sermon on the Mount, as saying everything that God is concerned with comes down to your heart. And it's not about the external. And so, anyway, so that was the first part. The second part you brought up was about like early Puritans in America and if you could boil it down to a one sentence question, what was your question?
Like, I just remember something about how there was a communal element to
Okay,
people
so
being evaluated, kind of.
are you thinking about like the halfway covenant and stuff like that? Because the concern was, one of the big concerns at that time that was unique in American Puritanism was, as far as just taking the forefront, the spotlight, was could parents who were not yet converted have their children baptized? And if they could, on what basis could they do this? Then this gets down to like, so, and I don't want to get way off in this. This will probably be boring people, but you have these two different directions that early Protestants take with infant baptism. You have one side that kind of really does call it a regeneration. The Lutherans do. This is like being born again in some sense, even though you're an infant. And then you have the Presbyterian view, and this begins with Zwingli and Calvin, and they're really, I call it the Presbyterian view because this is where I encounter it today, though it's just a Reformed view, that your baby when they're baptized is entering this covenant. And we will watch and observe and hope that they get faith one day that shows they truly do belong to the covenant of grace. But it's an entering into the covenant, kind of like circumcision in the Old Testament, in babies under the Old Covenant. And of course, Jews still practice this today. They baptize, or they circumcise their boys. And this is a symbol that they belong to Abraham and that they should receive the blessings of Abraham, that God would see that symbol and honor it. But of course, you have to hope and pray that this child actually grows up to have the faith of Abraham. Well, the Christians in the Reformed tradition ended up doing something similar. They make an analogy between baptism and circumcision. And they say, well, we're just going to baptize our babies. This is a sign, but true faith is what will save them one day. So it's more about being in a family, being in your covenant family. So the standards were so high, though, in Puritan America, that to be converted meant not just that you said, I believe in Jesus as my Lord and Savior, but it's that you have shown with all this evidence that you've been converted. You had this great conversion experience and you had your eyes opened, and it was, I certainly believe they raised the bar far too high. So in some churches, very few people thought they were regenerate. And then they would have children. Well, can my kid be baptized? I haven't had the experience yet that I could describe as being born again. I'm still waiting for that. I'm hoping for it. But in the meantime, can my kid get baptized? And there were some who were willing to make that concession and some who are not. But I couldn't give you all the ins and outs of the controversy.
I think the regeneration was one of the key words I was looking for. And I think that inner experience of like, I want to have this experience, but it's not happening, and they're doing all the right things. They're kind of, but there's this inner thing that they have no control over, and that created a lot of anxiety for people. So it's a really interesting element of, I don't know to what extent that's kind of across the board in all denominations, but it's I think there are some denominations that, like as an example, Mother Teresa had something in her biography about how, I think she described it as a spiritual dryness or something, where she just didn't have any faith for like a significant period at the end of her life, I believe. And it was a really interesting, I think when I was reading her obituary, it was just like, fascinating that this person who was maybe the most visible kind of nun in the world had this like really significant lack of that inner experience. And so, yeah, that's kind of a tangent, but I liked your description of things. And I also, I was doing a little bit of AI research about what I must have been thinking about with Jesus baptizing, and I think what I was thinking of is that initial interaction with John the Baptist and Jesus, where John the Baptist wants to be baptized by Jesus, but then
Mm.
Jesus says, no, uh, it's fulfilling something for you to baptize me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always a big problem that interpretational problem that Christians deal with when they get to those passages. Why, if baptism as John performed it is a baptism for the forgiveness of sins, and Jesus, of course, according to the Bible and Christianity, he has no sins. What's he getting baptized for? And the general conclusion, there's different flavors of this, is that he's simply identifying with the people who were coming to John the Baptist. Because a big question at the time is, what group are you going to identify with? Are you going to be a Pharisee? Are you going to be an Essene? Are you going to be a Zealot? If you're a Neolite, are you going to be a Sadducee? And Jesus rejects all of that. And he goes to say, I'm going to be with these people that are going to this weirdo out in the wilderness, dressed like a maniac who eats bugs and honey. And these are the people that I'm going to identify with. And then ironically, just strangely as well to the reader, he also goes and spends all this time with this other class of person, the hamartoloi, which was the Greek word for sinners. This is a class of people. And he identifies with the people who come to John the Baptist, who repent and are showing their sins are forgiven. And then he hangs out with the sinners, which was actually a class of people that was a class that was described in their culture. And so really,
So were they basically just criminals? Like, is it equivalent of like having a criminal record? Or
yeah, it would be like maybe a parallel in our culture would just be certain areas in the city where there's a lot of crime and people just don't care about right and wrong. They're just struggling to survive. So you have prostitutes there, drug addicts, people who are unscrupulous. I don't know. So just, of course, there was a Judean version of that. And that becomes kind of throughout Israel at that time, like a way to describe a particular kind of person. So, yeah.
Okay, well, that was
you need to get familiar with that.
I think that was a good tangent, but maybe we can circle back here. And I'm always interested in primitive theology stuff, so we should touch on that.
That word primitive, though, doesn't mean ancient. It just means it's like a primer on various theological topics. So it's getting back to some like the first place you'd go on certain theological topics. So it's from like the Latin word primus, first. So it is weird, or a primer on something. So very odd title, I know, but
do you remember who the guy was who was there? We talked about his book several sessions ago, who was the primitive theology guy,
like our early church theology?
Yeah,
I can't remember which one. I mean, there's several. I don't know.
Okay, well, anyways.
Yeah. So a life-changing book, I would say like thought-changing book was Justitia Dei, The History of the Christian Doctrine of Justification. That's the 3rd edition. It's again by Alistair McGrath. There's now a 4th edition out, which we should all be thankful for, because that one has so much untranslated Latin in it. I can't believe it was published like it is. But it's great. So justification is a really important Christian doctrine in the West, and it's answering the question, how is a sinner declared righteous before a holy God? That's a big problem, because the fact that we're not righteous is what keeps us from being in a relationship with God. And it's, of course, what would send somebody to eternity in hell, because you cannot be in God's presence as a sinner and you must be punished. So how on earth do you become justified or declared righteous? And that's really good. That book's really helpful at just tracing that out in the Western tradition, just showing how, because of Latin, like the Western church moving from Greek to Latin, in terms of how they interpret the New Testament, their idea of justification in Latin, which I think was justificare, it was more about being made righteous. And so the emphasis becomes like, oh, how is the sacrament making me righteous, making me better? And I'm going to grow and become righteous enough, which obviously becomes a problem at the time of the Reformation, because it's like you have to do all this stuff to be righteous. And then you start to feel like, oh, I'm trying to earn and merit my salvation by being good enough. but then that seems to contradict many of the arguments made in the New Testament that we could never be good enough. And the Protestant Reformation is a return back to the original sources. And the Greek word was not so much about being made righteous, it was about being declared righteous legally. And it's really just a fun book to read, to trace that whole history out. And I would highly recommend the 4th edition for anyone who is interested in that.
So you're saying the 4th edition, they actually do translate all the Latin that was previously untranslated?
Yeah, at least the blocks, there were like blocks of Latin in the 3rd edition. And I had just had Latin, so I could kind of wade through a lot of them, and I was familiar with theological terms. I read that back probably in 2003. And, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend the 3rd edition or earlier for anyone who wants to do that. But yeah, these are good. The only N.T. Wright book I have is that Resurrection of the Son of God. My fellow pastor just asked me about that book yesterday. I told him the first 112 pages or whatever are really good at showing that it's impossible that the resurrection of Jesus was simply this copy of pagan theology, of taking old pagan mythologies and reproducing them in a new form. He shows that it's very unique to Christianity. But yeah, he's kind of a well-known scholar. Have you heard of N.T. Wright?
Yeah, it definitely rings a bell, but maybe you could just say a few words about his legacy.
Well, he's kind of notorious, among Protestants because he goes along with this thing called the New Perspective on Paul, which removes a lot of the traditional concerns that Protestants have about soteriology, about justification and things. He says Paul's not primarily concerned with justification, but he's more concerned with telling people that they don't have to become a Jew to be a Christian, that you're just part of this new people. And there's a whole lot to that, but Protestants don't like the spotlight to be taken away from justification. And so, but he's a pretty decent scholar in a lot of ways. But yeah, I don't have a lot to say about him. The next books, there's actually a 3rd one that's come out since I took this picture, which is on my shelf now. Gary Habermas he's been like an apologist. I think he got his PhD at Michigan State or something, and in ancient history. But he has just been, he's older now, an older scholar. He has debated the doctrine of the resurrection through his whole career. And so now toward the end of his career, he's kind of compiling all of his thoughts about the resurrection of Jesus from the dead and putting them together in very large books. And so the first one is the evidences. The second one is dealing with obviously refutations that have come against the idea that Jesus rose from the dead. And then the third one is just called Scholarly Perspectives, and it's not written in a very user-friendly way, but it's great as a handbook to go to see what various scholars say about different questions that involve the resurrection of Jesus from the dead. And it's not written in a normal way at all, though. It's just like a series of opinions almost, or just quotes from various scholars on various topics, but it's pretty large. I would recommend those books, though. They're certainly worth having if you're interested in Christian apologetics. That's the big question about Christianity. Is the resurrection of Jesus real? If it is, everything else is going to follow along with that. If it's not true, then Christianity is pretty much a useless system as far as the truth goes. But yeah, it's a good set.
Anything else on this shelf? Or
I'll just briefly talk about the Theocratic Kingdom, just because it's such a curious book, and I think people should at least be aware. It deals with this one doctrine of eschatology, one element of eschatology, and that is the millennial reign of Christ. What is in Revelation chapter 20, when Jesus returns and rules and reigns for 1,000 years? How do we interpret that? That's been a question Christians have had for 2,000 years, and there's been different views. The reason that this book is really interesting is because it's written by a Lutheran, G.N.H. Peters, and Lutherans have almost always been what we call amillennial, that there's no literal millennium. It's some kind of a symbol for the church age or something, but there's not a literal 1,000 years that Jesus reigned on the earth. But G.N.H. Peters, this Lutheran scholar from the 19th century, writes this gigantic book defending a premillennial view of the kingdom of God, which is the view that Jesus will literally return and rule and reign physically on the earth for 1,000 years in Jerusalem. And after that comes the eternal state of the new heavens and the new earth. So he does a very good job. He addresses almost every question you could ever have, or any approach you could ever have against premillennialism. He answers it very well. And so people don't talk about it anymore, but it's a mind-blowing book. I've not read the whole thing, but I've often just picked it up, read a question at the beginning and the section that the way he responds to the question, and I think it's cool. But I've never heard of any other Lutherans who are premillennial. So that's all I have to say about that one.
Okay.
And then, yeah, this shelf, it's kind of like a hodgepodge of various things. Some more millennium stuff. And I don't know what we want to talk about. Does anything look interesting to you? The two books that I don't have in the shelf that are laying on top are both about what we mentioned earlier, theosis or deification, participating in God's divine nature. And
there's one kind of caught my eye.
Which one?
The Doctrine of Endless Punishment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because
Shed.
Just to set it up, or maybe you could comment on this, but I find that a significant number of people who sort of walk away from their faith or don't believe in God, one of their key reasons is they can't imagine a loving God who would send people to hell for eternal punishment. So
yeah,
it seems to be a really kind of tough pill to swallow for some people.
Certainly is. It's not a comfortable doctrine at all. It's the most unsettling thing you can even imagine. You can't imagine anything more frightening because of that word endless. So Shedd had to write that book because as thought in the 19th century begins to go in such a new way, where because of Kant, we can kind of form our own views of how we perceive religion to be, and we should kind of mold it and shape it to be our own thing. People, of course, want to jettison almost right away the idea that there is such a thing as hell, or at least there's not an eternal hell. And so Shedd, of course, knows the traditional Christian view and the New Testament. There's not really any way around it. If you want to ask, what does the New Testament teach about the topic? It uncomfortably tells you that there is an endless punishment. Jesus teaches this very plainly on many occasions. The book of Revelation has a frightening passage in chapter 20 about how all whose names are not written in the book of life are thrown into the lake of fire. What a frightening image that is. And it talks about, I think it's in chapter 14 of Revelation, the smoke of their torment comes up before the throne of God forever. And so Jude talks about the blackness of darkness forever for those who reject Christ. And so, yeah, it's not comfortable. And many people do say, because of that, I don't want to be a Christian. But of course, when you remove that, you really don't have any need for the gospel, which is that Christ died for our sins. Well, if there's no punishment for our sins, then, as you would teach that, or at least it's a temporary punishment or something like this, what was the point of Christ doing what he did? Why bother? And so it kind of unravels the whole thing. But we don't get to pick God. I would never say, like, God's not coming to us and saying, hey, what should I be like? I want to make sure you approve of me. That's not his concern. And I think too about a lot of criminals who have received a just sentence and they disagree with the sentence. So that has nothing to do with what you're going to experience. You might think it's unfair that I have to have this particular sentence, or I have to go to prison for the rest of my life. too bad. The judge decided that it was just, and that's what's going to happen. And so that's how Christians approach the question. Like, we don't get to pick. And also just Jonathan Edwards had a great way of describing it for his people as the Enlightenment was beginning, and people in the time of the Enlightenment were beginning to kind of question traditional things like hell. And he said, so imagine if you commit a crime against a low-ranking person in their society. There would be a penalty. You'd have to pay it. But if you commit the same crime against a high-ranking person, there's going to be more concern. And if you go to the leader of your country and you commit that same crime against them, there's likely, of course, in their society, going to be various levels of a penalty depending on how high-ranking the person was that you sinned against or that you harmed or abused. Well, he says, okay, now let's think about that with God. You've spent your whole life sinning against God, who is eternally and infinitely holy and righteous. And so what's the penalty for committing a lifetime of sin, or even just one sin, against an infinitely holy God? The only fitting punishment, he said, is eternity in hell. And he's not inventing that doctrine. He's just illustrating or explaining the doctrine that's already in the New Testament. But yeah, it's uncomfortable. But as Al Mohler has said, we need to guard ourselves from trying to air condition hell, because that's not our job, or it's not at our discretion to try to do such a thing. But yeah, it's certainly eye-catching. Let's see. There's that one book, The Altar Call, and we mentioned that earlier. I believe that was probably a dissertation, I might be wrong, by Bennett. And it just traces out the history of the idea that at the end of a strong sermon, you need to call people, as the preacher, you need to call them to come forward to the altar, and that would be some symbol that they have truly received the message, that they are repentant. And it became, practically speaking, part of their soteriology. Some people would say, and I experienced this when I went to Oklahoma as a pastor, which upset me greatly. I wanted to go to all of our people and hear the story about how they went from unbelief to belief. And when did you become a Christian, basically? And so many people had no concept of the gospel, no concept that Christ died for my sins and rose again. They would all tell me, many of them, not all of them, they would tell me, when I was 8 years old, an evangelist came to church, and at the end of the service, I went forward. And I would ask them what that meant, and that would often puzzle them. What do you mean? What does it mean? I went forward at the end of the service. That was me getting saved. I've done Christianity now. That was Christianity coming forward to the altar. I cried, or I felt really good that day. But I would say, so where does Jesus fit into this? And some people that would puzzle them, and they'd say, well, yeah, him too. Jesus is there, but that was the day I became a Christian. I walked forward to an altar. And you think, well, where did this idea come from? Like, why would God be waiting for people to walk down the aisle of a church and go to the front after a sermon? And he's like, yes, that's what I wanted you to do. Why would he want us to do that? Well, this history is really good because it just shows how it begins in the early 1800s and how it goes through various phases, how it became what it became. Most prominently in America, Billy Graham, who was a wonderful preacher, would have these large stadiums filled with people, and he would call people to some sort of altar, come down to the front, and they would have counselors they could go to and pray. So many people I've encountered from that generation would talk about how they were at a Billy Graham crusade, and they went forward, meaning they went to some kind of an altar call. And it's just a weird idea. Thankfully, it's going away. I don't know that I've ever had an altar call in my life as a preacher, because I don't think walking forward solves any problems in your life. If you want to come and pray with me after the service, that's wonderful. My concern has always been, if you have a question about this, or you want to talk about what it means to be a Christian, or you're interested in baptism, or you need some counseling about an issue that we're talking about, come talk with me sometime. Call me, text me anytime. I will be so excited to talk with you. And then we can sit down in my office and talk for an hour about whatever the issue is. But I always think, if I did an altar call, they would have come forward at the end of the service, perhaps cried and felt emotional, but I would not have had any time to ask what their problem was, to show them from the Bible what it says about their issue. And it's just a bizarre thing. I have had some criticism by the older generation for not doing that, though that's diminishing now. But I find almost no value in it at all, personally. And it confuses unchurched people. They don't know what you're doing. Come on forward. Why? Anyway, I could rant about that for a long time, as you can tell. But yeah. Another phenomenon with books. We saw biblical eldership earlier on my shelves. I have 2 copies of it. So as book people, we often end up with doubles of a book we have somehow. And then there's these small books. They're all handy, good for getting a quick grasp on something in a really clear way. But
So is this a series by Crossway and by B&H? Are these mini series?
so yeah, those Crossway ones are part of a much larger series put out by Nine Marks, which we cooperated with them. Nine Marks is just a ministry that emphasizes 9 particular distinctives to help have healthy churches. Those are good. I'd say the most valuable book that I don't even have on my shelf, I have it on, I guess, just audio, that Tom Rainer wrote, is one called Autopsy of a Deceased Church. Perhaps I have it. Maybe it's further down. There's a Anatomy of a Revived Church, but we did talk about it much earlier. It came up somehow, where he just traces out these symptoms. He studied all these churches that died and looked at all their symptoms before they died, is by talking to the church members and interviewing them. And he found out like all these similarities between churches that would die, but the big factor that Tom Rainer tied together was they were all inwardly focused. And so the more inwardly focused a church had on their own preferences. I want my music to be sang in this church. I want to honor my relative by putting a plaque up on the wall. Like, if these are all your concerns, your church will die. But if we become outwardly focused on loving God, loving people, being welcoming, your church will flourish and grow. So anyway, that's just some wisdom from Tom Rainer. Let's see. And a lot of these are great. Randy Alcorn is a wonderful author. I could say so much about these books. We're not moving very fast today, so maybe we need to keep.
What is Darkland here?
So I haven't read that book. I got it with an order because it was on sale, but it was from Solid Ground Christian Books, a very conservative, reformed leaning publisher. It's about dealing with depression, though. And I believe it's one guy's testimony. I still have to read it. I look forward to reading it someday. But just about dealing with how he dealt with depression and overcame it in a distinctively Christian way. In the book by Randy Alcorn here, though, called Happiness, it's written on a popular level, but really great. There's this weird myth. I wonder, Timothy, have you ever heard this? The idea that that happiness and joy are different things. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah.
Okay. What would the difference be? And if you don't know, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it sort of reminds me of the 4 loves within Greek of like agape and the different these sort of distinctions between these. I think they're just semantically overloaded terms that people define differently, and so it's not that they're, if you went into the OED and you looked at how these things have been defined historically, you'd probably find dozens of senses for each.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, I was wondering, because I don't know if it's just in Christian circles, evangelical circles, where you encounter this idea almost that happiness is a bad thing, but joy is what we all want. That joy is like this deep inward contentment, but happiness is fleeting. But what Randy Alcorn shows is that that's more of an English language issue. But he shows, biblically speaking, and even in the history of Christianity, there's no such idea. There's just happiness, and it's a good thing. And he kind of goes through how God is the source of happiness. And it's good for Christians to be happy. And, of course, fleeting pleasures are one thing. We're not pursuing those, but we all want to be happy. And he's like, there's nothing virtuous in not being happy. And so a lot of times you will hear Christians thinking they're saying some profound thing like Christianity is not about happiness. I think how miserable. So we're all here just to be depressed and sad and serious, you know. I don't see any such thing in the Bible. I see God as this consistent source of joy. He himself is happy. And so it's a good thing. It's a wonderful book, and I recommend that to people all the time. He does probably write. He probably could have reduced it to about half or 2/3 the size and still said the same thing, but it's really good.
I guess I think of the Christian idea of the passions and virtues versus vices, and kind of where you're sourcing your happiness or sourcing your joy is sort of the key thing. I noticed this self-denial book, and I was thinking, like, how does self-denial and even the fasting book I saw here, how do you square that with happiness and joy?
Yeah, that's a great question, because so in Christianity, you this is just human life. You have mixed emotions all the time. It's not like I'm just this person who can experience one kind of emotion. It's so much so that we can hate and love somebody at the same time, you know? And so people don't think that way in conversation. We think we're monolithic. We can only have one emotion at a time. So what you would get from the Apostle Paul, for example, in the book of Philippians, he's sitting in prison because he's denied himself. He's denied doing his own thing, living for his own pleasures, and that has landed him under house arrest in Rome. In this letter, though, he's like talking about how happy he is and how joyful he is. And he's telling the church in Philippi, you guys need to rejoice with me. This is so great. We have God and we have this mission to spread the gospel. And there's nothing better than this. It's known as this letter of joy. And so the two emotions coexist. Self-denial is, you'll find too, if you never deny yourself and you only seek happiness, you end up being the most unhappy person around, because you're just in constant consumer mode and nobody's doing enough for you. And so it really is the key to true happiness is to deny yourself. Even with fasting, a lot of Americans, even American Christians, can't fathom why you would even fast. But it's one of the key for the spirituality that Jesus called his disciples to. The three big things he called us to in the Sermon on the Mount was praying, giving, and fasting. And evangelicals are concerned with those first two, but they don't like the third one. But what I tell people is, you don't really get fasting until you do it. Just do it. Just go for 24 hours and don't eat any food. Take no calories in if you can do this, if you're healthy enough to do this, and you most likely are. And just do it unto the Lord. And it's beyond explanation. You will find, like, you're thinking differently. You have a new form of contentment, a new form of thankfulness. You're more focused on God. People think, well, what am I supposed to do? Like skip a meal so I can pray when I would have eaten that meal? Well, not necessarily. You just don't eat because you're denying yourself pleasures. You're denying yourself these little things that distract you, and just focusing on other things. And you'll find that it's very good for you. And of course, it is biologically good for you. We have now like a lot of Gen Z kids who are so overstimulated all the time that they're trying to get away from technology. And just, I saw a while back that there's kids who will record themselves just sitting there in a room for 15 minutes to show that they did it, doing nothing. Yeah. And it's like, that's what fasting is, but in a more universal, fundamental way that all of humanity can identify with over history and across the globe, of just denying myself food. And so it's a wonderful practice, but in consumer cultures, it seems weird. Let's see, what else? That book, Against Liberal Theology, I'll just recommend that too. So this is a follow-up 100 years after J. Gresham Machen wrote his book, Christianity and Liberalism, which we did talk about. Roger Olson, he's a pretty good theologian, and he's an Arminian, so it always puts him at odds with a lot of the Calvinistic theologians out there today. But just updates an approach to showing that liberal, progressive Christianity is not another form of traditional Christianity. It's another religion altogether. And so he's just kind of re-emphasizing that old thesis in a much more readable way for modern people. And I would recommend it.
So when did this come out pretty recently?
Yeah, I think it did come out in 2023, which is 100 years after Machen, I think, wrote Christianity and Liberalism. I think he wrote it in 1923. I might be wrong on that, but I'm thinking he was trying to do like a 100th anniversary thing. One of the most popular books you'll probably see in pastors' libraries nowadays is The Valley of Vision. I'm not sure if you've ever seen that book before. It's the leather-bound book. And it's just a book. It's called like a book of Puritan prayers, but it's a great book at guiding your prayers when you don't know what to pray on various topics. It is a bit morose at times, but I really enjoy it. Very serious, but valuable book. So a lot of times that's the only Banner of Truth book you'll see on certain pastors' library shelves. But they got it in leather bound, just so it'll last and you can carry it anywhere. I had a friend who joked about it being leather bound like 20 years ago, and he was like, yeah, I carry it around because you just never know. I got to pull it out of my jacket. I need a Puritan prayer right now, and I got this durable volume to carry. So anyway, and not everything is in order here. That book, Giving is the Good Life by Randy Alcorn, really good book on how you find joy when you are giving and being generous, and tons of real life stories in that book from his interviews, and it's really, really well done. I'm not sure if we want to talk about anything else here. Let's see. Yeah, we could probably. They're all good stuff. Robert's Rules of Order. That helps a lot of churches that have members meetings or business meetings, they call them, congregational churches where you have to have everyone come together and make decisions. They almost always use Robert's Rules of Order to guide the decorum of the meeting.
What about the Allure of Gentleness book?
That's one I haven't read yet, but I got it not long ago by Dallas Willard. I only got it. I got it really cheap, maybe like $5 or something. But I know. So one of the things that I see going away in American evangelicalism is the virtue of gentleness. But the Bible often in the New Testament is calling the followers of Christ to gentleness. And it's one of the fruits of the Spirit in Galatians 5. But when you go to the online world, that's the last thing you would see from many Christians. I think, though, he's kind of introducing a gentle approach in apologetics specifically, if I remember correctly. And I was hoping for it to be more well-rounded with gentleness in general. I still hope to read it someday, but it sits there on my shelf. And yeah, some more.
I'm not sure if we defined apologetics earlier, or you might have, but I guess
probably did. But who's watching the whole thing and remembering everything? So, I mean,
I think of it a
minute.
I guess I think of it in terms of like more debate or like argument, in the sense of you're either debating somebody of another faith, or you're sort of making the case for your beliefs or the overall faith, and it's structured as arguments, and so it's sort of linked with systematic theology in that sense.
Yeah. So apologetics is the art and science of defending the faith, or defending anything, but Christians use it to the term when they're defending the Christian faith. And it comes from the Latin word, I guess, apologia, which just means a defense. And but yeah, so
very defensive as opposed to offensive, like affirmatively saying something, as opposed to if somebody attacks your belief, you're defending it.
Yeah. Yeah. So like the early apologists were in the 2nd century, the 100s, were defending Christianity against the accusations made against it, that Christians were cannibals or Christians were incestuous. They were just some abhorrent people that came out of nowhere, that their doctrine was new and therefore they weren't legitimate. So they were defending themselves. And so I guess that's just stuck around since it was our first approach. And yeah, it's usually defending against critics. How do we defend against critics of the faith?
Because I think of it more in the uh like understanding the history of Christianity going from like a minority religion to a majority religion, and having this big evangelistic component where you're kind of going out, and not all of evangelism obviously is making arguments, but to me that seems less of a defensive thing and more of an offensive thing, in the sense of affirmatively going out and making an argument for something. And and I think of the debates between either people of different denominations, or Christians versus atheists, or Christians versus other people of other faiths who also do sort of the apologetics of their faith or their philosophy. It's not purely a defensive activity, and an argument is sort of not necessarily, offensive or defense inherently. So
Yeah, the hope I think behind most apologetics is positive. It's not merely reactionary. It's if I can show that these critics are flawed in their criticism, then perhaps you won't be swayed by them, and then perhaps you will see the truth and coherence of Christianity, and you will become one. Yeah, I think that is the big concern, that it would be almost an evangelistic tool.
this book, this 2-volume series looks pretty interesting.
It is. I haven't read it yet, but I got it. I mean, it's like, man, it's embarrassing. I want to read that so badly, but then what do you think keeps me from reading it? Can you guess?
It looks like it's a little.
It's a big commitment. So I always sort of think like, okay, do I want to commit the next month to just this? And it's like a lot of times I'm like, yeah, I would, but I have this other book that I want to read first. So anyway, that's not been out for too long. Maybe a few years ago that came out, and it's about the history. Obviously, it says there in the subtitle, New History and Interpretation of Christian Universalism. It's looking at like, where did the Christian universalism is the idea that all people will eventually be saved. Hell, if it exists, is temporary, or perhaps it doesn't exist, and everyone and everything is just destined to be reclaimed and by God and will function towards good. And so basically everyone gets saved in the end. And saying that through a Christian lens, that's Christian universalism. Obviously, that's at odds with the history of Christianity, the traditional approach, and it's at odds with a lot of plain passages in the New Testament, but nevertheless it exists. So where did it come from? What are its origins? What are its goals? What are the foundations of it intellectually? Where did this come from? And so, you can go back as early as the 3rd century figure Origen, the 3rd century Christian scholar, and he seems to hint at it. And others later in the 4th century, Gregory of Nyssa hints at it, and but then it goes away, but it comes back with a force around the time of the Enlightenment. And like I said, I haven't read it. I listened to a podcast where he was interviewed about it, but I remember his conclusion as something like, yeah, if everyone gets saved, there's no need for grace. And that's not compatible with Christianity, because Christianity is clearly saying there is a need for grace, God's kindness towards his creation. And it's not given universally. We know that. If it was given universally, why would we require it? Why would we rejoice when somebody gets God's grace or kindness? And so anyway, it sounds very interesting. And
yeah, I mean, it's part of my interest in the history of Puritanism in New England and Massachusetts especially, and the history of Harvard, where they really turned away from Puritanism and towards Unitarian, and then the Unitarians merged with the Universalists to form the Unitarian Universalist church, and that's a very influential. That sort of represents, I would say, the underlying ideology of Harvard in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And because Harvard then is sort of like um, almost the Vatican of the secular university system in the U.S. and in the Anglosphere and in the world in general, it sort of sets the tone, and that then gets imitated. So
Yeah.
this Unitarian Universalistic um, perspective is extremely influential. And you look at stuff like DEI and the flags that you'll see on a lot of these Unitarian Universalist churches, it's really, in many ways, our new secular religion, or sort of the reigning, even international ideology or theology. So I think
Yeah.
it seems to get ignored by a lot of people.
Yeah, it goes back to our brief conversation about Shedd's book on the doctrine of endless punishment, where once you remove hell, you kind of lose the whole need for Christianity in the first place. Not that makes up Christianity completely, but the Christianity is built on this death of Christ for our sins to accomplish something for the people who come to put their faith in Christ. What is being accomplished, and so what you notice is when you have the Unitarians come along, and eventually it becomes Unitarian Universalism in our time, they lose what it means to distinctively be Christian. And I don't think if you went to a Unitarian Universalist church and said, "Are you distinctively Christian?" they would say no. You can read from anyone's scriptures there. You could read the Quran on a Sunday morning, and that would have just as much value as the Bible. And it would almost be offensive, I think, in one of those churches to say there is something distinct and exclusive about Christianity. So just introducing that does slowly erode what it means to be Christian. And I think this is just my opinion. I think it has some merit. You do see this happening in a strange way in the Roman Catholic Church with Pope Francis, where he had expressed at one point he hoped hell was empty. That it's like, well, how could you even entertain such a hope if you know that there are people who openly have denied Christ and knowingly repudiated him? How could you say such a thing? But it's, I think, this creeping universalism, because the popes, the modern popes, seem to see themselves not so much as over the church, but over like the world. And they're like this pastor to the world, which is not the call like of a pastor. You're a pastor to your church. And so Leo seems to kind of, I don't remember the things he said, but I remember feeling similar with some of the recent statements that Pope Leo has said, where it's like, wow, it's like, is he just a universalist? Like, why would you be a Catholic? What's the point? It doesn't really make sense if that's your perspective. So it's a traditional Christians see it as a scourge and a problem. Obviously a temptation, because hell is so unpleasant. Like, yeah, part of us would say, I'd like to imagine we're all just happy in the end and everything's great, but that would not fulfill the justice of God, and it would not be an appropriate end for a just judge to declare all people saved. That's how.
This reminds me of is the Jesus with the woman and cast the first stone. There, that parable does kind of maybe make some people think that the new covenant, or that sort of fire and brimstone Old Testament God, is sort of repudiated by Jesus by not enforcing the punishment. And so Jesus himself is the one who is without sin, and he doesn't cast the stone.
That's
so people don't usually talk about that piece of it, but he's, by his own kind of reasoning there, he should be the person to stone her, and he doesn't do that. So it kind of is maybe confusing to people that how they should interpret all the kind of seeming contradiction there.
Yeah, excellent. And I think that pericope, that section is about hypocrisy ultimately, because he knows they, or at least some of them, have done the same thing and are still alive, right? So that's Jesus's biggest emphasis, it seems like, if you kind of go through and count all the things he emphasizes throughout his ministry, and you say, what's the one he emphasizes the most? It's religious hypocrisy. That's his big soapbox. And but at the end of the parable, though, or not, that's not a parable. At the end of the story, he does say, "Go and sin no more." I mean, calling her to repentance. So it really does. You're right. Like, justice would demand that this woman be killed if she was truly even committing the sin. We don't even know that. And where's where's the man? You know, that was supposedly involved too. He should be pulled out as well. But yeah, his biggest concern is repentance, and he has warned there is coming a day of judgment. He asks the Pharisees in Matthew 23, "How will you escape the judgment of hell?" You know, and so there is obviously a judgment coming.
Hmm.
What's your plan? You know, and but anyway, yeah, it probably is a beloved passage by those who are universalists to point out. But I would say he's deferring that now. There's something new is obviously happening with Jesus's coming in the biblical story. And there are a lot of judgments in the Old Testament law that are never carried out in Scripture either. Like the stoning of a rebellious child. Like, this is often abhorrent to people when they read about it, think in Deuteronomy, that when you have a child who's rebellious and won't listen to their parents, you're supposed to publicly stone them. That's abhorrent, but as far as we know, it never even happens. You know, it's just this picture of that's what should happen if we executed exact, complete justice. But human beings aren't going to carry that out. And I think by the time you get to the time of Jesus, we're seeing a lot of this stuff isn't getting carried out because it's just too much. Justice is too much. Nobody wants justice anymore. We need mercy. And that's what Jesus brings, is this grace and this mercy in his ministry, but at the same time, a warning about the day of judgment. Which I could say a lot more, but we should probably keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few books on predestination, controversial doctrine. And I don't get a lot of pleasure out of arguing about predestination like some people do. I'm just like, it's just there, whatever, let's move on. And people don't usually like that approach, but I'm like, whatever. Let's see. Safe in the Arms of God by John MacArthur. Again, that pastor who died not long ago. This might be a book of comfort for any Christians watching. He does write a book specifically about infants who die, and his confidence that when a baby dies in infancy, that they do go to heaven. And he, like I said, the Bible doesn't talk about that directly, but it does talk about it indirectly. And so that's a really encouraging book, I think, for people who have experienced that and maybe have questions. But yeah. You know, I really don't like when publishers print the title the wrong way as that Immortal Souls book. Sometimes Brill does that too, but I assure you, it's not upside down. It's right. They just printed it wrong. That Historical Theology book by Greg Allison is really good. It's a systematic approach to historical theology. So if you're like, okay, I want to know what the church has taught about the millennial reign of Christ in a systematic way, somebody break down the views for me. He does it. And so it is a textbook, but it's just a great resource to have if you want to know what have Christians believed. He always has at the beginning of each chapter a summary of, like, here's what Christians have universally always said about this particular topic. Here are the secondary issues they've divided on, and then the chapter will be laying out those various views. So really valuable book to have.
Do you know this statue?
Yeah, those are 4 reformers. I don't remember where that's at, somewhere in Europe. But I don't recall. It's like Calvin's one of them.
I think that's Calvin because he's got the beard and that skull cap.
Yeah, there's Calvin, probably Theodore Beza. I don't know.
I just put it into AI and it just came back. It's a crop shot of Reformation Wall in Geneva, Switzerland. These are large stone statues of the main Protestant reformers. William Farel, and I'm probably pronouncing some of these wrong. William Farel, John Calvin, Theodore Beza, and John Knox.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that a number of times and not really looked into it. But
It sort of has the same vibe as that famous Martin Luther King statue that's in the sort of same sandstone and has this kind of blocky, almost, I don't know if there's some Soviet sculptures that have that kind of like very broad shouldered kind of like, I don't usually imagine Calvin being like very broad shouldered like that.
Yeah. Yeah, he was kind of a sickly dude, wasn't he? But you got to make him, kind of like that statue of Lenin that we made you remember, It's so big, superhero-like, but not really. This series, Christ in the Christian Tradition, is actually a big series by Grillmeyer, and he was a Catholic, so you could see Society of Jesus. He was a Jesuit, but it's a really great treatment of just early church Christology, the study of Christ and who he is. I only read the first volume so far, and I really want to read the others. But the first one was kind of covered what I wanted up to Nicaea, like early church Christology and how did Christians kind of wrestle with who Jesus was as God and man leading up to Nicaea and then Chalcedon. But his goal was to kind of be ecumenical, meaning bringing together various groups. He wanted to bring together Roman Catholics and Eastern Orthodox to show they really didn't have that much. They had a lot in common, I guess is what I'd say, when it comes to answering the question, who is Christ? And it's a really good resource, but you do need to know, I think you pretty much got to know some Latin and Greek, at least in the first volume. I'm assuming the rest as well. There's this one volume in the series that is consistently like priced over $300, and I have it on a watch list. I've never seen it dip under 300 at one time. Anyway, just comment on that. Another famous series that you'll see in a lot of libraries is the Yaroslav Pelikan volumes, and I don't even have the first one that goes up to the year 600. But this is like you'd be surprised. You'd say 5 volumes, that must be a lot. There must be so much in there. But he's covering 2,000 years. And when you read one of those volumes, you're like, you get to the end, and you're like, I feel like he didn't say anything. There's so much more that he could have said, and he just touches on the surface throughout the whole thing. Interestingly about Yaroslav Pelikan, he was a very renowned scholar in his time, late 20th century. And he began as a Lutheran, and he was the editor of the English edition of Luther's works. But toward the end of his life, he became Eastern Orthodox, and which was a shock to so many because he was this really well-known Lutheran scholar. But it's a good set. I would recommend it.
I was just noticing the names of these two guys.
Yeah.
Because Jaroslav sounds like kind of a Slavic name, and then this guy's name seems German. So
yeah, he is German, because that one book that's really expensive, the one in the series, is translated from the German. I suspect that's, I mean, I guess maybe they all are, but
so volume 3 is the one.
I think it was. There's like volume 1, and then the various parts, and the remaining volumes, volume 2, part 1, volume 2, part 2. Then there's volume 3, and that might be in like 3 parts. So Christology gets pretty in depth in the early church. That was their big concern in late antiquity.
Just the nature of man and God in one.
Who is Jesus? Of course, the Chalcedonian traditional Christian view is that he is 100% God, 100% man in the same person. And but of course, some people want to say describe it in other ways. Maybe he's only divinity and no humanity, or only humanity and counted as divinity, or he's 2 persons, not 1 person. And it seems like hair splitting to a lot of people, but the important thing to know when you read that is this was really important to those Christians. And part of understanding just history and our tradition is not saying, did other people think the same things were important that I think are important? It's what did they think was important, and why did they think it was important, and what can I learn from that?
Why did they think it was important?
Well, it is a really important issue to know who Jesus is, because that's what makes you distinct from your pagan past. You've turned from idols, the gods of the old pantheon, and turned exclusively to this Trinitarian God uh, because the work of Jesus Christ. And so if you just start thinking like, does it matter who Jesus is? Answer, yes. Okay, if that matters, well, how much does it matter? Who is he? How would we know? I think the reason we don't ask so many questions in our time about it as Christians is because it was so pedantically looked at in that age that every question seems like that could be answered, has been answered. And we all agree now we're moving forward. We have the Chalcedonian definition from 431, and we're done with it. You know, we know all questions are answered. Let's keep going. So not that there aren't new reflections on Christology. There are, but I just feel like all the work got done. So it's like before you build your house, you want to know, like, what's the plan of our house? We have an architect who's designed it. And once you have it designed and you're living in it, you're no longer really thinking deeply about how it's going to be designed. You're just taking it for granted. And I think a lot of people take Christology for granted, you know, like, okay, we know who he is. Let's move forward. And whether that's healthy or not, that's just how it is.
Okay. So you want to move to the next shelf?
Sure, we can do that. Yeah.
So this rounds out this bookcase.
Yeah. Yep. And the bottom shelf, really, there's not going to be a lot on that bottom one, but there's some helpful stuff here.
More McGrath.
Yeah, this is specifically stuff on spirituality, the living out your particular theology. So like evangelical spirituality is going to be like, well, how have evangelicals approached Christian practice? You know, prayer, fasting, mysticism, you know, whatever. What's been their approach to this and that? So
what about this one on mentorship?
So that's Haken does a lot of historical theology work. He's a Baptist. I can't remember. I think I don't even want to comment on it. I think he wrote that one about specifically like being mentored by the Puritans. That's volume 2. So maybe I think he might just be saying, let's go to the past and allow past figures of Christian history to be our mentors today. What would they tell us?
Here's
the
Moeller.
wrath of. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, here's Moeller.
Yeah, I got that book to help lead a class on leadership right before COVID happened. And then COVID happened and we never resumed the class after COVID because things were so weird. So kind of a landmark book is that one called Recovering Biblical Manhood and Womanhood by Piper and Grudem, John Piper and Wayne Grudem. And that was like a pretty important book that was, it was available for free. It probably still is. They wanted everyone to read it that possibly can read it. It's a series of essays defending what's called complementarianism instead of egalitarianism when it comes to viewing men and women. So complementarianism means men and women are different, but they complement each other with their differences. So men have strengths and weaknesses, women have strengths and weaknesses, but when they come together, they both fill in the gaps for each other. And that was scandalous in the late 20th century because feminism was at its all-time blind move forward, like, which I would just say, we're trying to say the basic call from an observer's point of view of the feminists of the late 20th century is women can do anything that men can do. And who cares about differences? And so that was like the orthodoxy of the age from a secular perspective. So that was, of course, entering the church, and the church is in this awkward position of, we can't go with you because there are some really plain scriptures that say otherwise. But what the complementarianism was doing was saying, neither one is bad. Masculinity is not bad. Femininity is not bad. They're both made by God and they're really good. And although you have exceptions, women tend to be nurturers and they're really good at it. Men tend not to be good at it. Are there exceptions? Yeah, there are some males who like could volunteer in a church nursery and do a great job. Generally speaking, though, they just don't like doing that. And so they defended it. It's a very scholarly approach that helped people feel good about it. They're citing peer-reviewed literature throughout and really trying to come at it from a serious perspective. Now, what's unfortunate is you have like a new, I mean, I would say the complementarian view is very sound. And I think you're seeing it in our age with Generation Z, just kind of having a new perspective on lots of stuff, kind of like feeling comfortable with that in a lot of ways.
Mm.
But you have another new perspective coming out that's within some quarters of Christianity, which is just a terrible view. That's really just kind of, right now they're talking about, the need to get rid of women's right to vote. I don't know if you see this at all, but it's coming out, and even the secular press is like covering this group of Christians. I don't think they're going to get anywhere with that, but along with that, and there's a whole lot to talk about with voting and its history, and that we're not going to talk about that right now, but just like a repudiation of women in general. And so there's this one pastor who has quite a following on social media, and he refuses to engage with women at all. And instead, he just tells them what kind of pie he would like them to bake for him. And he's not a serious man, but people are kind of taking them seriously. So if a woman calls him out, he just says apple, like it's foolish. And to see this extreme way that some people are taking manhood and womanhood right now in our fragmented age is kind of disappointing. But yeah, anyway, that's just kind of a big tangent. We keep moving. Robert Gagnon, though, he's pretty visible. He is like the main conservative scholar on sexuality in the Bible. And this is kind of his magnum opus, The Bible and Homosexual Practice. And his main goal is to show what people believed in the time of the Bible, what the Bible intended to say about same-sex sexuality, and mostly because you have some progressive Christians trying to read back a contemporary view of sexuality back into the Bible, which is very strange because ancient people just thought very differently than us, not just with sexuality, but with everything. And so he's just trying to show those approaches are not healthy. They're not sound. And so another book that's very controversial in my library, I don't think it's controversial, but most people, I think, in our world today would, but majority of people, is The Health Hazards of Homosexuality. But it's by Mass Resistance, which is a controversial organization. The only reason it's controversial is because they would not be controversial from like the 1980s earlier throughout all of human history. They're just the ones who continue to say what the West has traditionally believed about same-sex sexuality. Of course, if you say it now, because they always had such a change in our zeitgeist, now it's just you're not allowed to say that stuff. But it's just trying a really pragmatic approach to say homosexuality, particularly male homosexuality, has a lot of health hazards to it. Obviously, that's the title, and they bring that out. The book by Riley is written by a Catholic, and he's trying to write how on earth did we go as a culture from saying same-sex sexual behavior was contrary to our design and therefore bad for us to now saying it's okay and good. And he really doesn't come at it by using the Christian scriptures or anything distinctively Christian. He's trying to use like a natural theology perspective of just like looking at nature and natural law and how could we analyze the situation and come to a conclusion that this is a wrong direction. Of course, because Catholic theology does not think it's okay. They say it's disordered behavior. And then probably the most controversial books on the shelf are the next two by the same author, who I think has passed away, Nicolosi. So Case Stories of Reparative Therapy is it's about how from his practice as a psychiatrist, how he had like taking real life stories of people who went through reparative therapy, which is, what do they call it now when we talk about that? That's the it's illegal in many states now to counsel somebody to move away from homosexual behavior. And it was at one time called reparative therapy. And he just shows how in several cases people came to him wanting this therapy. They wanted it. So it was never forced on them. They said, "Hey, I don't like the way I'm living. I'd like to live in a different way." And he shows like some of the patterns he had seen in their stories. And whether they came out just living a celibate life after the therapy was done, or in some instances, moving towards living as a heterosexual person, which is, again, against the orthodoxy of our age to even mention that that's possible. But he's saying, hey, these are real human beings who experienced this. They did experience a change. They went from homosexual lifestyle to getting married to a woman and saying that they're happy, and I believe them. And so then he also wrote this other book, which is this is the most offensive, no doubt, A Parent's Guide to Preventing Homosexuality, because the question of our age would be, why would you want to prevent that? And though no other era of human history would ever say, why would you want to prevent that? So what he does there is he had done so much counseling, therapy with dealing with people's sexuality, that he found certain patterns in men and women who were homosexual. And so he writes this provocative book that would say, hey, these are the commonalities that seem to result in somebody's early life experience that seems to result in them living a homosexual lifestyle. And so he's going to write as a Christian saying, if you don't want that for your child, here's what you can do. Now, that's scandalous to say, but the reality is, not all, but there are several parents who see that title and think, hey, I want to know what he says. Whether it's popular or not, that's a reality. They say, I want to know what that guy says. And Christians have this really strange guide to the history. I mean, I say strange because it's strange to most people, but in Romans chapter 1, Paul traces out the cycle that leads to total depravity and the end of a civilization, where he says people know that there's a God, and they know this by just looking at the universe, and they know that it's contingent. It depends on something. It came from something, and that thing should receive glory and thanks from us, but we don't give it glory and thanks. Instead, what we do is we look to created things and we give them glory and thanks, and we make idols out of those things. And he says the result of continued idolatry is that you're given over to a debased mind. Your mind stops functioning in reality. And from there, he says, you begin to do all kinds of unseemly things, which leads to sexual depravity, which then leads to homosexuality. And he lists that out and describes it in detail, both male and female homosexuality. And then at the end of the chapter, he says it leads to a whole vice list. He gives a whole list of disobeying your parents, being unthankful. And so he shows how it all begins with simply saying, I'm not interested in the God who made things, who made me and the universe. I'm interested in created things. I'm going to make those my God. And so, it's interesting that he's so specific on the sexual component to that. And it's the only component to the decline of man that he gives great detail to. Anyway, but yeah, we've carried that through. That's been something that Christians have used for 2,000 years to kind of look at the decline of civilizations. A lot of these books here are just, again, like a lot of them are devotional books, which means just books of encouragement, spiritual truth from the Bible, Christianity. But embedded in that is Craig Keener's 2-volume Miracles book, which is just there because I didn't know where else to put it. But it's his very scholarly treatment of the idea of miracles, almost like against David Hume, like Humean skepticism, but a lot of real life examples that he tries to cite from doctors and others, showing that there are such a thing as unexplained phenomena that does break the rules of nature, seemingly, and it's not a crazy thing to believe in. It just doesn't fit within our current methodology as we approach the world. So whenever we see a miracle, we tend to just discard it. And he says that it's a legitimate thing, though. So anyway, I would recommend that book, but the short version of it is Miracles Today. And most people don't want to read a 1,200-page book. But if you want to read a 300-page one, there's Miracles Today. But a lot of these other books are just, short books. I don't have anywhere else to put my library. Many of them I've read, maybe in a group or as an individual. And many of them I haven't read yet.
What about the Judas one?
Yeah, it's like a study of Judas, and there's not like a lot of information about Judas in the Bible, but if you know preachers, we can take a little bit of information and say a lot about it. And so, I read that book a few years ago, and it's very sobering, sad, because obviously Judas Iscariot is the disciple who betrayed Christ, but it's written in a very admonishing tone, warning, don't follow his pattern.
So is it academic or is it more like...
No, it's, I would say, more homiletical, like sermon-like.
Because I kind of think of like, you think of Cain and Abel, or you think of Adam and Eve, and there's, at least in my understanding, more kind of explanation of their motives. Whereas for Judas, it seems more hazy.
Yeah, there are like little signs. You're right. I mean, he complains when money's given or money was used for something expensive because he says it could have been given to the poor. But then John notes he didn't care about the poor. He only cared about keeping the money because he was the one who held the bag of money for the disciples, which he would dip into and take money out for himself. There's that. And the only thing we really know is that he had kind of made money his god, and he was a greedy man. But the striking thing about Judas is that he was with Jesus for 3 years, with the disciples that whole time. You would have looked to Jesus and his disciples if you lived at that time and assumed this man is a great man. He loves God. He wants to do the right thing. It seems that Judas would have been performing miracles with the rest of the disciples and even preaching the kingdom of God. And so he's a great example to use, very effective, I should say, not great, an effective example to use when people say, hey, these people have to be fine. They're here in our church. They must be Christian. They must be completely converted, and they're on their way to heaven, and they know God. It's like, hey, that's not necessarily true. We don't know that. It's possible that some people here are like Judas. And so anyway, he's a very important example for modern Christians to meditate on, to ask, am I like him? Am I reflecting any of his characteristics? I hope not.
But then he also hangs himself, which is kind of, I don't know, somewhat unprecedented in the Bible otherwise.
Well, there are suicides in the Bible outside of that. Ahithophel and King Saul kill themselves. But yeah.
Are there any books on that, on kind of suicide in the Bible?
I'm sure that there are. I don't know them, but I wouldn't doubt that somebody's done a study on suicides in the Bible. They're always negative. They're never, in Rome, it was sometimes looked at as a legitimate way out, or even a noble way out. I mean, the Roman Empire or Roman Republic. But yeah, the Bible never, it always shows as like the end of a distraught person who had abandoned God earlier. So if you chose the wrong side, you were a selfish person. It's always warning readers, like, if you choose this way of life, you could end up in such a place where you view this as the only escape, and you kill yourself. And so your last act is the act of murder. You murdered yourself. And so it's really just a shameful thing biblically. But yeah, it's I guess fitting in the biblical story for Judas, because it's like he's seen as committing the greatest crime that anyone's ever committed, the most wicked man who's ever lived. even early Christians would write additional things about Judas just to show what a wicked man he was, saying he was gluttonous, really a largely overweight man, couldn't fit through doors, like were really strange things they would say about him, but just to kind of amplify his self-centeredness. So yeah, some of these other books they're all good. Everything on the shelf here is good, but I don't know if we're going to comment on everything. I haven't read Scientism and Secularism yet, but I hope to. Scientism.
This one, The Enemy Within.
So it's both of these books are similar to each other. At the Altar of Sexual Idolatry and The Enemy Within, they're both about just our modern culture making it normal to kind of serve your sexuality or sexual desires. So like, if I desire something sexually, well, it must inherently be good because I'm a sexual creature. And both these authors are showing that that's not the case for Christians. Sex is good, but it's good when it's exercised according to God's plan within marriage between a man and a woman. And outside of that, it has to be fought. And so both of them have a similar perspective, just a guide primarily aimed towards men who want to live their sexual lives in a way that lines up with Scripture and their design.
Okay.
But yeah, and then this bottom shelf, like I said, I put a lot of stuff down here that I don't know. I probably need to empty it out. I did teach that introductory logic book at the very bottom. I really loved that. I taught some of our students here over the course of, I think, 36 weeks, and our homeschool kids. And man, I was aware of syllogisms in general, but teaching it was so helpful. I really had to learn it well, and I think about it every day now. So I break everything down to a syllogism in my mind all the time. Like, what's the major premise? What's the minor premise? Is this syllogism sound? And anyways, it's pretty good
here.
Yeah, so there was like a short 5 to 10 minute video that would accompany each of the lessons, and then we would just do the exercises. And
this might be the first Canon Press one we've seen, right?
Yeah, probably. Strangely, I have another Canon Press book right in front of me by Doug Wilson.
Which one?
I don't have many. Oh, I think I have another one somewhere in the library.
I mean, which one is the one you have in front of you?
Oh, this one is called Boast Not Against the Branches, the Reformed Tradition and the Jews. And it's a very small book. It's just kind of addressing some of the recent anti-Semitism that's becoming more popular today, particularly among even Reformed-leaning Christians. But generally, they're merely informed by X and by YouTube, and they don't really know their own tradition. Their tradition is to think positively about the Jews as an ethnicity and an ethnic group, even if they deny Jesus was the Messiah, and they are generally honored as a people and to be respected. But today, yeah, there is a strange turn in an extreme direction. So he knows that. Doug Wilson is a very learned man. And so he's just kind of reminding through the centuries of what the Reformed tradition has said about Jewish people. But yeah, a lot of these are just like, I don't know, books that have accumulated. Some of them are meaningful. Other ones, like I said, it's just, I don't have anywhere else to go.
That's kind of interesting, Finding the Right Hills to Die On.
Well, that's a really good one. That's by Gavin Ortland, and he's pretty well known on YouTube, a Baptist, but it's about sorting out your doctrine. Like, so remember earlier I was talking about the doctrine of the millennium, the 1,000-year reign of Christ. Is that something that Christians like need to fight about and separate over? Should we split our church over it? No. But what about the Trinity or who Christ is? Is that important? Yeah, that's deeply important because it deals with God, and that's a hill worth dying on. So he talks about the method of how to sort out. He calls it triage, doctrinal triage. You sort out first, second, and third level issues and how that works and why it's legitimate. But a lot of people need that because a lot of people who are new to Christianity or the Bible They think everything is equal in importance. Even really obscure passages, whatever interpretation I was taught of it is the interpretation, and I'll die on that hill. I'll fight my friends. I'll argue about it online. And it's like, whoa, dude, calm down. This is something we've disagreed on for a long time. It's not clear. It's okay. We're free to disagree. So it's a really good book, though. Let's see. These are other ones that I just give out to people when I'm doing counseling and a question comes up, something just like a weird section right there. Then we're getting other ones that are just general devotionals. So this is just all hodgepodge, random, like don't know where else to put it stuff. And stuff I forget is even there, a lot of it. But that concludes my church library, my church office.
Okay, so we're back again for session 12, and we just finished up last time on this shelf. And so now we're moving to the Oxford Handbooks bookcase. And so we'll start here at the top. Are there any here in particular? And maybe you could talk about actually first just how these are organized.
Yeah, it's funny that they're called handbooks. We often think of something small and quickly accessible that has just the very, very basic information about something as a handbook. But these are large, heavy books. They do contain introductory material on whatever the topic is. But I would think for a lot of these, it's not the first place I would send a person on the topic. It's almost like you want to find some ordinary textbook first and read about the topic, get your framing down, and then these books will deal with the problems that need to be solved in the study of that particular subject. And whatever it might be, academia is just always dealing with problems and solving them and giving the pros and cons of various solutions. And so they're really valuable, but you want to know a little bit. So what I've done for me, I'm not some expert that sits around reading textbooks and knowing everything, but one of the most helpful things for me, if anyone's interested in getting into a particular subject that an Oxford handbook covers, is I've watched the Great Courses, which is a company that's been around for a long time. I've mentioned them earlier in our videos, but that was a long time ago. So
And they used to be called the Teaching Company, and then they rebranded maybe 50 years.
Yeah, back in the old days, and they would send out cassette tapes and probably VHS tapes, I'm not sure. But now it's all through streaming, and it is just a great way to be introduced to a topic. It's like just doing the 101 class on so many different things, and with expert educators as your lecture. So a lot of times I've watched a course there or listened to a course, whatever. And then I'm like, man, I want to go to the next level. So
I want to just add one thing, which is a lot of these courses come with a handbook, or not a handbook, but like a little booklet.
Yes.
So they have these kind of, and you can get them from the library also. Or at least you used to be able to. I guess they ran a sale earlier this year that they were like it was kind of like when Netflix fully got away from physical DVDs. The Great Courses did a sale, like clearing their inventory earlier this year, and they went completely digital. But there's still a lot of the really good stuff you can actually get out of the library, and I just want to make a note of that for people.
Yeah, it's true. So I mean, a lot of the best courses too never made it to streaming, and they've actually had some courses that were streaming that they've had to take off because of just various rights issues, with whatever media was used. So the library is still a great resource for a lot of these. But yeah, like think about the French Revolution. They have a 48 lecture course on the French Revolution and Napoleon by Suzanne Dizan, who's like an expert on it. You see her name all over the place in French Revolution studies. And she does a great job. I was like, man, I knew so little about it before I watched that. But then you think, wow, 48 lectures, that's 24 straight hours of somebody just telling you about the French Revolution and Napoleon. And so you watch that and then you're ready for the next level. But imagine that with every subject that you can study. They've been around for so many years. It's hard to think of something that they haven't done a class on. And so a lot of the time they're just redoing classes they've already done in the past, just updating the research or even updating the media that, that they've used just so it looks a little bit better. Some classes, the older is better than the newer, in my opinion. But yeah, it's a great way to be introduced to a subject. And with Audible, you can just spend 1 credit and get a whole course on audio. Of course, some classes need the visual to watch, like a mathematics class. You never listen to that. But anyway, so these are then the next level you'd want to go to once you're a little bit familiar with something, and you want to find out what are the problems in this area of study, or it's something you're just familiar with. Maybe you majored in something in college or minored in something. You have the foundation. These books help you go to the next level. There's a guy on YouTube who had, I don't know if he had all of them, the Oxford Handbooks, but he had a lot more than I have. It was really insane. I've read through Cambridge histories. I've never read through an entire Oxford Handbook. I read a lot of the essays in them, but I've just never read one cover to cover. And one reason is they are so huge. When you open it, to make it through a page takes a long time, and so it might just be that. But I usually just go to it when I have a question about a particular subject. But they're expensive too. So once one is sold well, it'll eventually be coming out in paperback. But the hardcovers, I think now, I don't have the Oxford Handbook on Kant, but it came out earlier, maybe this year in 2025. But it's like $195 for the volume. So that's a lot. And I would probably just wait for it to come out in paperback now. I will spend $195 on rare occasion on a book, but not casually at all. And also you can find a lot of these used. And but yeah, I've enjoyed them. A couple of them, I just got them for super cheap, and I haven't touched them. Like the Oxford Handbook on Quaker Studies, it was $5. I thought maybe I'll need this someday to answer a question, but I've yet to need it. But still, $5. Why was it so cheap? The other thing is too, they can go out of date because academia on certain subjects is moving so quickly that to get a handbook covering all the academic questions from 15 years ago, the conversations may have changed by now. The Oxford Handbook of Plato, there's already a 2nd edition out. I only have the 1st edition, but I guess they're moving fast in Plato studies. But yeah, I do recommend them if it's something you're interested in. And just series of essays by different authors. The name you see on the binding is the editor who compiled the authors and studies and essays and organized everything and presented it. But usually they might write one article or the introduction. But yeah, that's just the editor's name there.
And how do you organize them? Is there a sorting order?
I just organize them in alphabetical order because I'm that's how I know. I just think in my mind, if I wanted to find the Oxford Handbook of Plato, where's the first place I would look? Well, I would look for the letter P. So that's how I've organized these ones.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I think a good way of distinguishing these from the great books series or the great courses is that these are really meant for somebody who's pretty familiar with academic writing and can handle a very heavily cited and something with the advanced vocabulary of a scholarly introduction to something.
Yeah.
And then there's also just sort of the economics of how these are constructed, where you have to sort of, a scholar who writes a chapter in something like this, it's often not considered a totally legit piece of writing for them because it's more of a synthesis. It's more of a summary and less of a new contribution to the field. So it's seen as not really as innovative.
Yes.
And so there's an incentive for the best scholars to not necessarily become involved because it won't help their career in the way that other things might. And so to counterbalance that, they often allow people to write articles that are sort of their pet project that aren't actually representative of like
Yeah.
so you get some like odd ducks in there. And what I tell people is like, you know, any chapter that's written, usually one of the editors, maybe the first named editor, will write the first chapter in the intro. And in the intro, there'll be or preface, they'll have a summary, like a 1-paragraph summary of each chapter usually. And so if you read that and you read the articles written by the editors, those are generally going to be quite good. But then the rest of it is going to be sort of a grab bag, and they are sort of, you just have to understand the sort of dynamics of academia, of why it might seem from the outside that it's very prestigious to write for an Oxford handbook, but it's actually not, or it varies. So
it does vary because, like, in my area of study, I see a lot of top names that will be represented. So like theology and Bible, like on the ones that cover that, there are definitely, like you're describing, some names I'm like, I have no idea who this person is. Yeah, and it's probably a guy early in his career, but maybe he wrote his dissertation on this, and so he was easy to tag for it. But there are other names, like there's a new one coming out, the Oxford Handbook on Biblical Textual Criticism, and I saw on one of the Facebook pages that I follow, like, and I don't have this one yet because I'm not even sure that it's released yet, but they were like, here's 7 of our contributors who are going to be in this volume. And I recognized almost all of them. And I was like, yeah, those are top people in the field, in the English speaking world of scholarly literature on the subject. But yeah, there were a couple names I didn't recognize. But I think when you know too the editor, you can feel good about it. That they're not going to present you with some novice, you know, somebody who doesn't know what they're saying. But I've absolutely read some articles in these, and I'm like, man, this was like a very poorly presented argument. Like, I don't know what point you were making. So if I ever read an article or anything, I get to the end and I can't say what it was about, that's a problem. That's a good question to ask yourself. Can I tell you what this thing I just read was about? It should not take a lot of effort to do that if you're reading a good writer. And so there are times, yeah, where I'm like, I'm not sure what that was really about. A lot of information, not sure. But yeah, the best ones are like when they're just saying, hey, I want to catch you up to speed on the conversation about this particular topic in the field. And so that's what I have them for. I read not, so, you know, your friend Greg, who you've done a lot of videos of, he reads like a lot of readers, and it's awesome. He loves story and myth and all this. And I'm like, man, I'm kind of envious. I wish I could read for that, because I only ever am drawn to reading to have my questions answered. Like, I have all these questions and I'm like, oh, I've got to find out an answer to that question. Where can I find out an answer? Where can I synthesize these things I've been thinking about? And so that's almost exclusively the only reason I read. So these are very, very valuable for me. If you're looking for great literature, it's not here. So yeah, that's rarely here. Rare that you'd read one of these essays and say, that was great writing.
I think what I came to these books with was this sense of like, okay, this is looking at the 30,000-foot view of this domain, and so I expected like the article, the editors or editor would do a really careful job at like making sure each you know, you have maybe 20 to 30 chapters in each of these, and like each chapter should be like, if there's 20 chapters, each chapter should be like about 5% of the field. And that's not really the case. There'll be, you know, a handful of chapters that are on very, very kind of narrow things sometimes. But I would say I also read a very different selection of Oxford handbooks than you do. I tend to read them when I'm looking at a field that is extremely new and maybe they just got their first handbook, and you're looking at handbooks that are studying like the most established fields where, you know, keeping the whole concept of keeping up with the conversation is like the conversation has been happening for hundreds of years, versus sometimes these handbooks are sort of I call it the debutante ball of a field, where it's like its first real book by a serious publisher that's like a reference book, and that's sort of it announcing that it's sort of its own real field or subdiscipline, and maybe there's a certain number of PhDs, or there's a professorship, or there's other things that are giving it more solid ground and sort of a toehold in academia. And so having an Oxford textbook sort of makes it a real discipline. So uh, I think I'm probably experiencing that partially because I'm more focused on those very new or emerging fields.
That's a great point, because with the Oxford handbooks, like, yeah, I don't have a lot of the ones that are representing the new fields. Like, and they can get so obscure sometimes. And this is an exaggeration, but it would be like you would see one come out on like studies of queer disabled studies in Bolivia, and you're like, oh, that's really narrow, So, or I don't know, I can't even think. But if you just go to Amazon, you type in Oxford Handbook of, this is what I always do, then sort by publication date. You start to see everyone that's coming out in the near future, and some of them are super narrow, and you're just like, who is studying these things?
Yep.
But apparently there's a field out there. And yeah, mine is more historical, focused on the Western tradition. And
Are there any of these that in particular you really recommend? I mean, this one, Early Christian Ritual, popped out to me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that one hasn't been memorable for me, though I've read a few of the essays in it. I think I really did enjoy the Oxford Handbook of Late Antiquity, just because I love late antiquity. I love thinking about it, and it just helped me with some new ideas that I hadn't considered about that period. Late antiquity is a time from about 200 to 800 AD in the West, and it's a time of huge transformation. And I don't know, there was a chapter, essay in there I remember, on the idea of monotheistic religions becoming dominant, whether it was Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and the whole idea of the number one God, and what that meant for the world and the conversation. I mean, that was interesting. The Oxford Handbook of Jewish Daily Life in Roman Palestine, that's a really good one right next to it. This is obviously important to anyone who's involved in biblical studies. What can we know about the culture? I just remember little things from it, the focus on children playing games that dealt with a ball, right? and so you start to see, okay, ordinary everyday life. There's a chapter on what language was spoken at that time, and it answered the question like, well, lots of languages are spoken here at that time, because that's how people always are. They don't just speak one language. And that question is always asked, what language did Jesus speak? And it's like, they were speaking all kinds of languages, because that's how most of humanity is. So, anyway, let's see what else. Oh, I love the Oxford Handbook of German Philosophy in the 19th century. Just helped me kind of think through Schelling and Fichte, like the Hegelians. But I mean, that's only if you're interested in that stuff. So, let's see. Let's look at the next. There was one it was the next shelf down. The Oxford Handbook of 19th Century Christian Thought. That's fun, because that is a time where Christianity, the conversation in Christianity is changing so much. Casually, people just think, oh, back in the 1800s, everyone was a Christian, and that was just the norm. But sure, in the West, people said they were Christian, but it was a time of huge transformation as well, because of the influence of progressive liberal Christian thought developing in that time period, moving away from the Bible as an authority, and just experiencing the full force of Kant in his thinking. So I have enjoyed those. let's see. I can look at all these and remember certain essays that meant something to me.
I was kind of surprised to see the transcendentalism one here.
Well, it's another movement in the 1800s that did make a big impact, with Emerson and others, Thoreau. So here's why I got that. I took a course with the great courses on transcendentalism, and I was like, wow, this is a really important movement. So much changed as a result of its influence, and just realizing how much it touched the conversation. Kind of even like, I think, feeding into existentialism in a way, and but I'm not an expert on it. But yeah.
What about the secularism one?
So that one, it feels out of date already. I felt like it was made in the wake of the new atheism that was around in around 2010. It just feels out of place now. It just assumes, I guess this is me coming at it from my perspective. I felt like it was not dispassionate. I felt like it was just assuming secularism is, in many of the essays, secularism is the norm. It is how we should all view the world. And this is the direction that the world's going. Of course, now in 2025, we would question, is that really where Gen Z is going?
It's sort of the apogee of secularism, kind of.
Really, it was. And the assumptions there are by obviously great fans of secularism. I don't read all the essays, but I just remember having that feel, especially the very introductory essay felt like that. So yeah, I don't know. It's one I did get for pretty cheap. And some of them I still haven't even read an article in, and you just think, well, I hope I do. But
good. Well, we also have the Dumbarton Oak shelf. So do you want to move over to that?
Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
So this is the wide shot. This is a new wide shot that we didn't have.
Yeah, you can see my son's art on the right there. Now, very impressive. And
you got your dumbbells here.
Yeah, yep. So while I work out, I get to admire my son's art, whatever he's drawn on the board. So yeah, but so we did look at that shelf on the left a long time ago, but this is the one on the right. And the thing they both have in common is that they cover the medieval period. And overall, the left is theological, church history, monasticism, things that deal with Christianity in the Middle Ages. And I love this shelf and wish I had spent more time in it. Certain books I've really enjoyed and have helped me answer a lot of questions.
There's the Itati.
That's right, my very few. And but over here, we only looked at the Dumbarton Oaks way back at the beginning of our video, and I have not even added more to it since that time. But I don't remember if we didn't talk much about the Cambridge medieval history at the top. And this is separate from my other Cambridge history. So earlier in the video, all my Cambridge histories are together. But at one point, I ran out of room. I thought, what am I going to do? And just as an organizational tool, I took out the medieval ones and put them in my medieval section. And, it's weird. The Middle Ages are so weird. This is a 1,000-year period, but it's so overlooked as we think about history. We often just skip back to ancient times in our thinking of the Roman Empire and the Greeks. But this is a really big time period. And even these medieval histories, when you read them, you feel like time is flying, and you're like, you could, if you wanted, go so much more deep into each of these periods, but it's overwhelming. So this set is interesting because one of the volumes is divided into two parts. And
what prompted you originally to invest in this?
Okay, well, first I just with my interest in late antiquity, the very first volume in that set is the only one that's paperback, and it's all I could afford at the time. It's from the year 500 to 700, and I just wanted to have some more access to introductory essays covering the period and that era. So I picked that up a long time ago. It was on sale somehow. And then slowly over time, I just kept a price tracker website going that would check websites daily and throw back the cheapest prices whenever it found one that went under my threshold. And I had all these being tracked, and every once in a while, one just a library usually is emptying out their books, and people pick them up. They don't really know what they've picked up, but they go to sell it online or sell it to a bookseller, and it ends up going for way cheaper than you would get it brand new. I don't know what these cost right now, but they're still quite a bit of money. And
Got to be at least 100.
oh yeah, by far. I would think more than that for each volume. And so anyway, I just slowly accumulated them over time, but have not spent. I always think about how I want to go back to the medieval period of my reading, but then I'm like, but there's something else more pressing. There's just so many questions to answer that I don't go here enough, but it's a great resource to have.
You go from the end of the Roman Empire to 476 to, I guess, the beginning of the Renaissance.
Yeah, yep, yeah, right up to the eve of the Reformation. And so it is a 1,000-year period. And but there's
Can
so
you
much.
say a little bit about the eve of the Reformation, how that functions and periodization?
Well, yeah, the Protestant Reformation, probably the biggest event in Western history from the demise of the Roman Empire until the modern period. And it was just because in the West, the Roman Catholic Church had become so dominant and so unifying. Once you had a few people saying, hey, we don't want to be a part of you anymore, we think you've erred in a really terrible way, you just see a fragmentation of Europe. Of course, it ends up leading to, the Pilgrims, crossing the Atlantic. That's a later influence from that. But it's just the fragmentation of Europe, and everyone deciding, which side am I on? Am I with the Roman Catholics or the Lutherans? And then all the developments that come from that. I don't know. It's a huge topic, but
is there a particular date that's most often used to sort of mark that?
Yeah, 1517, October 31st, 1517. Everyone said, all right, this is the day the Protestant Reformation begins. That's just the day that Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of the Wittenberg Church, which I think I mentioned before. It's not even certain that that's actually what he did that day, but that's what history passes down to us, that's the day that happened. And those were his theses that were protesting the Roman Catholic practice of indulgences, paying money to get your relatives or even yourself out of purgatory. And that really does encapsulate why the Protestant Reformation happened, because over that 1,000-year period of the Middle Ages, you had a slow accumulation of traditions that began innocently, but by the end become kind of ridiculous. You have like Pope Julian II around that period marching troops to war. And it's like, what business does a pope have leading troops to war? So you have he's doing that, trying to get as much money as he can to build new buildings in Rome. And I don't know, it just gets ridiculous. And it's pretty easy at that point for someone to draw the line. And the first ones to draw the line were Martin Luther and Zwingli and other early reformers. And it seemed very plausible for the people, yeah, something's gone wrong. Plus, there's literacy developing at that time on the popular level, so people can read. There's the printing press. All this stuff comes together at the same time, and it fuels the Protestant Reformation, which really, whether you're religious or secular today, you are influenced by the Protestant Reformation. And it's had such a profound impact on the West. It's why we're different people than we were prior.
Do you want to say a little bit about the shorter Cambridge medieval history?
Yeah, that's older, and you might think, well, what does it matter? It's history. History doesn't change, but the conversation about history changes. So if you had one, I don't remember what year that's from. It might be from the 40s or the 50s, maybe earlier. I don't know. But it's covering the same history, but in a way shorter, obvious way. And so if you just want a quick overview, it's more like a textbook. And so it's not hard to come across those because there's a lot of them just floating around. Libraries got rid of them. I just use them as a quick reference if I want a quick overview of a period, and I find it to be helpful.
Anything else you want to say about these, or should we skip on to the
Oh,
next?
we could move on. I mean, I do keep up with whatever Dumbarton Oaks volumes are coming out, and wish I had more of them, but I don't.
Okay.
And so this is just kind of like I don't remember even. This is basically organized in a kind of a generic way from the end of the Roman Empire forward, kind of chronologically. And of course, this period begins with barbarians who kind of took over the West, which is the name given to those outside of the Roman Empire whose languages sounded like they were saying bar, bar, bar. It was a way to mock them and make fun of them. But they actually ended up running the show in Europe after Rome falls in the West. And so these groups become pretty important. Um, like the Franks and the Goths and the many different tribes. They just kind of run the show. So that's what these ones are mostly about. The one I would recommend if somebody wants something just to get an overview is at the very top of our picture right now, Chris Wickham's Medieval Europe. That's a great overview of the Middle Ages in a single volume. It's easy to read, digestible. Obviously, you're not getting every detail, but it's very good. He's a good author and is a well-respected scholar. And those two things don't often come together. So that's one I would recommend.
Connecting back to the Oxford Handbooks we were talking about, we have a Wiley Blackwell companion here, which I don't think we've come across another one of these so far. Maybe you could say a few words about what a companion is and how it maybe differs from a handbook, and
Yeah.
the thought of this one in particular.
I think I kind of do treat those more like a textbook. They would be great for a 101 class for a professor to assign. And it's almost like by reading that, you would go through your bachelor's level course in college, maybe even a little bit more detail. You're having everything cited. And so that's like just a basic overview of the 1,000-year period, touching on culture. So that one, the medieval world, you'll get chivalry, as a topic covered. Also, overviews of various geographical areas, but just big overviews of it. So yeah, it's a good textbook, and I do have some others. We did see them. I think we just went past them earlier, but they're expensive too. Like I have some that I've been watching for years on price tracking websites. They don't budge in price. Like there's a 2-volume companion to Ancient Sparta, and it's consistently been like over $300, and
Wow.
I'm not going to spend that on it. But they are expensive, but when they sell good and sell well, they'll end up in paperback, and I recommend them.
How do you use libraries?
Like public libraries?
Yeah.
So I use them to sit in and read when I'm out and I need to stop somewhere. I don't actually go. So when I first moved here, I mentioned this way back toward the beginning. I had put in some interlibrary loans and just never heard back. One book I heard back on, but several I just felt like they were ignored, and I was usually not willing to wait. Anyways, I was like, man, I just don't know if I'm ever going to hear. And I don't know if it's because the books that I was requesting were expensive, academic, newly published, but I just kind of gave up on interlibrary loans in this area. And yeah, so, but at the same time, my personal library, I like it because I can just walk up to a shelf and grab something when I have a question, and I don't have to go to the public library. And so, yeah, but so really the only way I've used public libraries is if like I'm out in town and I need to wait somewhere for an hour. I run to the library, sit in a chair and read the book that's in my bag. And it's a comfortable place to read. Sometimes I browse, but I rarely find that they have a book that I would want at that time. But
Yeah, I've had pretty good luck with interlibrary loan, and that's what I use when there's like a super expensive book Usually takes, I keep a spreadsheet of each thing I've requested and the date I requested. And actually a few weeks ago, I, for the first time was like, hey, I want to just calculate, like, I keep track of the date I put in the request and the date that I get the email notification that it's ready for pickup. And it was usually around 2 weeks, but I also got the email address of the reference librarian that manages it. So, like when I request academic papers, they'll get delivered to me by email and I'll just get a PDF of the paper.
Yeah.
And so that's helped if there was ever like a more complex situation, I could actually email and know that there was a specific person behind the scenes, like doing the ILLs.
Yeah. You know, when I lived in Dallas, I used the interlibrary loans a lot and it worked. I lived right across the road for a while from a library. It was awesome. I'm just in a small town. I'm not sure what the reason is. I've wondered, has anyone even looked at my interlibrary loan? Am I the only one who uses the system out here? I don't know.
You got to march into the library and be like, hey, who's in charge here?
Yeah, yeah. And but at the same time, I love collecting and having books. It's just so other people often say, wow, these books can cost a lot of money. This is crazy. Why would you do this? But nobody says that when somebody buys like a $20,000 camper, you know, and it's like, I'm not buying the camper. So imagine if you didn't buy the $20,000 camper, you saved up for that and bought it. Imagine if you didn't do that, you instead poured that into books. I mean, is it really crazy?
No, I think we're doing our part to change the conversation, change the culture a little bit. Here's some more companions.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot more that I have on these eras. So most likely these ones, if I recall correctly, were just really cheap online. And I'm like, that's a great resource to have if I want to look into these periods. And so,
So this one is, that's the other kind of interesting thing about the companions is they're part of a larger collection. So we have European history here and then British history here.
Yeah, and they have a bunch of subdivisions. It's a really amazing series. I've enjoyed it. And then just some books here on like medieval culture that got tossed in there. I don't know why they're particularly in that era, because then I have like Paul the Deacon's History of the Lombards, which should be way back by the barbarians toward the beginning. So it's not really well organized.
I was listening to a lecture about this, the era around the time of Martin Luther, and they were talking about the marriage patterns at the time where if a family didn't have enough money to marry off the younger children, they would send those children to a convent or monastery.
Yeah.
So there were a lot of unmarried people who were sort of in these monasteries, and it's it just made it kind of reminded me of the fertility rate decline that we've experienced over the last few decades. And I just was wondering if I didn't have time to look into it yet, but it seemed like maybe there was an interesting parallel to that era. And so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but it just,
I don't know. It's hard to know. I mean, because the infant mortality rate was so high at the time. And yeah, I'm not sure. And then you think about how the whole population got thinned out soon after like the period in that book. That book ends in 1300. Of course, what happens in the mid 1300s? The plague hits, you know. So I don't know. There's just a lot of factors I think to consider, and I don't know if I have a lot to say about it, but
okay.
But yeah, these are mostly some primary resources.
I love this one, Charlemagne's Courtier.
So that was by Einhard, who was in the court of Charlemagne, and that's kind of like an edited version of his biography of Charlemagne, but put into more of a, it's like edited in such a way with some commentary here and there to help it make more sense for the modern reader. So it's rearranged. Einhard wrote in a unique style, and but yeah, that's a primary resource still.
Oh,
And Charlemagne's a big deal.
what is UTP here?
University of Toronto Press.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Let's see. And yeah, that book on Charlemagne was very readable. He's such an important figure. There's also a great courses class on him. It's only 12 lectures long. But yeah, Charlemagne, he was crowned as the Holy Roman Emperor, Christmas of the year 800.
And that's just French for Charles the Great. So monk.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And then his sons never really do much after him. Charles the Bald is one of them. So you always wonder what happened with the heirs of Charlemagne. Not much. Things. Your heirs have so much to do with your legacy, but still, he did something very unifying that lasted for quite a while. The Holy Roman Empire was at least a unifying factor. It was not many things that it probably was intended to be, but it did unify much of Europe for a long time. So, yeah. All right.
Got the next
few books on the Crusades, and Christopher Tyerman is like the guy who writes about the Crusades. I don't even have his book on them. I think it's called God's War or something, but this is more on like the cultural history of the Crusades, the world of the Crusades by him. But the one that I did read all the way through probably a year or two ago is that textbook just called The Crusades, and that was a really unique presentation of the Crusades. It makes that's the most recent edition of the book. And these are the two of the top scholars in the Crusades field. I think Riley Smith passed away, and then Throop took the book over for him. But their argument is that the Crusades never really ended, and they follow through a pattern that begins in 1095 with Pope Urban II calling the First Crusade, and they trace a form of crusading all the way up until like the late 1800s. If I'm not mistaken, at the end of the volume, there's like a photograph of a bunch of men, and they said these are like crusaders in the modern period, and there's a photograph of them. And anyway, you'd have to read it to follow all their logic, but it follows the whole thing through in a narrative form, and it's pretty helpful. There's a lot of great YouTube videos too, if you're interested in the history of the Crusades.
Yeah, and there's even clips of George W. Bush Jr. using the word crusade and crusade language after 9/11. So
they reference that too.
Oh, they do.
The end of the book. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's interesting. You do wonder if Pope Urban II never called for the First Crusade, how would that have changed culture? And if you're also interested in the Crusades, there are 3 different courses with the great courses on the Crusades. And the best one is by a guy named Kenneth Harrell, but they're all good, and I recommend them. It's a really big deal in Western history and very misunderstood. There's also an author, and I don't have any of his books' name. I think his name is Rodney Stark, and he writes a book. He's a modern author writing in defense of crusades, that they were a good thing. And if you do put yourself back in the time period, there's a lot to the Crusades besides a bunch of people wanting to go beat up on the Muslims. It's really very nuanced with political connections and advantages, and then misunderstandings that happen, which people are familiar with, things like the Children's Crusade and the Peasants' Crusade, and times where they crusaded against heretical groups, and how that all fits in. It wasn't all a unified thing. But anyway, it's definitely something that most people casually misunderstand. Mm-hmm. I'll point out this one book, Montu. I'm not sure. It's a French name. This is a book about a French village, I think in the 1300s. And there's all these records that still exist from an Inquisition that was going on. And they know all these details about this one particular French village, this huge, rich amount of records about the people and the gossip. And there was one priest who was taking advantage of all the women, and sleeping with them, and they know about this. And it's just really a unique look into a time period through a lens that you don't have that for many other places in the medieval period, those kind of records. So that's just an interesting book for people to consider if they wanted to dive into something like that.
There's also that's not related to the Crusades, is it? Or is it?
No,
Okay.
not directly.
There was an author I was blanking on his name that people into the Crusades might like. He's more on the sort of military history side of things. His name's Raymond Ibrahim, and he's a Coptic Christian who has a sort of background in Egypt. And so Egypt has a really interesting religious history, where I guess it's kind of gone back and forth, or I forget all the details to it, but so Ibrahim wrote his master's under Victor Davis Hanson, and he's just put out some interesting stuff on the sort of more military inflected, and sort of history of various battles. So I just wanted to flag that for people that are interested in the Crusades.
And remembering too the YouTube channel that has a great narrative of that. I think it's Kings and Generals. They do a really good overview of it. If a lot of people feel ignorant about it. When I went to school, nobody talked about Western civilization in the Middle Ages. We had social studies and modern history, but nothing from that period. So I felt so ignorant about it as an adult, and we are blessed with YouTube in that way, having those kind of educational videos.
The other kind of interesting thing about Ibrahim is he's probably the most bodybuilder physique of an academic I've ever seen. So it's just I was thinking of the dumbbells and I was like, it's he's an interesting guy. So
yeah, I'll have to look him up. That sounds interesting.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Well, I was just going to comment quickly on some of these others. I have not read any of them from Montagu forward.
Okay.
But I could comment on a few. Just so the world the plague made, there was a great course. Really, probably the most famous one was by Dorsey Armstrong on the plague, and it drew a lot of people to the great courses. She's an awesome lecturer, and then she did a follow-up series with 6 more lectures to just kind of add additional research that was done in the past few years, and then they put out another course about how the plague affected the world. And so I bought that book recently. I haven't read it yet, The World the Plague Made, but that was just hugely altering to Europe at the time. And I think in a way also paved the way for the Reformation that came 150 years later by bringing so much wealth to ordinary people. The plague brought tremendous wealth to ordinary people, because I think I've mentioned this before, but like when your neighbor died, their family died from the plague, and you lived, nobody was even there to tell you don't take their land. You just accosted their land, and now you just double the size of your land. And it sounds brutal, but it's a reality, and that sort of thing happened all over. So the people who survived became very wealthy. And of course, that led to later the invention of the printing press and all kinds of advancements. And so anyway, it's a cool concept. And then I took the course on Dante, which was a really good course. A lot of people feel like, oh, I know Dante is a well-known book. I just don't know much about it. Feels like everyone else knows about it and I don't. It's generally not the case, but usually people know a few facts about it. But you could take the Great Courses course on Dante, and then you feel equipped to read his volume at least. And then also another Great Courses course on the history of exploration. And I learned about Marco Polo there. It's not just a water game. It's a guy. And the whole, these are his records of his travels to the East. And the whole question, did Marco Polo really travel to the East, or did he invent it all? And there's scholars on both sides of the question. And so it's a pretty large body of writings that we have left from him, and I hope to dive into it someday. So
I wanted to just say something
Yeah, go ahead.
a connection with both the plague and the Crusades, and also I saw the Hundred Years' War here.
Yeah.
Um, there's there's an effect that I think a lot of people don't recognize who are more scholarly or intellectual on the major cultural impact of these sort of large death events, whether it's a plague or sort of a natural mother nature causing that, or man-made uh,
Hmm.
violent conflict. And in both cases, there's like, I think part of the American experiment of having a diversity of sects in different states and just sort of a free speech and other things, as opposed to blasphemy laws. There's a sense out of those wars that um, there need sort of giving up on the idea that there's going to be one church to rule them all,
Hmm.
and imposing on other groups of people a certain faith or a certain denomination. But that was like we've talked about earlier, that was sort of the assumed way of doing things, and we sort of take that for granted now. And then with the plague as well, there's these just massive changes, and even like looking at modern literature today, and like post World War II literature,
Hmm.
just the massive death and disillusionment that came out of World War I and then World War II, that led to a lot of the sort of ugly art that we talked about as well. And
Hmm.
and to me, that's sort of that art, the beauty of it is that it does faithfully represent the disillusionment, also almost like an artistic PTSD, uh,
Yeah.
coming out of those, coming out of the trenches and the machine guns and everything, sort of industrial warfare. And
Yeah. Interestingly, I recently showed my sons Francis Bacon's self-portrait. I'm not sure if you've ever seen Francis Bacon, the modern artist from the 20th century. Uh, and I asked them why they thought, I said, he doesn't look like this in real life. Why do you think he painted himself this way? And they had no clue why a person would ever do such a thing. But what you're describing from the time period does talk about the culture and kind of giving up on tradition. Where did tradition get us? They were asking. It brought us to the 20th century. Well, this was disillusioning. So maybe and it kind of pushes them towards some kind of a nihilism. And when nihilism means art, it often becomes ugly. Yeah.
and there was a heroism both with the Crusades, this idea of like you're going somewhere, you have sort of no idea what it's going to be like, but you're going to maybe prove yourself. And
Yeah.
similarly with World War I, it was like this is this sort of exciting thing, and then it was totally different.
Yeah. Oh man, World War One. Thinking about it, all the optimism at the very beginning, with in 1914 the August madness and the excitement in Europe. We can't wait to go. They didn't even know what they were going to war for, most of them. But by the time they were done, they were like, "Wow, that was stupid," and just ruined so many people. And they didn't even at the end they didn't know what they were fighting either. And there is a 3-volume book set that I don't have called "The Origins of World War One," and it's amazing. I've only read about it, but it has several suggestions for the origin, but from what I had read, it doesn't really have a definitive conclusion
Mhm.
about what the origins were. So imagine that you go to war and afterwards nobody can really even figure out what it was about. And I mentioned that to my sons recently. World War One came up. I said, yeah, nobody really knows like ultimately what it was about, what they were fighting for. My son said, wasn't it Archduke Franz Ferdinand that was assassinated? It's like, well, do you think guys in 1918 were still thinking, we're going to get them for Archduke Franz Ferdinand? Like there was no way that was still on anyone's mind. And it was just a spark that ignited a fire that was waiting to happen, but who knows why. And if you want more on that, there is also a great courses class on World War One that is really well done, 24 lectures.
And then the
That's
debt, the reparations and the debt that came out of that and what that
Mhm.
sparked off, um, sort of led to World War II. And we're seeing
Yeah.
some, whether it's the Groypers or, uh, that kind of thing. A lot of people are drawing parallels. So it's super important to study this stuff so that you can recognize these things that repeat or have strong parallels. and you see the warning signs very early, and the things to avoid when you can kind of predict how things might play out, or how things are, the tinder is accumulating.
Yeah. Thinking about the plague produced all this wealth in an indirect way. World War II produced great wealth for us as a nation, the United States. And then that set the path forward for us as well, and that really produced the hippie movement, which was reacting against wealth. And it's easy to see what that produced, leading to our time. So yeah, they're all very important. None of these things are isolated. They're all interconnected.
Okay, so there's a couple more things here.
Yeah, just a couple of dictionaries, encyclopedias. And these probably were libraries getting rid of them because they were affordable, and they are just valuable. Like when you do, like I've said before, you just want to quickly look up a figure or an event, get a quick overview of it. Those are valuable for that.
Okay. So we got the next shelf here.
Okay, then, yeah, this is a few medieval philosophical texts that I don't have anywhere else for. Yeah, they could have fit in other places.
Occam's Nominalism, that's a good one.
Yeah, the book was hard to read, though, so the author was not trying to help me in any way. He was assuming that I was, like, in his field with him. So, but I did read it the beginning of 2024, I remember, and I don't have anything memorable from it. So,
Well, it's just a good kind of, when you look at some of the recent debates about terminology and use of pronouns and other kind of the social construction of identity, and what is a thing, what is its essence, or is there an essence? Occam is a really important sort of foundational figure in the very long history of that problem in philosophy.
Yes, I view Occam as a villain. I think about nominalism all the time. Actually, I preached a sermon on nominalism earlier this year, and I didn't call it that. I think I mentioned it one time, but that was not going to be helpful to people. But I talked about it as we're seeing it manifested today. But yeah, it goes back like to the Middle Ages, and it's been an issue for a long time, slowly developing. So yeah, it is important. But that book in particular was not helpful unless you really were trying to understand. So you were in medieval scholasticism and you understood all the terminology. That's what that author is assuming, that you are like, that's your field of study. And it's my field of study is not medieval scholasticism. That'd be cool if it was, but it's not.
Yeah, a lot of those problems the scholastics were trying to tackle, they don't go away just because they're old. A lot of times there's nothing left to say about it, or you just sort of, they're irresolvable problems. But this cover looks to me like a very short introduction book, which Oxford does, but it looks like you're saying it isn't.
It's not in that series.
Yeah.
It's a standalone one.
I don't know if I saw any. Do you have any of those? The very short introduction to...
We do somewhere have a very short introduction to the Holy Roman Empire. I think that's the only one I have from that series. But they are very good. I mean,
this one's kind of provocative. Don't think for yourself.
Yeah, that's a modern idea, that it's virtuous to come to your own conclusions. So this is a perspective on medieval theology. Don't think for yourself.
Notre Dame
authority.
I don't think we've seen any of those before.
Yeah, I think that might be.
Sorry, go ahead. Thinking for yourself.
It's just the idea that we say it's virtuous to think for yourself, and what that means is you yourself are a legitimate authority to determine truth. And that sounds good to each and every one of us, but there are some areas where that can't be the case. Yeah, how would I be some kind of ultimate authority for truth in a variety of areas? In physics, for example, we know it wouldn't be the case. I can't say I decide how to put together the space shuttle, right? We'd say I have to conform to the reality of the universe as it is and how chemistry works and all that. But we do think that when it comes to our values, we think, oh, I'm the best one to conclude what's right and what's wrong. And that's not how they thought in the Middle Ages. It was a search for the proper authorities and the right method to sort your authorities through, whether it was the Bible or traditional resources, Aristotle. How would you know who is a legitimate resource? And
Isn't this sort of a big issue? I mean, it's kind of notable. This is put out by Notre Dame. I guess their university press, which is obviously a Catholic university.
yeah,
And I guess I think of like the priesthood of all believers and having individuals read the Bible and literacy that came out of the Protestant Reformation. And so this kind of maybe represents more of a Catholic perspective, or maybe a somewhat of an ambiguity or divide within Protestantism about how much should people be interpreting the Bible themselves, or coming up with their own theology, or kind of picking and choosing between different denominations versus trusting their pastor, elders, etc.
yeah. That conversation comes up in Christianity quite a bit. But what we're seeing right now among young adults who are in the Protestant denominations is they've seen the fruit of thinking for yourself in the recent history of Christianity in America, and what a mess it seems to have become. And that goes back to the book we looked at a long time ago, The Democratization of American Christianity. And it's just an every man for himself perspective, and that really was a mess. And so there is a big move back to the old Reformed confessions. And even in Baptists, there's a big move from young adults to go back to the London Baptist Confession of 1689 as kind of an authority to answer the big questions that we don't need to say, well, I have a new perspective. I have, although nobody's thought of my idea until me, I've come here with the truth that everyone's missed until I came on the scene. And so nobody likes that anymore. And that, I think rightfully so. There is this search for authority again, not just the authority of the Bible for Protestants, but who's the authority on telling me how to interpret the Bible, and how would I know? And so, yeah, the question's always wrestled with. Everyone has to wrestle with it. And it's particularly with questions that deal with morality and God, theology. Am I a sufficient source of information on these topics to come to my own conclusions without any outside help? Probably not. So this is a provocative title. And I had not read it. I just know what it's about. So I got it not long ago.
I just had two thoughts. One is there is also diversity within Catholicism. There's the kind of phrase or term cafeteria Catholic of Catholics that sort of pick and choose what they're going to believe in. And like there's pretty even split amongst Catholics of more voting Republican versus Democrat, and thoughts on abortion and gay marriage and other stuff. So there is a lot of diversity amongst Catholics, and having a more like not as purely just going along with whatever the church says. But my other thought was, I was just listening to some lecture on this just this phrase that maybe you'd have a thought on, which is that the Bible is sort of self-interpreting, or that there's some kind of concept like that. And I didn't I know I've heard that once or twice before, but do you have any thoughts on that, or does that spark anything for you?
No, because if you remember in probably our last session, maybe 2 sessions ago, there was that book called The Dark Bible. And it was about how there is this assumption that the Bible is totally clear. And if you just read it really carefully and compare it with itself, you'll understand everything in it. And the Dark Bible was about how in early Protestantism, they wanted to believe in perspicuity, the doctrine of perspicuity, which is clarity. But there were a lot of things that were just impossible to know. And I would agree, there's less stuff you could never know in the Bible. It is a mystery. You'll study it. You'll study it the rest of your life. Some things you're never going to have an answer to. I think the important things you can understand, that there is a God, that redemption is available through Jesus, that Jesus has started a church, a group of believers who submit to him, and things like that. But that's very clear. But yeah, so that's a common phrase, though, that what you mentioned, that the Bible is self-interpreting. And so people will say it in a more user-friendly way like this, they'll say, the best interpreter of Scripture is Scripture itself. And that's true. A lot of parts of Scripture have light shed on them by seeing what else the Bible says about that particular topic. Sometimes Scripture is quoting its own self. And so it's like, if I want to know what this means in this quote, well, let me go back to the original context in the Old Testament, whatever. But there are times where no doubt like I said, you could never know what a particular passage means. And that's okay. I heard one preacher say, God gave us those passages to keep us humble. So it certainly does that for me. And I don't mind saying I don't know about several things in the Bible. Like, I don't know what that means, and I don't have to. So let's move on to the things we do know.
Yeah, I think of it in terms of kind of holism, that we tend to want things to be broken up into like sections of a engineering textbook, and you can kind of pick and choose what you want to read, whereas you really sort of need to know everything to interpret anything to a certain extent. And so the Bible is a very large commitment of time to really have enough of it to then zoom into any particular verse or section and really know what it means, on top of all the contextual stuff we talked about early on with the ancient Near East and just all of that stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So anything else here that jumps out?
Just a few. Those are just selections of important medieval philosophical texts. They actually came out with another one just recently on, I don't remember, on the soul or something like that. Texts on the soul. They're hard to read, and because it's medieval scholasticism, which is a unique form of writing. I have not spent much time in them. So
okay. And then we've got the large format stuff here.
Yeah. You don't want to skip Giordani's in the middle, right?
Oh yeah, I thought that was just personal stuff.
No, so those are just a couple of books that I printed online and casually put on my shelf that were hard to come across. Actually, I have recently picked up a copy of Giordani's. He just wrote a history of the Goths, but he's an important witness to the end of the Roman Empire because there's such a small amount of literature in the late 5th century being written. And he covers a little bit of the period, though it's doubtful how reliable he is. And then the chronicles of Eusebius and then a chronicle of Jerome. Those are just important early chronicles. It is weird. We take so many dates for granted from the ancient world. And, it's like, well, somebody actually sat down at some point and figured out when all these happened. And that's not an easy task. Like Julius Caesar, I think he was killed in the year 44 BC. Well, we might learn that in our textbook, but somebody had to sit down and go through all these ancient texts, figure out how many years this is from that year. And so these were the early chroniclers, just kind of tracing out things like that, early Christians. But no, we can skip past them. I just was not able to get those books except through old archive.org things. And then I printed them out because I like physical copies better than digital. But over here on the end, these are just a bunch of large books. It's hard to get how big they are from this picture, but
well, this is 12 inches right here, probably the binder. So
yeah. So that tells you a little bit. Some of my favorites though in that stack are toward the top, Historical Atlas of Ancient Christianity. That's really well done. And you don't have to be an expert on anything. They will help you along. It's kind of intended just for libraries, I think, or people who want to have a great coffee table book that are Christians, and so it's really well done, easy to look at and enjoyable, very beautiful. In addition to maps, they have awesome pictures in there. And I love having that one. I've used the Atlas of Medieval Europe, which is kind of covered up under the Kingdom of Northumbria, as the Rutledge ones. Those are really good. So, right there. Those are just great resources. If you want just a good resource, answer your questions. They publish really well done atlases. But my favorite is the one your cursor's on right now, my favorite oversized book, The Interior of the Medieval Village Church. This is a really large study done, lots of photographs, descriptions. I read it after I read Orm's book on going to church in medieval England. And I was like, wow, so much has come to light, on how different things were, the rood screen and all these different aspects of church, where the altar had to be and what side of the church it had to be on and why did it have to be that way and what did it mean? And I just really enjoyed it. And it's a very unique book.
I always want. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was
just going to say that they did go to remaining medieval churches and take a lot of photographs. And I think that's valuable too, because someday these churches won't exist,
Yeah.
And they did a lot of work to document those. And I believe at the beginning it just talks about how much the whole project cost and how it was funded. So it wasn't a small deal. It's not just some like Barnes and Noble, a $12.95 book. It's a really unique one.
I've always thought it was kind of interesting. The Great Supper painting by Da Vinci, I believe, and how I was just wondering, was there ever a denomination that sort of centered that kind of, like, that ever tried to mimic that kind of eating dinner together as the centerpiece of the Mass?
Yeah, the early church. So in the very early days of Christianity, the first centuries, taking communion or the Eucharist was associated with a meal that they called a love feast, an agape feast. Agape is the Greek word for love. And so the whole idea was it wasn't like, hey, I get my little cracker and my little sip from a cup. It was, we're all together as a family and we're enjoying each other's company. We all have the same beliefs about God. We are in the same situation as pilgrims traveling through this world, and we're going to enjoy fellowship with each other. So they would eat a meal, and at some point during the meal, they would stop, and part of that meal would be considered the Lord's Supper, where you're partaking of the bread as the body of Christ and the cup as his blood. And I remember reading in the Encyclopedia of Ancient Christianity when the agape feast began to be phased out. I can't remember. It's not like anyone said we're phasing it out, but just at some point in time, probably with the legalization of Christianity and then its prominence growing in the 4th century, you had so many more people coming into the church. It probably became more of a focus on just the bread and the cup individually. But yeah, so the early church did that. Now, interestingly, I went to a church, I don't remember where it was. It might have been one in Kentucky, where it was ethnic Jews who were Christians worshiping Jesus, but they did the same thing. They had a meal together, and then during the meal, they brought out this large loaf of bread, and everyone took a piece of that bread, and we ate it as if it was the body of Christ, and then partook of the cup as well. And so you have little groups that will kind of redo that. But does that answer your question?
Yeah, we're recording this a couple days after Thanksgiving, and I was just thinking about sort of the sacralization of Thanksgiving and Black Friday, and how Thanksgiving sort of revivifies that original agape feast. I wasn't aware of that term, so I'm gonna have to look that up. But there are some, it reminded me of something that came up in Tucker Carlson's interview with Doug Wilson, where Tucker sort of, his eyes lit up when Doug was talking about the family dinner they have like once a month or once a week or something. And there's something kind of primal about having dinner together and eating together that is sort of really removed from, and the sort of emotionality of that and community building of that. It sort of made me think of the home churches in China, where you sort of have to attend in secret. And Just it's a very different feel from the sort of industrial sized churches where you often don't know most of the people there.
Yeah. Yeah. Going to those large churches is like, in the early days when you went to the mall, there's a lot of people there all going places. You don't know who they are. They don't know who you are. You'll never see them again after today. And not a very enjoyable experience. But speaking about China, so when we served in a Chinese church for 4 years in Dallas, they had a meal every Sunday. It wasn't associated with the Lord's Supper, with communion, but after church was done, every single Sunday without fail, there was a large meal that we would all go in. We go into the fellowship hall, the gymnasium, tables are set up, and I enjoyed that so much. And then coming back to American churches was kind of a bummer because it's like all these people are like, oh, good, church is done. I can't wait to get out of here so I can get back to my life. And it's like, no, that is not how it's supposed to be. I'm thankful for my church right now. We do a fellowship meal once a month. And so there's a big, everyone stays after, and it's awesome. We really enjoy it. It's a lot of work for people who help prepare it, but yeah, you're right. Doug Wilson's observation or his practice, that's awesome, man. I mean, we all should be doing that. It's good for families, good for children involved. And it's really who we're made to be. We're supposed to be in community with other people. And the modern age has fragmented and individualized people so that there's a lot of people who don't even have a single friend. It's awful. And it's not what we were designed for. And it's nobody would ever say that that's good for us. But I could rant about that for a long time.
Yeah.
But these books, every single one of the oversized ones, I love. We can move on.
We were gonna do the other oversized ones also.
Oh yeah, that's right. So this one, so there was a video project that started almost a decade ago. Right now we're in 2025. And it was called the Bible Project. And it was a couple of guys who would make these visual representations of each individual book of the Bible. They kind of draw it out, these style of videos where the drawing's happening while you watch it. And what they would do is just give a bird's eye view of an individual book of the Bible. Here's what's going on. Here's the sections. Here's the argument of the book. And then they put out a book version of each of these posters, these videos. And this was an early, probably the first, when they first said they were going to put these books out, I placed an order. I think I pre-ordered it. I was really excited about it. And it's great because people don't read the Bible well in the modern period. We kind of read it like Twitter. Maybe I can just go to a passage and get something out of a sentence or a paragraph. And it's like, no, every sentence is connected to the sentence before it. Every paragraph is connected to this paragraph before it and after it. And so I just took a couple pictures of these pages, and even for Proverbs, which seems like a Twitter-like book because they are individual short sayings that are wise. It still has a structure that's really important to understand it when you read it. Chapters 1 through 9 are an independent section of the book. And actually, I preached in my church through chapters 1 through 9 not long ago as a distinct unit. After that, we were done. We moved on to something else. But chapters 10 through 29 are distinct, and they are a bunch of short sayings, but then they have subdivisions within them. And there's a purpose to this. There's only certain topics that are covered throughout these. And so, and then the last couple chapters are by different authors and serve their own purpose. And so we're a visual people who live in this age because of videos and media. We like to see things. And so when we go to the Bible or any book, we're often kind of lost. We're like, I'm not sure what's going on. I have to follow an argument, and I'm just looking at words. And so this is a really valuable book. They eventually put out a paperback copy of it. And yeah, there's First Thessalonians, just as another sample. And the paperback one is cool. The pages are perforated, so you could take one out if you wanted. I have another copy of the book that is paperback, and I've taken the pages out as I teach my sons the Bible. We would put that particular book on the wall, and we'd use it as a reference. And anyway, it's a really well done book, very carefully done. And the two guys who put this together, they are good scholars. They know the issues, and they're really just trying to present the Bible on its own terms. They are Christians. They are conservative evangelicals, but they're not saying, hey, we want you to join us on each of our views. They're just saying, here's what the book says, and here's how all the pieces fit together for that particular book of the Bible. And so it's an awesome book, but it is big. So it just sits besides one of my shelves. It doesn't go on a shelf. And I like to have it as an accessible book as well.
Yeah.
But
It's really cool.
Pretty valuable.
Here's the other oversized book.
Yeah, that book it's pretty big. So the Barrington Atlas of the Greek and Roman World, it's a very large book. I don't remember what its dimensions are, but I pick it up as a joke sometimes and like hand it to my sons, like, hey, can you look something up here for me? Of course they're not going to. It's too big. It's silly. So this was a big project. I think it began to be funded in the late 20th century. And there was millions of dollars poured into the research to have a definitive atlas of the Greek and Roman world, because in some areas, the landscape has changed, coastlines have changed. And so they want to just show everything as it was at that time in great detail. So each page, of course, is zooming in on a particular area. Like when you open up the cover, yeah, there it is. Yep, a very famous place. Pompeii and Herculaneum right there. So when you open up the cover, you have like a big bird's eye view of the entire Mediterranean. And then it shows superimposed on each page of the atlas. So then you would know, okay, I want to look at this area. That's on page 57. So then you open up there and it zooms in there. So it's a lot of fun. All the place names are in Latin, but you can still figure it out even if you don't know Latin most of the time. And there was a CD that came with it. There's also a 2-volume gazetteer that I don't have that goes along with it, kind of commenting on many of the places as this book continues. But you could go to it online too. I think it's some website called Perseus or something. I can't recall. And they continue to update details about it online. It has its own Wikipedia page. So it's not many atlases have their own Wikipedia page, but this one does. And it shows you it's a good resource. So I didn't pay, like, a lot of times it's $400 or $500. I'm not going to pay that. But I, again, had a price tracker website just watching it. And at some point, I think I got this for like $52 or something. And I bought it right away. I was like, man, that's exciting. And it's very good condition. And I use it. So like, when I preached through the book of Titus, I just kind of studied the map of Crete because that's where Titus was. And I just wanted to know, like, what was it like for Titus to live on this island, and what were the main roadways? What were the main cities? And then I would look them up in other resources, look the cities up in other resources. And anyway, it's a lot of fun if you like atlases, which I do. And
what's the price tracker website?
The one I use I've used it since the 2000s. It was called gettextbooks.com. It looks like it's from the 90s, it's never been updated. And I still have like a list of 900 books being tracked on there.
Wow.
But I don't get many emails from them anymore. Every once in a while I do, but it used to check automatically, like daily, I think. Now it doesn't. I have to go through like individually and say, check this book, show me all the prices. But I still go there when I find a new book. If I want to see if it's cheap somewhere, gettextbooks.com, go there. But there's other ones too. There's probably better ones for Amazon. There's an add-on, a Chrome add-on called Keepa, and it's Keepa. That just watches Amazon. But the cool thing about that one is you can add it on the Chrome. So every time you look at an item on Chrome, it shows on the Amazon page its price history. And you can see like, oh, wow, this thing sometimes goes down to $19. I'm going to wait for that to happen again. And you can set up an alert on it to email you. And that is an instantaneous one. It keeps track of the prices all the time throughout the day. So pretty important resource. But then you'll also see, oh, this book has never dipped under $200. That tells me something. I shouldn't expect to find it any cheaper.
I use Abe Books has an advanced search thing where you can get alerts, and eBay also has, you can put in keywords and other things. You basically design a search, and then there's a button you can press. I haven't done it in a while, but I still get the emails daily for eBay and less often, but for like rare items. For me, it's often things that just aren't for sale anywhere, and to find a single one to pop up on the market is a rarity. And so Abe Books in particular has stuff. I never fully looked into whether they're UK based or something, but I would say like at least half of the stuff I buy in Abe Books is coming from the UK or from Europe.
Yeah.
So,
I've had that as the case too. A lot of stuff from Germany.
yep, Germany.
Yeah.
A lot of theological stuff seems in classics, seems to France, Germany, UK.
Yeah. Yeah. I like Abe Books. It's awesome. Great resource.
So then we have a couple stacks.
Well, we didn't go to that bottom shelf
Oh,
under the oversized ones. I wanted to talk about that briefly.
okay. Let me pull that up.
We don't have to spend a long time on it, but a lot of these are diaries, personal writings, memoirs and stuff. And so my favorite, and a lot of people are familiar with this, and a lot of people aren't familiar with this. Samuel Pepys. Have you heard of Samuel Pepys?
No.
I see him referenced all over the place, and I think other people must just think these references are to some random guy. So Samuel Pepys is like the most celebrated diarist in history, I would say, because he wrote a diary every single day. He wrote an entry from 1600 to 1669. He was a huge bibliophile. He had a gigantic library. And after he died, he left his library from 1600 to 1669 in the library. And it's crazy that he left it there because he has so much personal stuff in there. And so I'm at 1665 and I listen to it. I don't read it. I don't have it. It's pretty expensive and it takes up a lot of room. Naxos publishes the audio recording where Leighton Pugh reads for Samuel Pepys. And so I've listened from 1600. I'm on 1665 now.
Wow.
And I listen to it all the time. Just everyone, I'll just listen to a day here and there. And he's just recording his inner thoughts on everything. What he did that day. I went to dinner with William Penn, right? The William Penn who started Pennsylvania. They were friends, right?
But who was Samuel Pepys, just in terms of...
Okay, he was a naval official. And so he did have access to royalty. He's just now in 1665, in my reading, getting some access to King Charles II. But he's in the court, interacts with politicians. But he also talks about some important Christians. There's one point where he talks about John Owen, which is a great theologian from the time. He often says, he always goes to church without fail. It's crazy. He goes to church, he comments later. Went to church today, it was a good sermon. Or went to church today, dreadful sermon. So boring, you know. Or he'll say, I went to church today, I was so distracted by this beautiful young woman, I couldn't even think about the sermon. He's married too. So as I've gone through, he often comments on women and how he's attracted to them. One odd place, a woman in front of him spits in the street and it lands on him. He thought it was wonderful. Isn't that weird? Like, he's like, it was so great. Her spit landed on him. You're like, what are you talking about? But he started to have affairs in 1665 quite commonly. He'll be alone with a woman and he'll say he had his way with her, you know. But he disguises it and writes it in foreign languages, a mix of Spanish, French, Latin, something he would only understand. And sometimes I'm listening to it and I can put it together. Now with ChatGPT, I can be like, what was Samuel Pepys saying on August 29, 1665 in like the part he was trying to hide? And it will translate it, you know. But not just for that. So his I'll say this, his diary was scandalous because of all those entries, and they had a slow publication. Over time, they would only publish portions of it because they didn't want to have those parts about it being translated where he was having affairs with women. And so for a while, he was seen as this great, virtuous man. And then eventually, I think around 1980, the whole thing was published.
Well,
Without anything being held back. The reason it was hard to publish is because he wrote it in a shorthand that was like a code. So you can't just read the original manuscript. You have to know a specific shorthand from that time period that people were learning. And so you have to be specialized. But anyway, it's 10 volumes, 1 volume for each year, and very entertaining, not because of the affairs and things like that. As a Christian, I'm often like, come on, man, what are you thinking? But you do see how people are. He commonly talks about God. He'll talk about how much money he has. Praise God, I have this many pounds this year. He accumulates quite a bit. And then other times he's obviously committing sins, and I thought, that's how a lot of people are. That's just reality. We might want to pretend like we can hide all of our shortcomings, but man, we mix those things in our lives and our private lives, and we just don't write them down. And so I like studying and listening to Samuel Pepys as just a study in how human beings are. And so anyway, he stopped the diary. You say, why did he only keep it from 1660 to 1669? It's mostly throughout his 30s. It was because in 1669, his eyesight was going bad, and he was fearing he wasn't going to be able to write in it anymore. And more so, he was fearing he wasn't going to be able to read because he had such a large library. And his eyesight did go bad. Later, it comes back, but he never goes back to keeping his diary like he did. And there are records of the rest of his life. So there's a biography of him. And I have one of the key biographies of Samuel Pepys on there that we can show. But just a really interesting. So a lot of diaries, too, are very stiff and impersonal. And so, like, there's another diarist, John Evelyn, from the same time period. And he wrote a really meticulous diary, but he was boring. Good source of information for historians, but boring. And one way you can see it is both Samuel Pepys and John Evelyn have an entry for the same event that they both went to. John Evelyn went to the coronation of Charles II and just talked about its splendor and its glory, and it sounded very impressive. Samuel Pepys said, I went there, I couldn't get a good seat, I had to go to the bathroom, so I went around back and took a piss outside and came back in. And you're just like, that's so much more entertaining and human, And he's like, yeah, it looked great. But you get to see, like, the difference in how these two men are talking, and why Samuel Pepys was so interesting. And I just like listening to any entry, though, like that he went to dinner and what they talked about, and how he's worn out from work that day or whatever. I really like the reality of human experiences and how people spoke and thought. And I like to see the common threads of humanity, and also what made people different in the 1660s as well. And so anyway, I just wanted to introduce people to Samuel Pepys. If they're interested in anything like that, you can just go online, and the whole diary is available online, and you can look up the entries by year and then go down and focus on the specific day. And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was just made me think of something that's been in the news recently, which is RFK Jr.'s diaries have come to light, and there's some of his affairs are documented in there, and there's a numbering system that's sort of in a code that the New York Post published. And there's a book of letters from the Patriarch Kennedy with his various sons and daughters and wife that also kind of it's a pretty prevalent thing in the Kennedy family, these various affairs. So that's a more kind of modern example of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Even somebody posted this on Twitter within the last week or two. This guy took all of the Epstein emails and he turned them into a sort of fake Gmail, so you can look at all the emails as if you're just inside Epstein's Gmail account. And next to each subject line, there's sort of a metric of how many people have started And so it's sort of this community project of people going through this massive backlog of emails and making a note of which ones are the most interesting, and those get ranked towards the top of this app. I forget what it's called, but it should be pretty easy to Google and find that.
That is interesting.
And it's really, I spent maybe 10 or 15 minutes looking through these emails, and it's just fascinating to see. And somebody wrote an article about how it's like there's tons of typos, and when he's writing on his tablet, it's different from when he's typing. There's a lot more typos than when he's on the computer, and you just see the way he's interacting, whether it's Steve Bannon or Larry, I think Larry Summers, the former president of Harvard. It's just fascinating to see how they interact in these emails that are almost written like text messages between teenagers. And it just kind of adds a lot of texture to what you might see of these people when they're communicating in public versus how they write and interact in private. So a lot of the things you mentioned kind of have interesting parallels in even stuff that gets leaked out, whether it's lawsuits or there's a very famous letter actually that I talked about in a part of my parenting group. It's a leaked email that came out in a recent lawsuit against the father of Taylor Swift. And it's like a 5 or 10 page email that was meant to be extremely private, with Taylor Swift's father communicating to what I think for a period was Taylor Swift's manager of like her whole music career in the early days when Taylor Swift was like, I think going through high school and that period afterwards. So it was like the sort of startup phase of the career, and just the amount of effort he put into and strategizing and thinking he put into Taylor's career is kind of amazing. And you would never see that in any of his public statements, but because this email got included in a lawsuit by this manager who's, I guess, suing Taylor, suing the family or something, it sort of came to light. And it's just it adds a whole new dimension to Taylor's career. And even the stuff that I believe recordings came out this year of Martin Luther King, of all the surveillance audio. There were transcripts that got released earlier, but that's like a huge thing in Martin Luther King studies, is all these tapes that came out. Similar with LBJ, there were a lot of interesting tapes. So there's a whole, I didn't really have much interest in it until fairly recently, like this whole world of letters and diaries and stuff. But it's a really cool, like, you definitely, if you haven't gotten into this, you should, go into AI or something and be like, hey, of all the authors I'm interested in, what would be some good letters or diaries? And it's
some of the most interesting literature is literature that's never intended for publication. Because it tells you the most about people. And so with diaries, the question is, was this man writing because he thought someday this would be published? So a lot of public figures are thinking that, they are thinking someday this will be a record that a historian will access. So it's polished. Things are left out. Samuel Pepys, he wasn't doing that because he wrote in code, and obviously was recording things he would have been mortified if his wife had read it. And so, there's several times where he's constipated, and you're like, who talks about that in regular life? Nobody. And I don't want them to talk to me about it. But when he's keeping this record, you're almost listening from day to day, and you're like, I wonder if he went to the bathroom today. Well, he's telling me, he's still having a hard time. It's just like, I never want to think about that with people. But with this diary, you're like, you're so involved in somebody's personal life, like you're walking with them through each day. It is a very unique literary experience. And
I was just thinking, like, where did he get the idea? Like, nowadays, there's so many people talking about how to keep a diary and how to keep a journal, but it's sort of fascinating to think, like, where did this guy get the idea to write like this, and how to, keep things in code and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a very I mean, obviously there were other diaries being kept, but Puritans were keeping them. He was not a Puritan, but
Wasn't there actually a religious practice? I was reading about this recently, like of keeping a diary and then analyzing yourself as sort of like
yeah.
a writing down your sinful thoughts and sinful deeds and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, and writing down your advancing in grace, yeah, as you grow spiritually, and kind of keeping a record of that as a way to assure yourself of salvation. He said, "Yes, I had this sin in the past, but I overcame it," and so that was a normal Puritan practice. Samuel Pepys was not doing that. This was not on his radar.
Is there a name for
Did
that practice, the Puritan practice?
I don't know other than diary keeping. I don't know. But that's kind of what people think of when they think he thought Puritans were fanatics and crazy, um, but yeah, no, I don't know what a specific name would be. But a couple books below this, there's some excerpts from some Elizabethan Puritans, and one of the notable things there is there are just two excerpts from well-known Puritans. I think John Rogers is his name. I can't remember Samuel Ward, but one of them, he's struggling with the fact that he has these inappropriate sexual dreams, and he doesn't like that. He's like, this is not right. This is a sin. I need to overcome this. So you see that wrestling there with them. But Samuel Pepys, the other day I was going for a walk and I listened to him, and he said, I had a dream that I had sex with this beautiful woman. And he said, wouldn't it be great if when we died, it's like when we were dreaming? And it basically is saying, I could just keep doing that forever, which is really weird because you're thinking, well, Samuel, I thought you were a Christian. Don't you kind of know what happens when we die? But that's the value of it, is he's thinking out loud. Apparently his beliefs as a Christian are not that important to his casual thoughts about death. And so I don't know. There's so many things I could say about Samuel Pepys, but really a great glimpse into humanity, you could say, a valuable glimpse into humanity. But for people watching this, he was a big book collector. There's actually, I think, a 4-volume set that catalogs all the books that he owned and comments on them. And it's interesting.
Any others here you want to say anything about, or?
Just one other. So for Christian viewers, Diary of Kenneth A. McCrae was one of the most edifying books I've ever read in my life. So that's toward the right here. And he was a Presbyterian minister throughout the early 20th century into the mid 20th century. He wrote 12 volumes of diaries, also did not want them to be published, but did not write like Samuel Pepys. He was a man with a deep love for God, a deep love for people, an honest pastor who just wrestled with issues that were in his ministry, wanting to be a man of virtue. And so I've never read anything, I don't think, more edifying than that book outside of the Bible. And it's
That's pretty high praise.
yeah, oh, absolutely. And I don't say that casually. It's so valuable again, because he did not intend that for publication. After he died, Ian Murray, the guy who had started the Banner of Truth, was talking with this man's widow, and she introduced him to his old diaries. And he started to look through them. Like I said, there were 12 large volumes that he had kept throughout his life, and he realized how valuable these were. And so he then condensed them into this single volume. But you get to walk through his life as a Christian, as a pastor, from the days when he's a young pastor until he's older and wiser, and how he didn't compromise. A lot of people are compromising on various issues throughout the 20th century. He stood strong and had true convictions about what was right and what was wrong. And I guess, again, I like it because he was not writing to impress anyone. He was just writing to keep a record of his own life and what God had been teaching him, the mistakes he made, the things he was learning. And, you do see some imbalance. He almost never really talks about his wife and family, though they are deeply important to him when they do come up. It's primarily about him as a minister and the people in his church and his sermon writing and health issues. But there are cool things where he talks about the very first car that he gets. It goes like 18 miles an hour, is this amazing car, and how much that changed the life of him and his family, and how much thought he put into this car. So stuff like that's cool. But really, for me, it's the spiritual value. And there's a lot of other great diaries out there. Kilvert's diary is kind of well known, but it was later edited by his family. He was an English dude, kind of a calm pastoral view of life. And I really don't know. I'd read the whole thing. I've read the excerpts, but it's nice, but it's a little too nice. It's not, you can tell anything exciting has been removed. So anyway, yeah, those were good. I have one other diary, but it's not on the shelf, but these are some good ones for people to maybe look up if they have an interest in any of these things.
Okay, so we've got a couple stacks now.
Yeah, these are some books that have accumulated while we've been making the video. So over probably almost half a year.
Yeah.
And some of them I've read, but a lot of them I've not. And I'm about to go on another 6-month book buying fast.
Let me just enter the date here. So call 1 was June 27th, and it's November 29th. So yeah.
Yeah. So it might look like a lot. I always buy books on sale. And I always buy books as well I try to. I get books with Amazon points and kind of additional money I get outside of my regular salary. But of course I do occasionally just buy books for whatever reason. But yeah, so I don't have a lot to say about them. That one toward the bottom right,
There's one that I recommended.
You did. You recommended that one. It's in my stack. So, toward the bottom right, The Strange History of Samuel Pepys' Diary. I have read that one recently. As soon as I got it, I read it. And that was really good. If you're just interested in anything about that diary I mentioned, that's kind of the history of its publication, the slow publication, dealing with the contents and how people struggled with what to be published and what shouldn't be published and how it was written, things like that. So it was pretty cool. And Counting Paul, I've referred to that. That's another one I read as soon as I got it. Deification in Classical Greek Philosophy in the Bible. That was an awesome book. I was like, I've been thinking so much about this. I can't believe this book just got published. And so anyway, really, really cool book.
Would you just say a few words about what this is?
So deification is the idea that a main purpose of being a human being is to be like God, or in classical philosophy, like the gods in some sense. And the author kind of points out, like, well, if it's good to be better, well, it would be really good to be the best. And the best is God. So wouldn't it be good for a human being to be as much like God as possible? And a lot of people misread the word deification. They might read it through the lens of we're to become a god. And while that was kind of possible in an indirect way in Greek, the Greek view, you could kind of become some kind of a half god in certain circumstances, like Hercules was. But the main idea is that for the ordinary man, like what are we designed to become like? And so Plato did talk a lot about participating in the good. And later authors are like, hey, isn't God the good? And so aren't we participating in God? And then when you get to the New Testament, there are actually a ton of references that are kind of exhorting Christians to be like God. One of them is Ephesians 5:1. Be imitators of God as dear children. Jesus says, be perfect or complete as your heavenly Father is complete. Jesus says, just like God gives rain to good people and evil people, you should be good to your enemies, so you're being like God. And so it doesn't mean become like God in like your eternality or something like that, or becoming omnipotent, but it means in your character. And so the book is kind of just tracing that out, analyzing it as something that people haven't been talking much about, but there is a continuity between classical Greek philosophy and the way the New Testament describes this. And so he's really just kind of presenting the data, saying, hey, isn't this interesting? You see this influence. He's writing in a dispassionate way, though I think he is a believer in some sense. But it was an interesting study.
Can you just say a couple sentences on Counting Paul?
And Counting Paul was the book that when we looked at Paul in the commentary section, the Bible commentary section, I had just kind of commented on this being a watershed book in Pauline studies, which shows that the former research that was showing that we can discern the authorship of a particular book that's purportedly by Paul, we can discern whether or not he actually wrote it or didn't write it based on style, the research doesn't make any sense. He shows constant inconsistencies and nobody really understanding how to measure style to begin with. And so really a big deal, but it's not been out long enough to really know what impact it's going to make on Pauline studies. I can't imagine it not changing things radically.
I was just looking at the representation of different publishers, and it looks like Cambridge University Press and Princeton University Press and I guess Brill are the most heavily shown up here.
They publish the best books. So certain publishers kind of focus on certain topics, subjects, and they do publish some of my favorite things. So Princeton publishes a lot of just Western tradition stuff.
It's before and after Muhammad one. Maybe we could cover at some point.
Okay, so yeah, that's just covering. I know what it's about. So it's like a lot of times you look at the history of the West and getting into Central Asia as something that has the Roman Empire and then Christianity, and then we move forward in a new direction there. But it's like, well, what about if you look at Islam as kind of a central event? What was life like before Islam and after Islam? What impact did that have? Because it was obviously a pretty big impact on world history. It's not from that perspective. I mean, I think about Christianity a lot and like how Christians kind of had it made after Christianity became legal and then promoted by the Roman Empire before Islam came on the scene. So you had like this little time period from the 300s to like the year 600. It's like all they were doing is finding old paganism, which was declining. And it wasn't until Islam comes on the scene that they have this formidable foe that's really dangerous and kind of defines Christianity in a new way in terms of like, what are we going to emphasize? What are our threats? What is our conversation going to be like? And so it sounds like a unique idea to me. I haven't read the book yet.
Any other ones?
Let's see.
I think this Plato's Republic, is that a Oxford classical text?
Yeah, that's just the Greek with helps underneath. So it's just the first book of the Republic, and book as in chapter.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more like they put these volumes out as like an exercise. You can read the Greek, but we're going to put the difficult words and phrases at the bottom to help you so you can get better at reading Plato. And as a person who reads Koine Greek from the New Testament period, I always struggle with Plato. I can get certain words. I'm like, oh, I know what word that is. But the particles and stuff are often a challenge to me. So
that green and yellow is sort of the hallmark of those classical texts.
Yeah, they publish a lot of the excerpts or entire books if they're shorter. But it's really a good help for students. The Gathered Gold on the right there in the middle, that's a collection of really good quotes from John Blanchard, who was really a prolific quote collector throughout his life. And it's a very complete book. Gathered Gold had been published in various forms, and that edition takes all of them and puts them together in one. But just takes them by subject, puts all kinds of quotes underneath them, specifically from a Christian perspective, obviously, because it's from Reformation Heritage Books. But I've used that one quite a bit. I only put it in a stack to get them out of the way and also take these pictures so we could just see how many books have accumulated in the in-between time. I did just finish The Age of Choice, which is at the top of the right stack or the bottom of the screen right now. And I thought that was helpful, but it's too big of a topic. It's about the history of choice in the modern world, just the the action of choosing us from a selection of things and how that's a new thing in Western history. And I enjoyed it. She just goes through like 5 different areas of choosing and how they've changed in the modern period, like the last 300 years. And it was eye-opening or helpful in a lot of ways, but it's too big of a concept to really do a comprehensive study on. It's just too broad. So, and then a lobe sitting there, which is
Augustine,
I think the newest lobe.
the teacher teaching. Yeah, I wanted to check that one out because it's focused on teaching.
Yeah, so it's 2 different books. The Teacher is a dialogue from early Augustine's career, and then Teaching Christianity is a more developed Augustine toward the end of his career, and that's usually been called On Christian Doctrine or On Christian Teaching. So I think it wants to
Doctrina Christiana.
it wants to compare who he was at the beginning of his Christian career and who he was at the end in terms of being an educator. And I think there's been another lobe published since. I think they've updated a Plato volume since, but I might be wrong. No, but I'm reading another one that's not even on the stack because it came in the mail right now. So the book I'm reading right now is just called The Cynics, and it's a Routledge published book, and it's just an introduction to the philosophical school of the Cynics. And I've really been enjoying it.
What about the tyrant persuasion?
Yeah, that's like a history of rhetoric in the Roman Empire and the place that it had to be a persuasive speaker. So that just came out long ago. And I think a lot about that because I have this job, which is a very unique job. It's like my job's been around for a long time, for 2,000 years. And other jobs have been too, but a lot of them have changed in the industrial age forward, the digital world. But being a preacher, I'm primarily a persuader. And that people often think that's a bad thing, but I don't think it's bad if you do it in an honest way. Like we do want to persuade people to do right. We persuade our children to not make bad decisions, and preachers want to persuade people toward the good, which is God. And so anyway, I think a lot about how, man, I have this really awesome job. I love it, primarily about persuading people to get right with God, to know God, to walk with God. And so a lot of rhetoric, of course, became the way that it is in Rome. And of course, going back to Greece, with Demosthenes and early rhetoricians. But so I'm curious to read about this. So it's just about the history of rhetoric as it began, what its purposes were. But think about that title, it is this tyrant, because when you're persuaded, you have to follow that persuasion. And so persuasion is, in a sense, a tyrant over us, or it can be a tyrant.
I was thinking about, you mentioned you're reading a book on the Cynics, and there's another school of thought called the Sophists that are
Yes.
very closely related to this issue. They taught rhetoric, and they sort of were seen as, I think even Plato maybe wrote against them, and
consistently.
How they sort of were amoral, and they just it didn't really matter what you were persuading. It just, it's the same techniques either way.
I think about the Sophists a lot, and Plato's dialogue, The Sophist, is one of my favorites because he does show the emptiness. The Sophists were more about a technique than about content. They didn't have like a written doctrine so much as they had a technique that they could persuade anyone of anything. They could take the false and make it look true. They could take the true and make it look false simply by rhetorical technique. And Plato hated that because he believed in a reality. The forms were reality. In the heavens, there's the real thing, and we want to know what that is. We don't want to know what I can make appear true, even though it's not. And so I think today about that all the time, because like if you would read Plato's Sophist and think then about influencers today, you're like, nothing's changed. Online influencers can make anything look good. Whether or not it is good is another question. And people are so eager to follow them. And so Plato hated watching the Sophists come to town. Protagoras or Gorgias would come to town, give a speech on something ridiculous, and the masses would be persuaded. And Plato would seethe when he'd see that. He'd be like, what is going on? And so like a big goal of his life was to expose them. And like in Euthydemus, he tries to make them look stupid by just making a joke out of their arguments, and showing how ridiculous they could look. And anyway, like I could say a lot about that, but we are living in an age when sophists are coming back, and it bothers me too, because I see people getting led astray by simply watching a YouTube video on some unique view of theology. And my people are like so bothered, Pastor, did you see this video? I'm really concerned about what this man is saying. Maybe he's right. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, this guy knows nothing. He just knows how to make a slick video. There's nothing to this. He's misrepresenting this Bible passage or church history to fulfill his own ends of merely getting attention and fame. He wants clicks and views more than anything. And so let's just avoid it altogether. Let's go back to it. In-person community, And so anyway, I think about that a lot. And then there's another book I'm really excited about reading, The Extinction of Experience, Being Human in a Disembodied World. So I got that book and just got it recently, but there's another book that came out that I haven't read, the one that I mentioned to you off camera by Paul Kingsnorth, and it's called Against the Machine. And instead of reading the book, I've just, in my spare time, have just listened to Paul Kingsnorth getting interviewed all over the place about his book. So I almost feel like I've read his book. And both of these books seem to have something in common, though, that things have really changed in recent history because of technology, the rise of AI, how devices are taking over our lives. And the question is like, where is this going? How can we still be human? Because being human means participating in actual experience, and all these devices and technology remove experience from our lives. So eventually, you kind of imagine us sitting around like that movie WALL-E. Nobody's doing anything. We're just sitting in chairs and eating and consuming things. And it's like, well, who's that good for? It's not good for us. It's not good for our children. And so anyway, that's something I've been thinking about a lot lately as well. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Well, I'd mentioned to you that when you brought that up, that I had watched his interview on Ezra Klein's podcast / YouTube channel. And Ezra Klein is maybe the top guy in editorial at the New York Times. So he's a very important voice. And he's been making kind of an interesting, more moderate turn, grew a beard, and started this YouTube channel about a year ago. So he's kind of a bellwether for a more New York Times type of audience and what's happening, especially in the Democratic Party. So
was that Ross Douthat? Or is that
Ross Douthat also has, I would say, this could be over exaggerating, but he sort of got a podcast and YouTube channel with the New York Times after Trump's second victory.
Okay.
And so I viewed it as kind of an indication of the zeitgeist and sort of the New York Times realizing
I have to look up Ezra Klein's interview then. I got mixed up.
Yeah, I think if you watch the two of them, and they actually did maybe their first podcast together, I forget whose channel was on, or maybe both with the new duet thing on YouTube. But I would say following those two podcasts in particular gives you a pretty good balance of, Ross Douthat recently had Doug Wilson on and a bunch of other important people, conservatives. And then Ezra Klein will have a lot of very important people, more in the left and center on his channel. So the two of them together are good, give you a good picture of things.
Yeah. I'll have to look up that one, but it's certainly worth thinking about.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I could say a lot more. Oh, I did read also at the very bottom left, Cyril of Alexandria, his book Against Julian. That was a really important book from late antiquity, published against Emperor Julian. Emperor Julian, who ruled from 361 to 363, was called Julian the Apostate later because he had apostatized from Christianity, and he wrote a book against Christianity called Against the Galileans. And it was seen as this great presentation of why Christianity was wrong to the remaining pagans in the 4th century. And a lot of Christians were troubled. How are we going to answer Emperor Julian? Well, much later, like 70 years later, Cyril of Alexandria, a Christian bishop, writes this book against it, but it's never been translated into English until just recently. And he just kind of answers Julian section by section with distinctively Christian arguments. Mostly, it's amazing to me how both of them would just root most of their arguments in Platonism. That it was like, that was, in addition to the Bible, that was just like the place to go. If you wanted to know what's right, what's wrong, you go to Platonism and the view of the Platonists. But anyway, I did enjoy that book, more of a specialized book. But yeah, I'll stop talking about these now. We could look at the very last stack, which was just, so I had some books given to me not long ago, and I did not buy those Folio Society books. I can't afford Folio Society books, but I took those ones, and I have another copy of Plutarch's Lives, but the font is much smaller. It's a single volume, so these will be much more comfortable to read. And it's just a collection of various Greek and Roman lights compared. We talked about that a long time ago. And I have enjoyed the annotated Mishnah, which is a collection of Jewish commentaries that span from like the late New Testament era. New Testament's not Jewish, but it's the late New Testament era, when after Jerusalem was destroyed, the rabbis had to begin to provide answers moving forward for Jews around the world. How do we conduct worship without a temple, and just how do we live life? How do we answer a lot of the questions we deal with as Jews? And it's a collection of rabbinic opinions on various issues. But that's a valuable addition because it helps you understand the Mishnah, which is really hard to just read. If you just open up the Mishnah by itself, you're like, what am I reading? What is going on? And this helps you out with commentary in each section, a lot of good footnotes. And it's not too expensive for a 3-volume set from Oxford. And the last thing I'll comment on is just, I got a couple of volumes of the body of Jewish papyri that Brill had published. And these are just like all the papyri from various periods, the late Roman period and beyond, that mention Jews at all, or that Jews wrote. And it could just be like a list of names. And like, look, here's a Jewish name on this list. It could be a receipt, or it could be some letters that exchanged between people that talk about Jews or Samaritans. And so I love primary resources and looking around at that stuff. It helps me feel more at home in that world. But those are a couple that I got, and I got them with a coupon for 40% off. So they can be expensive.
Could you say a few words on the George Washington thing? That just stuck out to me.
Oh yeah. So I did just start listening to a course on the American Revolution. I'm really kind of out of touch. I mean, I know the basic story, of course, but I feel like I spend so much time in other areas of study that I've neglected it. So anyway, I thought I like to latch on to people. As like, you always have to have something to latch on to understand a period as like a reference point. And so in the other stack, I had found a good, well-respected history or biography of George Washington. And then right at this time, Cambridge is publishing, there it is. That won the Pulitzer Prize. So apparently it's well written. I have not read it, but Cambridge just published this 2-volume set of the political writings of George Washington. And I had been given a gift card as well for Amazon. So I just bought these George Washington books with this gift card. I was very thankful for the gift card. And I'm like, okay, so after I listen to this course, maybe I'll read the George Washington biography and then kind of look through the political writings, which have not been, I don't think, collected and published in an easily accessible form like they have been in this collection. The second volume came, the cover was damaged, and so I returned it. So I don't think it's in this picture. But yeah, that's the explanation for that. I don't know a lot about George Washington outside of the basics that we all know.
One of the
And
things I was watching a recent tour of the Oval Office, and I think there's some interesting symbolism in what's placed in each administration, and I always thought it'd be cool to kind of do a bookshelf tour of the Oval Office because there's not a lot of books, but they're generally book sets, and one of the book sets is, at least in Trump's, and I think it was in Obama's as well. I forget. Probably, I don't think they swap them around as much. But one of those book sets is the writings of George Washington, and so that kind of jumped out to me in the stock.
That would be awesome. I like to look in the background in the pictures taken in the White House whenever there are books. And yeah, that would be cool. Keep up all these videos and maybe someday.
Yeah, well, we've hit we're somewhere over 36 hours now of raw footage, and I think the full video, we'll have to see how many parts it ends up being. Probably for at least 3, but probably 4 or possibly more. But it's been an amazing experience. I'm really appreciative, and I think everybody's going to be really appreciative of this unprecedented bookshelf tour. And I don't know if you have any final thoughts as we wrap up here, but you did send me these new panoramic photos, and people will be able to zoom in and download these. But this is your home library, right? And then this is your office. So I don't know if you have any final thoughts as we wrap up here in our final.
You know, if we've gone for 36 hours, I've shared so many thoughts. I don't know that anyone wants to hear any more of my thoughts, because if I do start, I won't stop. I talk too much. And so, but yeah, I just hope that this could be an encouragement. One of my passions obviously is discovering books, and I love to look at other people's bookcases, but I hate when I can't read the titles. So I do hope that this has been, if anyone else is out there like me, that this has been an encouragement to them, that they get a close-up look at some titles, and it sparks some new ideas and directions for them, new areas of learning that they could open up. And that's my favorite thing. I hope it encourages more. And I can't wait for you to put out some more videos of others that are similar, so that I can keep looking through other people's videos and other people's bookcases and enjoying new ideas. But I'm running out of room, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I can't imagine getting rid of books because I love all the books I have. But anyway, that's it's been enjoyable for me too.
Well, thanks a lot, and we'll look forward to what everyone thinks down in the comments. And so long for now.